Mic. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Desktop. All right. Say things. Say things.
1, 2, 3. I'm saying things.
Oh, perfect.
We're saying things.
Callum, we're starting in 1 minute.
The
second you disappeared, I decided I wanted to start.
You got a riot and protest.
And we're back.
All right. And we should be live.
I can hear an echo.
You can hear an echo.
Oh, that's why.
That sounds like your fault, Jack.
Yeah, it is.
And we're live, and everyone saw you mess up, so that's great. Everyone knows Jack is the tech boomer, not me. Hi, everybody.
I had the stream going on in the background.
Yeah. Checks out. Hey, everybody. Welcome. This is the first time I have live streamed in a long time, but it seems definitely like a worthy subject to chat about while it is going on, because Lord knows there is a heck of a lot of fake news. And if you're wondering, I had a GB News host retweet me the other day, and he's like, why do you even care about this subject? You're not even in the UK, although we ended up chatting in DMs, and it ended up being a big misunderstanding. But for those of you who don't know and are perhaps new here, I've got family in the UK. I've got British ancestry. I've been banned from the UK for holding a cheeky little pride parade in Luton, which, if you're not aware, is a highly Muslim immigrant area of Britain. So it is an issue, definitely the riots going on and the social upheaval happening as a result of mass migration, crime, illegal immigration. It's something that's close to my heart because I tried to warn about these crises coming into Europe for many, many years, was slandered, banned from countries, arrested for terrorism, and now it has all culminated to this moment where we are seeing, quite frankly, race riots in the streets. And this is something I actually predicted as well years ago on, I think it was a BBC show. I'll have to check my Wikipedia again. But I said, yeah, you're probably going to see racial warfare in the streets if we don't deal with this mass immigration, lack of assimilation, overwhelming crime, ignoring the working class cries issue. And I was called a bigot. I was told that I shouldn't be allowed on mainstream media at all. And what do you know? It all happened. But of course, I am not the only one out here that was warning about these issues, and certainly not as close to some of the people who have been on the ground, like Jack Hadfield, like Callum, who is with Lotus Eaters. They're both actually in the UK. They are experiencing this firsthand. This is something that is going to affect them on a daily basis. So if you both could introduce yourselves to everyone watching, that would be fantastic. We'll start with Jack, since you were actually on the ground in the riots last week, I believe.
Yeah, I was at the first riots in Southport, and then because I live in Manchester, I covered the protests in Manchester, Piccadilly Gardens just on Saturday as well. So I'm Jack Hadfield. I currently write for The Publica, which is a online news organization, and we do lots of kind of culture war stuff. I used to do more politics things, but now it's all cultural stuff, immigration, crime, rather than saying, who's got more votes this election and when and why. So it's a good beat, and I've been set out on the ground, and I had my tooth cracked for the pleasure of it on Tuesday. So that's the risk you take when doing the on-the-ground
Got
reporting.
your proper war scars. I've got to say, I've never been... I've had people try, but I've never actually been beat up in a riot. So you got that on me. Callum, welcome.
Hello.
Who are you?
Introduce myself.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm a travel vlogger. I make videos about traveling to weird places, and then I'm also a traveling merchant, because I'll buy stuff from those places and then sell them. But I suppose, commenting on politics for quite some time. Used to work in UKIP back in the good old days, and then that sort of collapsed. And so got to know a lot about how the political system works in this country, how the media works, I guess. And I hate it. I don't think there's anyone who learns about it who doesn't hate it. And that's why I suppose I'm so upset about the riots and interested in why they happened.
And where are you from? Like, where were you born and grew up?
Oh, so I grew up next to Stonehenge, effectively, and then moved for university to Kent. Lots of foreigners there because it's a university town in Canterbury, and that was okay, whatever. And then I ended up moving a little bit to London, and it's like 90% foreign. I'm like, that's pretty weird. And then I went to Reading, where I was the only English guy in my building, and that was kind of annoying. So then I moved to Swindon for work, and then ended up being the only English guy in the building there as well. And now finally I live somewhere else, which is English. So it's nice to be back in England, but I think that piece of information will give some people some understanding about how extreme the level of immigration has gotten.
Well-
It's now a bit of a challenge to find someone that's English.
Yeah, this is something I got into a little bit of a thing on Twitter yesterday, and some guy, spy suburbanite, was like, I see Lauren Southern is falling for the exact same kind of propaganda she made her bones from manufacturing, and claiming that this whole issue of mass immigration being a crisis is propaganda. But that doesn't work on me because I also grew up in a majority minority neighborhood. I grew up in Surrey, British Columbia, which is now, I mean, certainly a lot of the neighborhoods are well majority Sikh population, places like Richmond, majority Asian. And, you know, it's not to say everyone's a criminal or everyone's this or that, but you grow up around friends of yours that are like, I have a kid that's going to school and they are the only white kid in their school and they are treated differently. They aren't treated well. The crime has gone up significantly in these areas. Like, you cannot gaslight the people that are living in these situations. And I think that's where you're seeing one of the major disconnects between the media class and the working class that are out here rioting. Whether you agree with the riots or not doesn't matter. There is obviously a much bigger contention from those who are living with the consequences of immigration policy versus those who are not, who are in these very high up positions. They're living in Chelsea. They've got all of their little friend groups that are extraordinarily wealthy. And even if they are from out of town, they are like the cream of the crop from other countries that are, you know, multimillionaires. They simply are not affected by these issues. Now, one of the main contentions I am hearing from left-wingers critiquing the riots, obviously there's the violence, obviously there's that's like very obvious stuff, but the main thing they're saying is it was all based on a lie. This was a lie. They believe that, the rioters believe that it was a Muslim immigrant, illegal immigrant, whatever it is, that came in and tragically stabbed these young girls at this Taylor Swift dance party, which you would never think in a million years would be something dangerous or scary to take your daughter to. Is that true? Is it true that these riots were based on a lie? And Jack, Callum, either of you can feel free to answer that.
Yeah, I suppose I'll pop in first because I was literally, as I said, on the ground on Southport on Tuesday. Now, there was a little bit of disinformation which was going around on Monday night, Tuesday morning, which is saying that the attacker was Ali, something Ali or whatever, that he was this, asylum seeker fresh off the boat. But that was debunked relatively quickly, and we already knew by Tuesday morning/afternoon, it was pretty much everywhere around the media that, that this was the son of two Rwandan immigrants. So this guy was born in the UK, but he was a second-generation immigrant. And obviously, if people are paying attention to Southport, and of course, the people who would be protesting and rioting right there would have probably been paying the most attention to it. Pretty much everybody I spoke to there was aware of exactly who the killer was. Now, obviously, there was animosity on the ground to Islam and Muslims as well, just in general. I saw people throw bricks at a mosque, which was not far from where the attack actually happened. But that's because the riot got sparked off by this initial attack, but then it almost immediately devolved into this attack, this anger at just foreignness, everything that's been in the country for the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and with people thinking, I don't have the same country anymore. And a corner shop, for example, was attacked, and again probably had nothing to do with the killer specifically, but again just a symbol of mass migration. That's the thing, because the killer would not have been here if it wasn't for mass migration. Mm-hmm. And that's so. While there may have been some original misinformation on who the killer was in the first place, the point still stands, is that people were pissed off because immigration made this attack possible to begin with.
Now, oh, sorry, go ahead, Callum.
So I was just going to say, it's interesting that you, in that explanation, say, well, obviously there was a bit of animosity towards Muslims. And if you're a complete outsider, that's not actually obvious. There shouldn't necessarily be. But that's the point. The people engaging in these protests are calling it the enough is enough protests. And then there are the people rioting, of course, which are, let's say, a separate group because they're taking actual physical violence instead of just protesting. But that sentiment, that's the issue here. I don't know why some leftists are playing dumb They didn't do this with BLM. They knew it wasn't just about George Floyd. Their argument was it's about broader police racism and societal racism, blah, blah, blah. That's what they would say back then. The issue here is not just about this specific killing, but I'm sorry, but enough is enough in the sense of we have gone through mass immigration, and the outcomes have been massive amounts of terrorist attacks from these people, massive amounts of increase in crime, massive amounts of increase in rape specifically. We've had God knows how many scandals of immigrants coming here and then literally just rigging the system to take money out of it. And now we're at a level where the highest tax we've ever been since the war. Everyone's underpaid, overworked, their wages are stagnant because of mass immigration. They can't get wealth because they can't get housing because of mass immigration. And then this government that's just come in, well, the reason they got in at all is not because they're popular. They only got, 33% of the vote? Mm-hmm. The only reason they got in to power is that the British public at election time said, screw it, enough is enough. The Tories have been in power for ages. They promised to lower immigration. They failed. A load of people went to reform. And because it's a first-past-the-post system, even though people are voting like it's a proportional representation system, that's not how it turns out, because that's not the rules. So Labour get in on a technicality, not because they're popular. So they're not even able, the electoral system isn't even able to be a release valve for the pressure that's building up here. Even that election, which is a combined enough is enough, death to the Tories because of mass immigration, resulted in a Labour government which, when this happened, went down to lay flowers and were harassed and booed by the people who were at the site, because they know the Labour Party represents bringing in more people like this as well. They're part of the problem. Back in 1997, they're the ones who started this. So I think it's really just, as you say, a massive culmination of just a million things going wrong. Some of them friggin' horrific, like the Manchester Arena one sticks in my head forever. And that's why this is taking place. And this is why maybe this is personal, but I can't stand leftists who are sitting there being like, oh, but what about this specific instance? It's not just about that. You know that.
Can I just quickly jump in and just on what you mentioned at the end there with the Manchester Arena bombings? But obviously that was something completely different. The reaction to that, to what we've then had today. After that, you had, all sorts of don't look back in anger. And, there weren't any riots or protests. It was just, complete outpouring of grief. But, that was more because the government was ensuring that nobody was going to get angry about it. And I think the difference with the Manchester Arena bombing compared to what we saw is that I think people at least understand Islamic terrorism a little bit more, in that, this is a political objective. They're going after this because of wars in the Middle East and, and they want to make the entire world an Islamic caliphate. From what we saw on Southport on Monday, this was just some guy who was, as I said, second-generation immigrant, seemingly for no reason has just gone and killed children. And that is, and the only reason being that, he's, that he is a second-generation immigrant, that he's not from the UK. And that's at least what seems to be driving people more insane.
Was there a motive given?
It hasn't been one at all. No, none has been shared. The police will probably say it's just, it's mental health.
So there's been no explanation. What do we know about the attacker's past, other than the fact that he was born to Rwandan immigrants? Do we know anything there?
Oh, we know he was a good little boy. He was very cute when he was young. He was a lovely little chap.
He was
literally all they put out.
Oh my goodness,
he was in a BBC Children in Need commercial where he played a young version of the Doctor, along with other kids.
Right, of course.
But think about that. That's the only information they put out, is that he's a cute, chubby little baby.
Is that actually what articles have been going out? Am I losing it? Can you send me some articles in the Discord? I'll bring those up on screen. You guys aren't going to be able to hear it through Discord, but Callum, I know you have watched it because this is one of your tweets I'm going to throw up here for everyone to watch in a second. And it's your new brave leader comments on when minorities riot versus when white people riot. So I'm just going to quickly put this up for everyone to watch, and hopefully you can hear it. It's been a while since I've streamed. I'm hoping I remember the OBS software all right. But let's play this.
Be in no doubt,
I was shocked.
Those that have participated in this
violence,
killing
killing of George Floyd,
will face the full
and the
force
response
of the law.
President Trump,
the police
and the US
will be
authorities
making arrests.
To the peaceful
individuals
protests,
will be
to
held
people
on
rightly
remand.
demanding justice.
Charges will follow,
been an affront to
and
humanity.
convictions
The
will
last
follow.
week has shone a
I
spotlight
guarantee
on the racism,
you will regret taking part in this
discrimination
disorder,
and injustice
whether directly
experienced
or
by
those
those
whipping
from
up this
black and
action
minority ethnic
online
communities
and then
in the
running
US,
away themselves.
in the UK,
This is
and
not
across the
protest.
world.
It is
Martin
organised,
Luther King
violent
said,
thuggery.
injustice anywhere
And it has no
is a
place
threat to justice
on our
It actually makes me so angry watching it. I know you guys couldn't see it, but essentially the When Minorities Riot was the rightful injustice anger. Let me quote Martin Luther King. This is a very serious issue. And then When White People Riot, it's you will regret taking part in this thuggery. We are opening the gulags. You are all going to jail. And you know, I had Catherine Brodorowski. I can never remember her last name. Anyways, she was a journalist and she responded to me, and hopefully we're going to have a discussion about it. But she was like, no, Lauren, the difference between the BLM riots and the riots in the UK is the BLM riots were targeted. They were just protesting and rioting versus the UK riots in which they're burning down buildings and trying to kill people. And I'm like, whoa, wait. I'm pretty sure 25 to 30 some odd people died during the BLM riots. Has anyone died in these riots yet? Maybe there has been people that have died, but correct me if I'm wrong. You guys are there.
I don't believe so. No, I mean there have been, attacks. I think again, correct me if I'm wrong, Callum. There were 2 in Stoke-on-Trent, 2 white guys attacked by at least some roaming gangs of Muslims, either stabbed and hammered in the head. That was Saturday, I believe. And there's been a few more. Obviously, the police have been injured. The police have injured other people, but there's been no deaths as far as I know. Obviously, me.
Me,
well.
I am the only death, and I'm
Me
still
on the
alive.
list. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like, I mean, except from the 3 little girls who are dead. That's the only people who have died.
Yeah. It's has there been any shift whatsoever in the way that the media are reporting on race-based issues in the UK right now? Like, has it gotten more radically left-wing as a result of these riots, or has there been any give in acknowledging that maybe people are this upset because there's a problem going on?
I mean, the closest I've seen to a response is just the demand that the EDL be declared a terrorist group, which was quite funny on BBC News I watched as they were discussing this, and one of them got told in their ear and then had to tell everyone else. The EDL disbanded 10 years ago, so it's kind of hard to declare them a terrorist group because they don't exist. I mean, there is no, as of yet, narrative whiplash. You know, that thing where we all believe something and then all suddenly, like Joe Biden, he's the sharpest man alive, and then all of a sudden everyone, admits this guy has dementia. We haven't had narrative whiplash yet where everyone in the media is like, yeah, maybe they have a point. Maybe the endless terrorism isn't so great.
Yeah, I think the media narrative right now is running primarily on, it's these evil far-right thugs who are, burning down all the communities. And then they've been trying to skip over, as I said, like roaming bands of, Pakistani, Asian men who've taken to the streets, in Bolton, which is near me. There's been others, we've seen, literally there was a Sky News presenter who had her report interrupted earlier. The guy came up on a bike, started saying "Free Palestine," and then she was starting to get swarmed and mobbed as well. And then they had to cut it off. And of course, Keir Starmer said, "Oh, we need to protect Muslim communities." And of course, Elon just ratioed him about half an hour ago, saying, "Well, why shouldn't we protect all communities?" So they've tried to maintain that it's just far right mobs, the only people on the streets right now. But you're starting to see more and more, as I said, Muslim Pakistani gangs taking to the streets as well. So that narrative, which they had for a couple of days, is pretty much already collapsing via this backlash.
I'm going to quickly play that video you mentioned because I think Connor Tomlinson put that up, and I want people to know what you're talking about. Here we go. I've got it up.
The leaders have been speaking to the police as well because...
Yo, free Palestine! Free Palestine! Fuck India, mate!
But I think, apologies for the language you're hearing, but a sense of the anger, I think you can hear there.
Yeah, Katie, I think Becky, I apologise. We need to leave you there. And
we need to leave you there because there's some people that are really not fitting into the narrative coming on camera at the moment. That is very unhelpful. Goodbye. You're on your own.
That's not even the best one. The best one is there's this other woman from Sky News walking around with like a helmet on, like she's
Bicycle helmet, yeah.
I And then she's talking about the EDL and the thugs, and behind her, the Muslim Defense League turn up in black bloc with like weapons, and they're just looking around like, "Oh, what's going on?" And while she's going off on one about how evil the EDL are, and then she just cuts to, "We're just gonna leave here for a bit. We're just gonna go back to the studio.
We're going."
Let me get you that
this
one.
this is being counter to the narrative. We can't have this being shown on Sky News right now. Although to be fair to Sky, they also obviously questioned the Metropolitan Police Chief earlier about the two-tier policing, and obviously they got their microphone cover snatched for daring to question him about this. I think like the two-tier policing as well is what everybody's noticing. As you rightly said, Callum, it's like gangs of Muslims in black block dress, where previously we had, I think it was a few years ago, there was a black sort of paramilitary group which had in full paramilitary uniform in the streets as well. That's completely against the law and has been against the law for years. But nobody was ever arrested, prosecuted for that.
I'm gonna probably just so everyone is aware who is watching, we're gonna cover just some of the updates and everything going on, and then in about 20 to 30 minutes, I'm gonna have two lefties who disagree with. It's not a narrative. I think it's reality. I don't think it's a narrative, but I'm curious to see what arguments they have. Pisco is one of them. He's a lawyer. And then the other one is Destiny, who I know everyone really loves here, but we got into a proper fight about this all yesterday. And I think it would be, I want to have a discussion about the disagreements there, but then I also thought it would be good to have you guys, if you're willing to stick around a little longer. Not that I want it to be full blood sports, 20 people talking at once, but you guys are actually from the UK, so you've grown up there. It's a little harder to question what you've seen with your own eyes, what you've grown up with, right?
Yeah, but I will stick around probably because also it's good to have people explain the context, because I mean, we've all had this when something happens in a foreign land and you try and understand it. It's really hard because you don't understand their specific cultural circumstances and what they actually think about the world. Their worldview is wildly different to ours back home, etc., etc. And there is a significant difference between the US and the UK in this regard. Like I'm watching some people talk about this from the US, and I'm just like grinding my teeth. So it's probably best we talk a little bit about the context as well of how we've ended up here.
What has been the biggest contention you have with US commentators talking about the riots going on in the UK?
Personally, the big one that gets me is simplifying it down into black-white. This is just American politics seems to be discussed in this way of just purely racial aspects, which in the old world we don't really discuss race that much. It's more about ethnic groups. In this instance, of course, there are attacks on people because they see them as brown, therefore foreigner, because it's a pretty big giveaway, skin tone. Yeah. But it's been a long-standing problem in the UK that we have problems with foreigners. That's all of the foreigners. I mean, one of the big things during the Brexit debate and campaign, which again, the British voted for lower immigration in that situation, was, well, the Poles, because as we opened up the EU to Eastern Europe, we had mass immigration from Eastern Europe as well. And this isn't to say that these two things are comparable. Like the average Pole is not your average Afghan in terms of crime, thoughts on the age of consent, etc., etc. So I'm not saying that, but it really grinds my gears whenever I see Americans talk about the old world issues and can't comprehend, it seems, that we talk in terms of ethnic groups. And we had our problems with just about every group coming here because, I mean, the fundamentals is not just the differences between us, but the numbers. I mean, like the numbers are the thing that have made the UK such a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I was about to say, we have like 30, 40 years of terrorism in Northern Ireland because of two almost identical ethnic groups couldn't get along with each other. But it's quite funny. You've seen like Brits and Irish people, loyalists and Republicans on the streets of Belfast marching together hand in hand with Union Jacks and Irish flags because they're all, ironically, this seems to have united both communities in Northern Ireland and say, actually, yeah, enough is enough. Perhaps we're not so different, lads.
Yeah, it's I'm waiting for kind of a moment like that in Canada, but I feel we don't have that shared cultural history to actually kind of unite as, okay, we're Canadians. What does it mean to be Canadian? There's been so much erosion, and we don't have the same, like I said, the same history, the same family connection. We're immigrants from all over Europe. And I mean, even the Indigenous, we used to have the flag that was like the French, the English, and the Indigenous. That was all represented there. But I think we're going to slip faster into that night than you guys will. I don't think we're going to have the same riots in Canada. I think it'll just be bye-bye, unfortunately.
Well, there's always hope.
I mean, but like, okay, so you say there's always hope, but what you look at these riots, and what my main concern is the second, like, I'm going to try not to, I think that this is going to be used as a precedent to do an even stronger lockdown, an even stronger crackdown, rather, on those who are skeptical of current mass migration policy. It'll be kind of like after J6, people walking through the Capitol. Suddenly you have these people on federal charges. You have all these people on no-fly lists. Like, everyone is terrified of even talking about the issue because it's going to get you just completely destroyed for pushing back. So did either of you read not Silent Invasion? That's a very good one too. But Submission by Michel Houellebecq, where he kind of talks about, while France is slowly slipping into Islamization, there are a few gunfights that happen in the street. There's like pushback, and it almost kind of feels like a revolution is going to break out. And then everyone is arrested. It's just kind of a story on the radio for like 3 or 4 days. And then suddenly the professor, who's the main character of the book, starts going to the university, and all the women are wearing hijabs, and his coworkers are like, wow, I got multiple wives. You know, this is government policy now. The Muslim Brotherhood united with the Socialist Party, and they're in power, and this is just the new France. And like, there was this kind of attempt to push back on things going on, and it was all just silenced, and things slipped the way that they were inevitably going because of the powers in charge. And, you know, none of this is to advocate taking guns to the street, but it is to analyze how a government responds to riots. And even if it is unfair, even if it is a two-tier justice system where the BLM rioters get to do the exact same thing and never have that happen to them, you still have to just analyze things from a realistic perspective, you know?
I mean, yeah, sure, but like, to have that future happen, you need a competent state and a police system that isn't falling apart. Like, I think they've trying to cope so hard with all these riots, and I don't think they've been doing a very good job at all. This really does seem like the police is completely incompetent. I mean, like I saw one video of a rioter just like kick a 5 foot nothing.
They had a midget
woman.
Did you see
in
this?
The chest, and she completely fell over.
They
They
had a midget police officer. They literally, a midget Bobby. I'm going to find this video. I had it saved on my Instagram reels. I was like, this has to be a joke, but I need to find it.
No, but like that's the state of the police. And if they try to bring the army in, like the police are, like they are the arm of the state, in that they will, in that they don't care about you being assaulted, but if somebody says a mean word on Twitter, like they'll get straight to you. But the army are far more sort of right-wing and patriotic. If they tried to get the army to put down the riots in the streets, not gonna lie, probably a bunch of them would join the rioters in that situation. So I genuinely don't think the British police state has the capacity to crack down on these riots in the same way that, for example, the FBI did, and be able to track down everybody after January the 6th. The British state is nowhere near as competent as the American deep state in cracking down on dissidents.
Okay, I'm going to quickly show this video of the midget. This is from Tenet Media, who many of you know I do videos for. Let me quickly get this up. I am shook.
Force. This is what you got to have respect for. Look, it's a fucking midget. They got a midget to deal with the rioters. I mean, for fuck's sake, what has this country come to? It's fucking hilarious. Fucking hell, we're fucked.
Excuse the language there, guys. But you guys can see that, but it's just this British guy watching his TV like, for F's sake, what does this country come to? We got a midget dealing with the rioters. And then there's that video that you were mentioning where I don't even think this is the same midget. I think this is and no hate to midgets. I just don't think you should be police officers. Like, lovely people, I'm sure. But there was that video. I think this is an entirely different officer, too, where they're just getting kicked over. Let me throw this up quickly. Sorry, the framing is horrendous.
Look at you little midget!
Oh my gosh, they're even yelling. I hadn't seen that one. They're like, look at this midget. And just boom, like Leonidas kicked them over. That is a pretty... what does that make you feel? A therapy chair here. As Brits, how does this make you feel? Watching your police system turn into this.
Like he said, nothing works in this country. I mean, there are no standards. There is no institution that hasn't rotted in the last 20 years. So we're about a quarter century now of just rot. And that's such a great example. I mean, this is why I was kind of pessimistic, but I think you're probably right about the idea that the capacity has just gone to hell. I don't know if you guys know who Chris Williamson is, but he did an interview recently with Dominic Cummings. And if you've got some time and you want to understand the UK, holy crap, is it good. So for people who don't know, Dominic Cummings is this like super genius computer guy. Like he's really weird and autistic, right? Like, he's controversial, but he got into government with Boris Johnson as a special advisor. It would be like if Elon Musk became the special advisor to Donald Trump in the next election and was in the White House for the whole period to see what was going on. So Dominic Cummings came out after getting in a fight with the Prime Minister because apparently the Prime Minister didn't want to do anything, which now turns out to be true because we now know. And the diagnosis he has for why Britain has become such a shithole, why you keep seeing all these videos on YouTube that are like, Britain is a shithole now, like why you keep seeing that, I'm sure everyone's seen the videos.
Oh, yes.
Is that nothing works. I mean, like Dominic Cummings just goes through department by department, and if there's anyone doing anything good, any kind of reform or updating of even just technology, like when the COVID pandemic started, he had to use a fax machine from the various hospitals to try and get info on how many cases there were. And then I had to pull out his iPhone to try and calculate where they'd be in 3 weeks. I mean, that 80s technology in 2020, that's the level they're dealing with. Even if you try and change the technology, you become the enemy of the system. Like the special forces, their enemy is the Ministry of Defense. Like this is how these people describe their lives. Is just that the British state doesn't really want to do any reforming and is so broken that all it's doing is rotting over time.
Okay, wait, but how are they able to arrest you all for tweets so well? Like, I'm pretty sure you arrest like 3,000 people a year for tweets. They can clearly figure that out.
2003. Yeah, but that law's from 2003 when the internet didn't really exist and was complete bungle.
And the reason why, and the reason why they can do that is because the police are so lazy. They just want the easy gets. You know, somebody's done a tweet. You find the email address or phone number. There you go. Is this you? Bang! Another arrest statistic. You know, looking for somebody, looking for murders, rapes, assaults, robberies, all this stuff. Actually doing police work. Oh, that's hard. Oh, that takes effort. Oh, I've got to do some like actual detectivizing here. You know, whereas if they can find somebody's there with their full face and name and they're boomering it up, like with their passport number on as their Twitter cover photo, well, that's a very, very easy nab, and obviously makes them look good because it is quote unquote the woke who are running the police now as well. So that's certainly a bonus. You put away the evil, racist right wingers making edgy jokes online, and it doesn't take you any time at all.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I was just sending messages, getting people in here. I don't know how much time both of you have. I know I told you just like an hour, but if you would like to stay for debates and bants, that would be great to have you stay. So just let me know what your timing is looking like so I can write that down and give you a good escape. Oh, we have a super chat from Jeremy. It's always rules for thee and not for me with these people. The UK is screwed. Also loved your Dr. Wendy interview. Thank you. Appreciate that. Also, I saw a few people praising your travel vlogging up in the chat here, Callum. We got some Callum viewers. what was, okay, another critique that I've seen, and I'm sure this is going to come up when we have, I think Pisco is coming on before Destiny, but that this was all about just this one stabbing that occurred, second generation immigrants. So are you guys against, or are you for essentially deporting all second generation immigrants? This is actually two questions, and I'm going to give you one first. But then the second is, I personally believe, because I've been following this for many years, that it's been a buildup of a billion different events that honestly, you would have to be following mainstream media exclusively so closely and ignoring every single alternative press publication to not notice the buildup of tensions that's been going on, but that it's all culminated and it's this event that's triggered it. So I'll ask you guys first, are you against immigration altogether? Do you want to deport second generation immigrants? Like, what are people in these riots and people who support the kind of pushback on the current policies, what are you actually asking for?
I'll go ahead because I'm probably got the most radical answer. But well, I ran across what the Estonian government did after the end of the Soviet Union, which is they argued, well, look, we were illegally invaded, so those people who have come here as Russians, they're not legally Estonians. We're not going to give them citizenship. They can go to Russia for it. And I kind of feel the same way about 1997. Since Tony Blair came to power, he's the one that changed the situation so that there was mass immigration. Ever since then, it's just got worse and worse and worse. And in which case, that's sort of kind of cut-off point in my mind. Like, if I was writing the laws tomorrow, PM for a day, it would be, okay, if you came here before that year, you just can't apply for citizenship. That's the new law. And in which case, you're here on whatever visa, and we're not issuing new visas except for extreme talent. Just 0 visas for low-skilled talent, which is, funnily enough, actually what Dominic Cummings said he proposed in 2019 to Boris Johnson, in the sense of, we're going to just set unskilled labor to 0, and if you want to come here because you're a Silicon Valley type, the people who are going to the US because they're really high skilled and there's high wages over there, we want them coming to the UK. That people could agree to. But, we're looking at 1 million a year coming in to a country with only 60-something million people. The numbers have got to go. And in which case, okay, we'll do it by, here's your visa that you're still on. You've got 2 more years on it. Ah, man, when that runs out, you've got to go, or you're just not going to get access to anything. And then we will hunt you down and deport you forcefully because you knew the rules. That's the law. That's how law works. So that would be my proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I basically agree with that. I mean, certainly, Reform, who talk about, net zero migration. I mean, it's a good start, but, if there's, 100,000 Brits leaving every year, that's still 100,000 more people that you can still, come in and have it be net zero. I mean, we absolutely need, at the bare minimum, a total immigration moratorium right now into the UK. Absolutely nobody more in from now on. Obviously, that then doesn't fix any of the problems of the people who are already here. Now, obviously, you can start deporting people, and certainly for illegal immigrants and first-generation immigrants, you can certainly, that's a hell of a lot easier to do. But with other people, other people are still here. I think the best way to do it is to make it just because people, a lot of them are only here because it's easy for them to be here. So what I would do is I would get, HMRC, which is the British IRS, for example, actually looking into all of the, American candy shops and hairdressers and car washes and all these places and corner shops that are all going away that we know are laundering money or avoiding taxes at the very least. Start looking into that. Basically, use the arm of the British state to make it very uncomfortable for people to be here. For example, you could restrict welfare and benefits, to people who've been here, only had family here for three or 4 generations or something. A lot of people here right now, of course, one of the most famous stats that goes around on Anglo Twitter right now is that 50% of all people in social housing in London are first generation immigrants. And this is some of the most expensive property not only just in the country, but in the world. Most of these people are here, again, first and second generation, and even more, are basically living on the British taxpayers' dime. If all of this was cut off from them, a lot of them would just say, okay, I'm out. I'm going back, I've got my family home in Pakistan or wherever, which a lot of them do, and they still have regular holidays over there, despite claiming that, it's so dangerous, they need to stay in the UK. So a lot of people will just leave naturally if you cut off all of the things that are enticing them to stay here in the first place.
and not benefiting people there. This is the exact problem that we have in Canada as well, is we have a severe housing crisis. And, you know, you talk about how Britain is a small country. When I was born, we were about 30 million, under 30 million. We're at like 40 million people now. A quarter of the people I meet day to day were not here when I was born. And it's more where I live because the BC, you know, Vancouver area is just like a hub. And that affects your day-to-day life. Like, it changes it, whether liberals want to acknowledge that or not. And everyone living in these areas knows, as you do, the tax system is being messed with. The buying houses, all of these like systems are being, we have massive cheating scandals in our universities where people are just getting fake degrees and no one's looking into it because, oh, that's very uncomfortable. That's racist to look into it. And it is completely decimating any sort of respect that our institutions, degrees, systems had in place before. Welfare is supposed to be a net for genuinely out of luck people that have had horrendous life situations. Now it's, you even look at food banks. We have people, we had this amazing honor system at food banks where you go there if you are down and out, and people in the community knew because we all grew up around everyone. We knew if you were genuinely down and out. But now that there's so many people here that, well, you'll never speak to them. You don't even speak the same language. You'll never know anything about their life or their history or past. They will come in and just be like, sweet, free food. Awesome. Completely, there were videos literally of a TD Bank manager talking about, here's how you scam the Canadian system. He's from India, get free food as a student. And this is what's so frustrating to me about when people portray it as like, oh, it's entirely a racism issue. You just don't want to look at brown people in your country. You just, are you incapable of understanding that this is a very complex, multifaceted problem that it isn't just housing. It isn't just crime. It isn't just violence. It isn't just language. There are 1,000 different things going on here that clearly you guys don't have the second order thinking to be able to even wrap your heads around. But yes, using that system, even just using it fairly, like the same way it's used against the average Canadian, just apply that to the average person who comes into this country. Well, like you said, just put a little bit of pushback, make it you actually have to contribute to this country to live here. And yeah, a lot of people won't be coming here to take advantage of it anymore. I just have a quick little cheeky chat from Brewmaster Monk, who says, I get that the globalists want the destabilization and collapse of the West, but where's the hope for a political solution in the UK? Can you perhaps pretend to be Islamic and get some support from the CIA? That is, I mean, well, very soon, I'm sure there will be Islamic militias getting funded here by CIA money. Okay, wait. If you guys had anything you wanted to bring up, I just need to quickly arrange bringing a few people into this call.
I suppose we'll just talk more about the two-tier society, shall we? Because I mean, if we're talking about this topic in general, what's the actual underlying thing? Well, it's the fact that it's the enough is enough protest. That's a great way of summarizing it. And also two-tier Keir, I've seen used a lot. This is obviously just because Keir Starmer, as you played earlier, when it comes to natives, they get the boot. But when it's anything else, no matter how violent it, well, you know, there's an injustice somewhere, and there's an injustice everywhere as a result. Blah, 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 blah. But like you say, it's not just two-tier in the policing. That's huge, obviously. But then you have two-tier in every part of society. I mean, I think the UK is still the only country, it might not be the only country, I'm probably wrong about that, in which the state still actively is engaging in discriminating against white applicants for internships. So if you're, I'm sure you've seen these. I mean, it's not just, there's a civil service, the intelligence agency does it. I've also seen, BBC got in trouble for doing it, carried on anyway. But if you apply for some internships, the requirement includes that you be BAME or disabled. And this is just norm. This is just normal. Like, people think this is fine, apparently, within the system. But obviously, again, that's just such a clear example about if you're a native, you know, if your family goes back generations here, get screwed. Too bad. And it's at so many goddamn levels that's why you end up where we are today. You've gone through the political system, multiple layers of people voting for lower immigration being ignored. Okay? You've had people campaign on the streets. You've had rallies. That's been ignored. When people engage in the smallest point of pushback, they get sent to prison because they posted something grossly offensive. People kind of running out of options here. I mean, especially compared to the US, where you get to vote for your president, you get to vote for both houses and everything. We get one vote for an MP who's local, and that's if you're lucky enough to even have an opposition candidate on the ballot. Most of us can't vote for reform because there are no candidates for reform in our area because the political system's so rigged. It's like, well, I mean, sorry, but the outcome of the system is the purpose of the system. You've ended up with riots because of the English. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. You got the outcome you rigged the game for.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's why people are on the streets now. I personally I still believe there's a political solution to all these problems. You know, I certainly think if you look at, for example, I think Western Europe's ahead of us. So, like, you'll, for example, see that, like just in the last recent elections, like the RN was one of the biggest support for young people aged 18 to 25. Same with the AFD in Germany. But obviously right now in the UK, behind like these riots have existed because people can't see that political solution. They think, oh, it's only going to be violence. Like that's the only way that I can change anything. I totally think they're wrong, but that's the mindset that they've been that they're in now because you've had 20 plus years, as you said, people constantly voting for migration. Even Blair in 1997, promised to lower immigration, or certainly wasn't in favor of opening the doors as he then eventually did past then. So it is the result. These riots would not have existed if the government had just reduced immigration, cracked down on crime, stopped the grooming gangs that were, in this country for, again, over 20 years. So this is all the fault of the government for sure. And, making sure that the people think that they've got no hope. I can't remember who someone said it was the riots, the voice of the unheard or something along those lines. I think that's pretty accurate to what we're seeing right now on the streets.
I think we have just had Destiny join the call. I need to fool around and adjust the video here, and I'm straight booming because it's been a while since I've used OBS. But feel free to say hello, Destiny, and introduce yourself.
Wow, hi, what's up? I'm a YouTuber that does politics sometimes.
Yeah. Everybody has no idea who you are. Yeah. Okay. So, sorry. Actually, just give me... you guys chat. Say hello. I need a moment to figure this out.
Hello.
Is that...
tech booming.
Do we go over the part yet where the starting of these riots was on a fake news event that spread on X yet, or have we not?
No, that's not why the riots started. We discussed this at the top of the hour. That's completely untrue.
Really?
Here for that.
Wait, what part of that was untrue?
That the riots were started off by a fake news event on X.
So you
when
were
did the riots start?
So you were actually you were in Southport where it began, right?
I was in Southport exactly when this happened.
So could you answer me this question? Because I saw something about this, don't know if it's true. The guy turned up with a machete and the police managed to arrest him. And presumably he was there to attack the people who were
No, so he was arrested with a switchblade and he was either a white or mixed race guy, but he was on the side of the on the side of the protesters. Now I don't believe he was, people said, he was gonna attack the vigil again. Nothing of that side happened. But yeah, he was posting about how awful the Southport attack was on his Instagram on Tuesday. So no, there was no planned machete attack or anything.
Okie dokie. So he's a man arrested with a switch knife because we can't have switch knives in this country.
Yeah.
So wait, okay. Wait. So tell me what part of this I have incorrect. So stabbing happens. Name of the perpetrator can't be released, right? Because of the judge, yeah. And then on X, there's a whole bunch of information posted with a fake name that says he's Muslim. There was a vigil that was held, and then a huge protest happens afterwards outside of a mosque, which is for Muslims.
Right.
You're telling me that these are totally unconnected?
So basically you got the timeline wrong. So, well, not the entire timeline wrong, but there are a few sort of details in there which were pretty key. So his name wasn't released until like Thursday or Friday. However, by Tuesday morning, now bear in mind the protest riot happened at 8 p.m. So we've got at least between 8 to 12 hours of this coming out. It was identified that this was fake news. He wasn't Ali something Ali. That he was the son of he was a son of two Rwandan immigrants. So he was a second generation immigrant born in Cardiff. So by that afternoon, and certainly everybody I spoke to at the vigil people
Did
were
the first
talking.
riot happen before this was known?
No, it happened afterwards.
Okay, so after this was made public knowledge, that is the correction. That is when the first violence occurred. That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Why did they decide to do the protest outside of a mosque?
The mosque was just the protest wasn't outside the mosque. The protest was near exactly where it happened. The mosque was just on the same street.
We have a lot of mosques.
You don't think they weren't protesting right outside the Southport Mosque?
No, the protest moved towards it. As I said, I was there. I saw bricks getting thrown at the mosque. But as we were discussing earlier on the show, the protest and the riot happened, and it was then directed to something more than just this stabbing, which is why they didn't, for example.
Oh, wait. We're focusing on one thing.
Community center.
Sure. Well, because they didn't. I don't think they knew initially. When was the information released about who the person was officially?
So in terms of his surname, that was released. His actual full name was Thursday or Friday, but the attack happened on Monday, and I certainly knew by.
Wait. If his full name was released Thursday or Friday, and you knew midday
but he was identified as being a son of Rwandan immigrants.
I even did an initial report about this. Same thing, said it was Rwandan immigrants. I saw Callum, I saw Connor Tomlinson. Everyone on my feed was making it very clear and making posts about this is a second generation immigrant. That's why I'm so confused by how you portray this.
Link me the earliest. Well, you're confused because you haven't read anything outside of your media sphere, because literally every
single
person
but your
saw
claim,
this news explode outside.
Steven, your claim is that it's my media sphere that spread a lie that caused these riots. And I'm saying within my media sphere, what I'm following, that was not the impression of people.
And people had already apologized. People who spread this on Monday had already apologized by Tuesday.
It doesn't matter. You guys know that better than anyone else. That a retraction on Tuesday, it doesn't matter if fake news was spread on Monday. The protest happened outside of a mosque, and you're telling me that had nothing to do with the fact that on X initially everybody thought that the perpetrator was Muslim, that it was just a coincidence?
But this isn't just an issue of that one stabbing.
Don't do the just thing. I know that you want to blow it up about all of immigration because when it's nice and
course,
hazy,
of course it's all connected. Of course it's all connected. It is delusional to pretend it's not.
There was an inciting moment for this riot.
Yes.
That inciting moment was people thinking that the perpetrator was a Muslim.
No.
Do you agree with that or not? So does everyone here disagree with that?
Hi, Pisco. Pisco, could you quickly introduce yourself so people know who you are?
Hi, everybody. Sorry I can't be on video, but I have to do it through my phone. But really appreciate being on. I'm a lawyer from America, so happy to discuss these issues. And I know some stuff about immigration in America, so I'm sure the issues in UK are very different. But I try to stay apprised of what's going on there and follow the politics at least somewhat closely. But yeah, thanks for having me on. But my question is does everyone here agree or disagree with what Steven just said, which was the inciting incident of these riots based on a lie related to a Muslim immigrant or not?
Well, I trust the guy who was there.
Yeah, I trust the guy who was there, and also what I saw all over my media.
Wait. When you say you trust the guy in there, you understand he has every incentive to lie about it, right? What do you mean? Why would you say you trust the guy? Do you trust all the BLM rioters that were there?
Jack isn't just trusting the guy who's there. I've been friends with him for over 10 years, so yeah, I do generally.
All right, he's a good guy, but here's the question.
Wait. So hold on, just curious, because I don't know his Twitter. If I were to bring up his Twitter account and I were to look, is it going to be filled with wall-to-wall like far-right anti-immigration stuff, or is it just going to be like, a neutral observer journalist that covers a bunch of different things?
Jack literally got beat up in these riots by rioters.
I'm not going to take him at face value because he said he was there.
The videos that I saw, and again, I was also there, and also they literally attacked me for being a journalist afterwards.
Okay, Jack,
so he actually has an incentive to not be impressed with these people.
Yeah.
Well, what was the inciting incident if it wasn't this?
At the riot. By them for being a journalist. So if anything, I have an incentive to make them look as bad as possible.
Jack, what was the inciting incident if it wasn't this lie?
Because he was a second generation immigrant, and so therefore it's connected to.
If it wasn't
mass immigration, he wasn't here.
But in this entire event, this series of events, would you agree or would you not agree that it was based on a lie?
No, I don't know. We have all said we don't agree that that's the case. If you look at the protests,
what else would have started it if not this?
So this was one incident.
The Telegraph report he was a Rwandan immigrant.
Didn't the first protest happen on July 30th?
No. Wait, yes.
Yes, it did.
lots of the time, but that was when this came out. So let me just get the date. So yeah, it was the 29th of July when it actually happened, the attack. Then it was the July 30th, which is the next day at 8 p.m. when the protest happened. But by then, as Callum rightly pointed out, the Telegraph reported that he was the son of Rwandan immigrants.
So the anti-Muslim sentiment generated by the fake news story, in your opinion, had nothing to do with the protests.
No,
That's
it
correct?
has to do with the terrorism and grooming gangs.
Oh, wait, but those accusations.
protest-
Hang on, the grooming gangs accusations also relate to anti-Muslim sentiment, correct? Whether rightly or wrongly, wouldn't you agree that the grooming gangs epidemic that you're pointing to relates to Muslim immigrants primarily? That's the accusation, right?
Yeah, so the event is
Yes.
because the guy's
Yes.
son
Is that yes?
What?
But nothing to do with fake news.
So
No,
the
but
event
does
is
it
about
relate
his
to
son of
anti-Muslim
immigrants.
attitudes?
I'm going to talk. So the event is because he's a son of immigrants. Muslims
Mm-hmm.
are also immigrants to the UK. They have engaged in horrific acts. These are why these two are connected in these people's eyes, because they're both immigrant groups. So yes,
you don't
they
you
are
don't think
against
the
Muslims,
protests?
but that's because they're
Yeah.
foreigners, and the killer was a foreigner, and there's a lot of problems with foreigners in the UK. That's how this played out.
As I said, the protests said the inciting incident for the protests was the stabbing on Southport. But the protests pretty immediately became, and then as they spread across the country, became a wider anti-immigration protest, which is why they attacked a mosque on Tuesday, which is why they attacked a corner shop on Tuesday. This is why they've gone after asylum hotels. They've attacked police stations, because this has become part of a wider anti-immigration protest, and they've gone for all of the things which they see as being part of that wider problem.
Yeah. This is
I
what
don't
I was
understand
saying
how
on
if you have
Twitter.
a problem with like Muslim grooming gangs, why is it that a Christian second generation immigrant stabbing somebody would cause people to riot outside of a mosque? Could you connect that for me?
Because it's all
'Cause they're both
connected.
foreigners.
It's all correlated. You have mass immigration occurring, or you have mass Islamization of the UK occurring as a result of
wait,
mass
I'm-
immigration as well. So protesting outside of mosque is linked to a protest against mass immigration, obviously.
And Muslims.
Yes, of course. You didn't have a ton of Muslims in the UK pre-mass immigration.
No.
Okay, wait, but you understand that if you had no Muslims in the UK, this same event would have still happened.
Well, yeah, but then they would have targeted something else that was a symbol of foreignness. It just happens to be that.
No, actually, wait. No.
Pakistanis
You
are
don't
involved.
believe that.
This isn't true. That's not true either. Because if you had no Muslims in the UK, you probably had stricter immigration policy, much
Also
stricter
that as
over
well.
the years, which probably would have resulted in this family not even being there.
Well, aren't these people like literally refugees from like the Rwandan genocide or some bullshit?
Listen,
killing
everyone,
kids, so he doesn't sound like a
everyone
refugee.
claims refugee status right now. They are literally.
Oh,
I
wait,
have
was the
literally.
Rwandan genocide? That wasn't a legitimate thing to claim refugee status from?
I'm
They're
not
just
saying that. I'm
economic
saying that
migrants?
when we talk about whether or not every refugee should be in the country, everyone
We're not
is
talking
claiming
about it. I asked a
refugees.
very specific question. We don't have to broaden it.
I
It was
think
a
I
very
will
specific
also
question.
say, I don't know about these people
I don't know
specifically,
about
but I
the-
do remember that some of the people who are responsible for implementing the Rwandan genocide, I believe, came to Britain after 1994. I may be wrong on that. Somebody can fact check me, but I do believe that happened.
Can somebody
I'm
link
not
real
saying
quick?
that about this family specifically. But
Sure. Can somebody link real quick? When was the first time on Telegram or whatever the name of the real name was published? Can somebody link that in this?
Wait,
this
where
group?
did you
It
where
was
did you get the
published in the
information
Telegraph.
that their family were refugees?
I read it on. I don't know.
I
if it was
can't
That's
find
why I was
it
asking.
anywhere.
Okay. I was under the impression that he came from Rwanda. I haven't done a ton of digging in this story, so
That doesn't
that's
mean
why I'm
he's a
asking for links.
refugee.
No, he's second generation, so he wouldn't be.
Well,
a
doesn't mean
refugee.
his parents were refugees. Were they?
It doesn't.
Well,
necessarily mean
just
it. That's
send
why I
it
asked.
over
Yes.
here if it is, because I can't find it. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I can't find anything on it.
We don't know if he's a Hutu or a Tutsi.
exactly.
We do know one thing, right, folks? We do know
Wait, but
that
then also real
everyone-
quick, wait, just somebody. I don't know if it's Sour or Lauren or somebody. Can somebody link the first time at Telegram? I want to see a post on July 30th at Telegram saying that that the guy is not like a Muslim person.
Sorry,
I was supposed to-
the Telegraph.
or Telegraph.
So the Daily
Oh.
Telegraph.
Another
reported
good
this
point.
On July 30th.
Another good point from the
Okay.
chat is if they were refugees from the Rwandan genocide, they should have gone home 20 years ago.
Hang on.
I mean, don't you
asylum
resettle?
status, at least in the United States, and I'm sure because the United States has adopted a lot of these foreign treaties, which provide for these procedures in many different countries. It's a pathway to citizenship. Asylum status is you get a green card in the United States, and so just because you're But hang on, at least in the United States, and the United States is very.
When we had a bunch of El Salvadorians come because of an earthquake,
I gotta turn up your audio.
later on they had.
Can you turn up your mic, Sean? You're very quiet.
In the United States, asylum is a pathway to a green card. That's a fact.
Not all the time.
It's a fact, my friend. It's a fact. Asylum status can get you an adjustment of status, which will give you a green card and give you a pathway to citizenship. Asylum is for persecution, and that will give you a pathway to citizenship in most cases. Some people are ineligible to apply for citizenship for other reasons, but that just is the case. And so you saying, well, all asylees or all refugees should go back home, that defeats the purpose of a lot of asylum laws, at least in the United States.
Asylum is different from refugee status, but
the definition of refugee is at least in America, is consistent. And actually the asylum processes map on to the processes, or at least the definition of refugee for purpose of their procedures. One thing I want all of us to agree on, though, regardless of your stance on immigration, is the riots should be condemned. Is that fair? Everyone should condemn the violence that's going on right now in the UK. Can I get everyone on the record condemning the violence?
Yeah, you shouldn't be burning stuff. Everybody knows that.
Awesome. Lauren, do you agree?
Yeah, don't burn stuff. But I'm not against protesting. I'm certainly not against the people protesting.
But you're against them using violence and the people who are deploying violence. It's illegitimate, right?
I am against violence, yes, but this is just like a whoosh, do the rounds, do the disavowals. This isn't actually addressing any sort of real issue.
Well, no, I'm glad that you disavowed it, Lauren and AJW. And Callum, you would also disavow this, and Sour Evil Boy, you would also disavow the violence and condemn it.
Well, legally as British people, we can't support it.
I'm just asking, would you condemn it?
That means no.
Will you right now condemn the violence?
Yes my gosh.
Cal?
Yeah, but what's the point in asking? I legally can't say if I did. No.
I'm just asking if you will affirmatively condemn it.
But if I did, what's the point in asking? I would go to jail.
Well, you could just say no.
It's like when I had that chat about the Trump stuff with Destiny, his whole audience were so upset. They're like, oh, by asking these questions of whether he supports the attempted assassination or not, Lauren's trying to get him banned off social media. By pushing Callum on this, you could literally be trying to put him in jail. That's what he's saying.
Only if his answer, he doesn't have to give an answer. He could say, I'm not going to answer that question, or that's a stupid question, or, who are you to ask me that kind of thing. There are a lot of ways that he could say.
Even if he disagreed, he literally couldn't. So he's saying it's a pointless question because even if he
couldn't dodge it.
If you had a person on who supported the riots, you can't just sit and dodge the question because, again, they're looking for people to put in jail right now, and we don't have free speech rights.
Okay. I mean, I think it would be something.
So even if he had a nuanced answer on it, because maybe he has a nuanced answer on it, which is very possible, where it's like, I condemn this or that, but I support this or that, and that could face jail time, and that's insane. Do you condemn that he could face jail time?
I can't answer that question right now.
He's literally saying that.
Well, I heard him say, yes, I condemn it.
We don't. Let's say there's an aspect I like, or I did like the whole thing.
It's horrible and bad, and when minorities or whatever, then it's the voice of the unheard. We all agree with that.
Hang on, no one said that we supported riots. I think you have on this call Stephen, who
I think that's called projection. That's called projection.
And got banned for saying that he was totally against the violence that was going on. I certainly was against the violence. So was Joe Biden, who I support. So I don't know who you're talking about.
I will sort of say there have been a number of people who are on the left, certainly including like The Guardian, and there's been other commentators, Paul Mason, Ian Fitzgerald. I'll have to get these people's names up specifically, but you can see how they reacted in 2011 to the London riots, which was caused because there was a gangland member who was shot by the police. And that started riots all across the country. These people in 2011 at the time were saying, again, riot to the language of the unheard. This is, actually we need to defend the rioters. They started doing films about, how we need to reassess how the rioters look. Yeah, but I'm saying, obviously now we know that you're not saying this, but certainly a number of people on the British left right now who are saying that, we need to send the army in, have had the complete opposite opinion when it comes to, left-wing violence.
I think that's fair. I mean, I'm not going to deny it. In America, there have been a lot of people who I think have had an about face on this, and depending on who the person is perpetrating it, I agree there's hypocrisy, but I don't think we should be victims of that hypocrisy. And I think we should stand up and, like, if there are people causing disorder and riots, like, I think that what Starmer said was, who can have a problem with it? I mean, you guys pointed to, I thought I saw you guys do the comparison shots between the BLM protests and his response to that versus the riots that are going on now. But can't you see like a difference in supporting peaceful protests versus violent riots? And do you think that Starmer actually would equivocate between those two?
I don't understand what the point of this is.
The point of what? Of these questions? It's to make sure that we're all like understanding what's legitimate, what's illegitimate. You know, a few weeks ago we had an assassination attempt on a former president of the United States, and now I'm going to go at Steven. I think he was a little bit weak on it at first, and I think it's just important every time these things happen for us to. Like,
don't rope me in. Don't rope me on your cuckoldry, okay? Absolutely not. Don't rope me on your cuckoldry. Okay?
Well, hang on. So now I am going to go after you because you did say, and actually you doubled down before, I think a week ago, when I asked you, would you still say that it's okay to burn down a police station in response to police or I don't know, police brutality? And you said, yeah, it would be. And so now I'm going to go after you. Do you think it would be?
Hold on. First of all, a couple weeks ago, you asked me if I supported the particular burning down of a particular police station, which I don't ever remember doing.
In Minneapolis,
what I said,
no?
I don't remember supporting a particular one. The line of question that was given from chat, and I think I still feel the same, was that if you indeed do, if it gets to the point where you want to riot and you want to get violent or whatever, I don't think you should ever riot against private property. But if you want to riot against public property, it makes more sense because this would be the target of your ire because you feel like or whatever. You know, it's the government that's fucking you over, or whatever. Pretty sure those were all of my statements. You can look it up and find something that contradicts it. I don't think I've ever like said in particular this police station should be burned down or this thing. Pretty sure all I've ever said is if you are going to riot and destroy stuff, it should at least be public property, not private property. Pretty sure those.
Would you support or would you not support the burning down of police station in BLM?
It would depend on the circumstances. Like random burning down of public property or random burning down, probably not. But like theoretically, let's say there was some police station and there was like a lynching of like 2 black people and the local cops exonerated all their own people and they said, well, nothing happened and like everybody saw the recordings or whatever, people decided to riot or whatever, it escalated to some violent shit, they burned it down. I don't know if I feel as bad about that. Like it makes more sense there, but I mean,
so who are you to talk down to like these people then? I guess if they feel that immigration has this, like I totally disagree with them. I think they're stupid as hell, but they feel like their country's being taken away from them. That's the same kind of sentiment that I'm hearing from them.
Yeah, but my issue is they're always too spineless to just admit what they don't like.
Callum literally
it's
can't.
About immigration, or they try to pretend that it's about Muslims. It's about brown people. Like if they just said that,
What?
I'd have more respect for it. Like brown people are scary.
That you have
I don't
no
like the fact
idea
there are
what
so
our
many of them
issues are.
immigrating
That
to
is
this
not
country.
true.
First of all, the article that you linked me says nothing about this person being Christian whatsoever. So it just says that he was originally from Cardiff and that he moved there with Rwandan parents when he was age 6. So nothing in this article about him being Christian. Okay, number one.
Wait. You
Cardiff, whatever, right? Okay, yeah, but that's my issue. Is that if people would just be honest and people just say, listen, these people are, you know, the mass brown migrants are gonna destroy our fucking culture or whatever, then I'd be like, okay, fine, I get it.
But
they
why,
don't. They hide
Steven,
behind like all this other like cringe shit. Like this guy earlier was just saying like, well, they happen to be protesting near a mosque and some of them might have thrown bricks through the window, but it wasn't about protesting outside the mosque originally. Like, bro, if you're gonna burn down a police station, say it. If you're gonna throw bricks into a mosque, say you're there to protest a mosque. Like, don't like mince words.
Steven, are you, like you just said, if you're scared they're going to change the culture, how would they change the culture? How would they do that? How would all these brown immigrants change the culture?
I can't. I'm not a racist, so I can't compute the question. Are you saying how Muslims could change the culture?
You said
question?
you guys are just afraid of brown people, and then you said it's all about these brown people changing the culture. If it's
like
just
you said
about
earlier, when you're like mass migration and Muslim, they go together, and it's like what?
Right. Yes.
Well, then
how would the
Because
brown
we're not a
people
Muslim
change the
country.
culture? How would the brown people change the culture? Is it because
know how
maybe
brown- I
there
guess
are
how
other
Muslims would change
factors?
the culture?
Is it because maybe there are other factors than just immigrants being brown?
There could be.
And maybe that's people's main issue, which is why people were protesting outside a mosque and not just outside random brown people's houses.
Do you understand that when a Christian does a terror attack and the response is we're going to protest outside of a mosque, and the only thing linking these two things together is that Muslims tend to be brown and the attacker was brown?
Well, do you think
that
that
help your argument, right?
two things that people dislike about mass immigration is when they stab children and also when they change the religious dynamic of the country to something that is
This guy was a Christian churchgoer.
Yeah, well, he stabbed people. That is not in line with British culture values, stabbing children.
Well, technically,
generally.
I mean, knife attacks and stabbing seem to be pretty British to me. But
lately,
I mean, like, what does that have to do with protesting outside of a mosque?
Because these
They're
are
both foreign. It's not that they're brown; it's that they're foreign. They're not English.
Also,
Are you like part of the Church of England, or what was the British thing when they broke up with the Catholic Church?
Again,
What was that?
source on the guy being a Christian churchgoer.
So I'll pick you up on something first, Destiny, and I don't think maybe this is not your fault, but you said it doesn't say in that article that he's Christian. No one said that it was released that he was Christian. It was released that he was the son of Rwandans. Rwanda is like 99% Christian. That's where that comes from. It's not that in the article they said it was Christians. It is Rwandan. Simple mathematics says that he's Christian.
Do you think that when it was released that he was Rwandan, you don't think there's like a heavy association going on with, like, if it's 99% Christian, why was the protest outside of a mosque?
Because they're both foreign. Now, the United Kingdom,
exactly.
The United Kingdom doesn't work like the United States, where you guys talk about race so much. We talk about ethnicity, and if you're not English, you're not from England, you're foreign. Part of the massive vote for Brexit, for example, in 2016, was about white migration coming here, Europeans, largely being Eastern Europeans. Again, it's in that instance, and while part of the wider discussion about immigration, we're not massively concerned about race when you talk to people. It's about foreigners. Now, being brown...
Wait, I thought you said it was about ethnicity, or... So...
Sorry, you asked a question.
Okay, wait, so it's about ethnicity, and it's about being English. What does English mean? What is the English ethnicity to you? What do we, just to make sure we're on the same...
So the English are an ethnic group. They live in England mostly. The diaspora is a little bit around the world, like all other ethnic groups.
Is this like Anglo-Saxon, or what is a...
What, in the same way you find...
Sorry, are you denying that English exists as an ethnic group? Because...
I don't know how, I'm going to be totally honest. People use nation, race, and ethnicity in like tons of different ways. I've never heard of the English ethnicity before. I think I've heard of Anglo-Saxon before, but I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to poke fun of or make fun. I'm just not sure when you say English ethnicity. I'm not sure what that ethnic group or what you're referring to. I'm just curious if there's like a more particular.
Scots are up north. It's not hard. The Irish have their own island. The Welsh are from Wales. This isn't difficult.
You've got the English, Welsh, Scots, and the Irish on this archipelago.
So do you guys think that England should be
primarily ethnic groups?
Okay. So when you talk about English, Welsh, Irish, or Scottish, do you consider that another ethnic group in the UK?
Sorry, I mean, they're all slightly different.
Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I don't know. We use ethnicity and race. Even between Canada and America, I think we use ethnicity and race different. Okay. So are you telling me that when you guys are trying to get the reduction of immigrants coming to the country, do you feel just as strongly about white immigrants, brown immigrants, Catholic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants?
So I put in the definition of an ethnic group in the chat if you can.
I mean, like as Callum was saying, the Brexit vote in 2016 was driven primarily by, concerns of immigration from the rest of Europe. A lot of people are saying, Poles, Romanians, who were most of the people coming over to the UK for work, and obviously it was people's concerned about jobs and wages, and so people were concerned about people coming from Europe who looked just as white, quote unquote, as you or I. So that's why so the UK immigration stuff, it hasn't been racially, quote unquote, based for a while.
That's a simplification. I mean, they were also concerned about quote unquote sovereignty and the power of Brits to control themselves. And so,
I'll tell you, wait, one final question. Have there ever been like riots or anything outside of like Catholic churches?
Yeah, there were fights with Polish immigrants, if I remember correctly, because there were Polish gangs. I think it was in Boston. But
that's right.
Can you make me a story about like a vandalization or something of like a Catholic church that's happened in the last few years? I'm just curious. I'd like to see it.
You have to go and find it because it was that's about 10 years ago we're talking now. But the discussion isn't about is it white or black is our point. And it's obvious that if you're a different skin tone, it gives away more likely that you're a foreigner or descendant of foreigners. That's just how things work. But the idea that it's not about all foreigners is not untrue. The problem specifically with certain communities like Muslims is that their crimes are a lot worse than Poles. So as a friend mentioned here, the concern with Eastern European migration was wages, jobs, housing, things like this. But when it comes to people from Pakistan, it's about the fucked up views they have about age of consent, for example. The crimes are much worse in that particular community, and therefore that's what's caused these tensions.
Do you think they should be deported?
Yeah, we have a Pakistani rapist who's been here for 9 years after.
Do you believe that they should en masse be deported?
Yeah.
Okay. You believe so en masse? You believe Pakistani UK citizens should be thrown out of the country? Is that right?
I was talking about rapists.
No, but just in general, non-rapists.
Well, my position is that if they don't have citizenship, we should let their visas expire and not issue renewals of visas or new visas because we have too many immigrants.
Should UK citizens who have Pakistani heritage, should they be removed from the country?
If they have UK citizenship, you can't legally do it.
I'm not asking if you can legally do it. I'm asking, should they be? Should they make it legal to do so? Parliament can make it legal to do so.
I suppose they could make it legal to do so. They
So
shouldn't.
should they? Yes or no?
I just said they shouldn't.
Why not?
Because it would cause chaos and we don't need it.
But don't you agree that they're destroying the character of the UK? They're not English.
So the problem we have in the UK is the large numbers of people who are coming in. As Lawrence pointed out, Luton, for example, the reason it's changed so much is not because you have 10 guys who turn up who are foreign, it's because you have thousands.
Sure,
So
this would reduce a lot of the numbers, right? If you, let's say 80% of them, you get 80% out. Wouldn't you agree with that?
the problem we have is people who have come since 1997. It's a very short period of time. It's about 10 million people. And if you just not allow them to renew their visas or issue new visas for new people coming in, those numbers will get back to levels in 1997. We didn't have these problems in 1997, so we will return to that time in regards to race relations.
I'm sorry, is this Pisco talking right now, or the person?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
who's got the loading screen on?
That's Loner Box.
Okay, well, tell him to. Okay, can you shut off your video if it's just going to be that little loading thing? Just so it's-
I thought I turned it off.
Yeah,
Fuck
it's...
you. Hang on.
Click the turn off button, dumbass.
Wait, give me a minute.
This is the Scottish ethnicity showing through.
Calum, it seems like the issue that you're identifying with the proposal that I just put forward was logistics. Like it would cause too much trouble to deport millions of UK citizens. But in principle, you wouldn't have an issue with it if it were painless.
What, to engage in forced migrations?
To deport UK citizens who have Pakistani heritage.
Well, we just don't need to do it.
I mean, whether you need to or not, you're saying that the numbers are a big problem. It's a numbers game, and so who cares if they're visa holders or UK citizens? Yeah, well, maybe one's easier, one's not as easy, but why not just get them all out?
Well, you can make a good case if they've committed crimes. So, for example, the guy I mentioned, he raped women. I believe it was in Rotherham, served his sentence, but has Pakistani and British citizenship. And so we've been trying to get rid of him. And 9 years after his sentence has already been served, he's still not been deported. I mean, this is the level of problem we're dealing with.
To be clear, so you would agree then therefore that UK citizens who have English heritage, ethnicity, let's say, should not be deported somewhere else, right? But UK citizens who have Pakistani heritage, maybe they should be deported, who do crimes.
I mean, if UK citizens commit crimes, we should lock them up.
No, but should we deport? And but we wouldn't banish them. Yeah, you'd agree with that, right? If you're a UK citizen,
that's how Australia was made.
Whether that's how Australia was made or not, you would agree, wouldn't you, that we shouldn't deport UK citizens who have English heritage just because they commit crimes? That's fair, right?
But hang on, I mean, deport them to where? The entire point of what Callum mentioned, that
Wait.
somebody who has dual citizenship can be deported.
Wait,
to the
I
other
was
country in which they
deported.
hold citizenship.
My grandmother is English, and I was deported. Just for questioning mass migration. So clearly, this is a very possible thing to do.
But you don't have
why not?
citizenship, right?
Wrong. Like, if you don't have a good reason to engage in forced
Wait.
migration,
Also, hold on. Wait, Lauren, you don't have British citizenship.
Well, I am British ethnicity.
Stop. The English was the ethnicity, not the British. Okay, don't mix your words up. Don't accidentally, show your ass. Okay, no, the English was the ethnicity. You didn't have British citizenship. So you can't be. I don't know if that even counts as deportation.
Anyways, the point is,
she just wanted to tell her story about having her free speech suppressed.
The point is, it's very easy to prevent people from coming into the country for a lot less than stabbing little children and running around calling for Sharia law. They could do it. Very possible. They choose not to.
Why didn't the Conservatives do it?
Great question. They suck. They're not actually conservatives. That's why they got voted out en masse, because everyone wanted an actual conservative party, and they didn't get it. And now Nigel Farage is going to be the opposition because he's the only one that's actually representing.
But it sounds like the people
half the
don't
population.
support him. And this is one of my big problems with these riots, is because the people don't support the policies that you're asking for. You point to Brexit, and yeah, you got Brexit, but Brexit, there were a lot of people who were voting for Brexit for a lot of different reasons, not the least of which were, I think, some lies, and now we see sort of the consequences of it. But there's no humongous support for reform or for Nigel Farage's policies at the moment. He got what?
Hang on.
In the recent election.
Most people in most Western countries want to limit immigration. Like this is popular across the board.
Vast majority of the UK has always had a majority in favor of limiting immigration. Nobody has ever voted for mass migration, even though every party since Blair has done it since 1997. Nobody has ever voted in favor of opening the doors to the rest of the world.
Of mass
every single time a party's won an election since 1997, they have won it on a pledge to reduce migration, or at least, crack down on border security. So the people have overwhelmingly voted for literally my entire lifetime, to shut down migration. And I know you said Brexit was built on some lies. Again, the primary factor driving Brexit was concerns over immigration. That was the number one thing why people voted Brexit, which is why you saw in various polls, as Boris got in power in 2019, immigration drop as kind of salience, because they thought, oh, Brexit is now fixing it. But now immigration now popped up on people's issues again, because Boris, ironically, with the Conservatives over the past 5 years, has let in even more migrants than Blair did, almost during his entire period. People have been talking about the Boris wave and the amount of new migrants who've come in literally just over the past 4 or 5 years.
You paint it as an all or nothing, but it's not like that. People want immigration to some extent, but not other extents. Just like people want taxes to some extent, but not the full extent. And so you painting it as, well, people are in favor of limiting immigration. Yeah, that's true. Here in the America, we have a Democrat and Republican Party who are both running on limiting immigration more. That's true. But no one is proposing things like what Callum is proposing, where we're just like getting rid of all of our visa programs. The most that we've done is like close down the customs union, right? But no one is talking about the kind of policies I think that you guys are proposing.
So the Conservative
just so you know as well, like the Labour Party did not run on tens of thousands net migration or capping or anything like that, and they got the biggest landslide since the 1800s, right? They got the biggest majority since the 1800s. We don't typically have referenda on every key policy. That's why you can have a situation where most people support nationalising the railways, but we don't vote in a government that does it. Same with immigration. You can look at our attitudes. Like I think you said, a majority of people want to limit immigration to some degree. I mean, that's true, but that attitude's also been dropping since the 1960s in the UK overall. And compared to the rest, depending on how you ask the question, it goes down even lower. So yeah, that's the Reform. They ran on a very loud, very clear anti-immigrant first campaign. They won 5 seats, 4 of which are 94% white, which is way above the national average, which is interesting.
But Reform then came in second in vote share. Came third in vote share. Gained more votes than UKIP ever did. Came second in around 100 or so constituencies. And of course, more people would be voting Reform if they voted in a political system such as PR, where they thought, because a lot of people would not be voting Reform because they didn't have a chance. And if you're going to say that Labour, won this, massive majority, actually not to do with immigration, turnout was way down to around 52%, which is the lowest turnout we've seen since around 2001, 2005. Labour did not win the election. The Conservatives lost the election. The Conservative support in so many constituencies, like the Labour vote barely moved at all. It's just the Conservative vote absolutely plummeted because everybody who supported the Conservatives, who supported them reducing immigration, for, again, when they've been in power for, the past 15 years, when they didn't do it, their voters decide, well, F it, I'm not going to turn out and support the Conservatives because they're not implementing the policies that we want them to do. That's why Labour won, because their support remained pretty much the same. The Conservatives
I'm sorry, the fact is that everyone in the UK knows that that's the electoral system that we signed up to when we had the election. Every party ran their strategies and their campaigns based on winning seats, not winning popular vote. The Reform vote share, by the way, was I think they won maybe 200,000 votes more than UKIP did in 2016. It wasn't even that much of a surge. But again, turnout was low. There was a party there with a very loud voice, Nigel Farage, who gets disproportionate representation on question time and everything else, saying, I'm going to stop immigration like the Conservatives didn't. And yeah, like you said, turnout was low. So this is the electoral system that we have. If you want to change the entire system, you can advocate for that and get PR.
My point was, you can't use Reform being up 14-15% of the vote share to say that, only this percentage of people support Reform's policies. I'm saying more people would have supported Reform if we were in a PR system. That's my point. So you just can't say that because they only got X number of votes, that means it's only that percentage of the population who actually supports them, rather than it would
be. We had a referendum on changing the vote system, and we voted against it. We had that 10 years ago. I mean, we can have another one if you want, but
yes, please.
Do you think our democratic system is illegitimate now, or was that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the alternative vote one wasn't even PR. The alternative vote system would have helped the Lib Dems more as the third party. So that was just a purely selfish system.
We should probably explain how broken the British system is for the Americans. So you guys get to vote for both of your chambers. You get to vote for the head of state and some local stuff as well. So we in the UK, we don't get to vote for our equivalent of the Senate. They're just appointed. We don't get to vote for our president. They just become the biggest party's leader in the election for the representatives. So we have very little in terms of democracy. We love the referendum. I'll be honest. That's probably the best time I've ever had in terms of being proud of we had a democratic system. Since then, they tried to overthrow that referendum, which caused a lot of problems and why Boris ended up winning. So democracy in the UK is kind of a sham. I mean, it's a good example
Hold
of
on,
what
you have a
can
different.
follow
Just
up there.
because you have a different system doesn't mean it's not a democracy, right?
It is a form of democracy, but it's super rigged. I mean, one of the funny things about people rebelling against that is in the United States, for example, you guys are stuck with a two-party system. And that's somewhat tolerable because it's first past the post and you're in the two-party. We used to be there, and it sort of made sense. Again, you know full well of the problems that brings. But in our current age, the public no longer vote as if it's a first past the post system. They say screw it and vote as if we live in a proportional representation, multi-party democracy, because they just want change. And by results, even though Keir Starmer got the most seats, he got 33% of the vote, which is bugger all, especially in British politics.
Wait, but I mean, like, I don't
that's why that
understand. When you
election's-
say he got 33% of the vote, was this because of how you guys do like districting or whatever? Or because in the United States, this exact same thing happens too. Like our president that you said that we get to directly elect, we don't really directly elect them. Our states do. That's why Republicans win elections, even though they lose the popular vote over and over and over and over and over again.
Yes, you have
So, I
your
mean-
problems, but we don't even get that access at all, is my point. Can I say something on the build-up to this? Because this was very important, and our friend was bringing that up, which is that in 1997, so once upon a time, I decided to sit and look at every election manifesto of the winner of the election, going back over 20 years. So in 1997, the discussion on immigration used to be, we didn't have a problem with immigration, so they would just talk about what they called asylum shopping. So this was someone who would get to Greece and then claim asylum in the UK. We're familiar with this now, but back then it was kind of a quirk. Only a few tens of thousands of people did it. Then up to the 2010s, it becomes more of an issue. On 2010, the David Cameron government wins on the pledge to basically put in a hard cap of under 100,000. He said they will reduce migration to tens of thousands. That's where our friend Lonerbox got that saying from. And ever since, if you look at every Conservative Party manifesto where they won the election, they say the same thing. Right up until Boris Johnson, where they kind of gave up and just said we will control it. And then they massively expanded it. So yes, the public have voted for this policy, and it has been ignored.
Just quickly jumping in on that as well. Even Labour voters, as a majority, support lowering immigration.
Can you link a poll on that? Just curious. I just want to see that. Because everything I see for like immigration in Britain seems to have it like 50-50. It's what it feels like in terms of whether there are too many immigrants here or not. So it's kind of weird if even Labour supports it. Who are all these
I
people
will just
that-
say, and Labour
Depending
in the
on
last
how you ask
election,
the question,
they specifically Labour specifically said to promise to cut net migration to the UK did not set an overall target. So Labour specifically as well said that they would, and I'll find a polling on that as well.
Quick
But
fact
either way,
check. So,
go and check the manifestos.
quick question: when did you say the name was released of the boy who did the stabbing?
Tuesday. Name released was Thursday, Friday. But
What
we
day
knew
of the
that he
month?
was a Rwandan.
Was it August 1st?
Sometime around that. Now, so what?
Wait,
Common thinking in the chat.
Was it August? Do you know it to be August 1st, or do you not know it to be August 1st?
In terms of when the name was released, I know it was like Friday, Saturday, sometime around that, or Thursday. It was towards the end of the week. If the point is you're saying it was after the first riot, then
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but we already knew his name. It was he was identified as the son of two Rwandan immigrants on Tuesday morning, which was July.
I'm asking when.
Can I just ask the question? Can I just ask? You can cut through all of this really
Sorry,
easily. I just want to ask.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah?
After you ask this, I just want to give Sean a chance to respond because his audio is a little low and he hasn't been able to get in. But yes, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just wanted to ask, do we all agree that the people who did those riots were more likely to be getting their information from accounts like Tommy Robinson's or X accounts than they were from the BBC, Telegraph, etc.? Why is everyone so quiet? Do we agree or not?
Okay,
There's almost obviously, certainly, yes.
Again,
every other
Twitter on
protest.
Tuesday morning, Twitter on Tuesday morning already, and Tommy Robinson, etc., were already saying that, again, as Callum says here, the youth who cannot be named for legal reasons and is originally from Cardiff moved to the Southport area with his Rwandan parents when he was age 6. On that side of Twitter/Telegram, by Tuesday morning, this was already spreading and people were well aware of this.
Wait,
Certainly
sorry,
by-
pal.
certainly
Sorry,
by
wait.
mid-afternoon.
Tommy Robinson first, when he mentioned that they spoke about Rwandan parents, Tommy Robinson just said it was gaslighting and didn't elaborate. That's what his tweet said. Did we all watch
The
video that Tommy
gaslighting,
Robinson-
the
Wait, wait,
gaslighting
did we
people were
watch the-
talking about. I don't care about the Tommy Robinson video. The gaslighting people were talking about is when the mainstream media came out and said he was Welsh. This is
Or
a
UK born.
UK born, yes.
That they described.
And then the
Well, he is
gaslighting
UK
we have
born.
actively
He's
heard in this
Welsh-born and
call
from Rwanda.
has been you guys saying, well, he's the son of refugees and he's a Christian. Do you have any confirmation on that? For all of the getting upset about what was specifically said by people who was no one in this call, what about you guys and all the BS you're talking about? I mean, both Steven and Pisco have been like, Christian,
Wait, hang on.
refugee
Wait, hold on.
parents.
Yeah, this is about what was going on in the media sphere about the rights and everything. I haven't covered this. I
That
haven't
was
given a fuck
going
about
on in
any
the
of
media
this
sphere.
shit,
He
okay?
was Welsh. He was UK born. Trying to
Both
portray it
of
as
those
if it's a white
statements are
guy.
true.
Yeah, but if you leave out the other details, you're sure trying to spin a narrative.
Wait, were there
Come
people
on now.
reporting this who were leaving out the other details, or people who were remarking how funny it was to be throwing bricks at a mosque because a Welsh-born Christian went and stabbed people?
Why he's a Christian?
His
Hang on,
father was
Christian,
reported
source,
as
source,
Christian.
is
Source?
Christian, please. Source.
Okay, hold on
Yeah,
one second.
so what you're saying now on the Christian point shows the whole game, right? You're saying it's not even confirmed now if he's Christian. Is that right?
Yes. No.
Yeah, is that
The
correct?
thing actually said-
Okay.
Yes.
I thought I already
Wait,
linked
wait,
something in
wait.
this Discord.
So
When
you
people
just said
talked-
you
let me
just
clarify
said yes or
something.
no. You just said yes or no that even now we don't know that he's Christian. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
When,
so
when the sort of
given
Christian
that-
Muslim stuff was being talked
Given
about,
that,
I'll just clarify.
hey, hang on a second. Given that, the fact that it was released that he was Rwandan on Tuesday, that's what you say, by the way. We have no evidence that reached mass information or that it was reported by credible sources or anything like
Gotta
that.
be fucking
But,
live here,
but
okay.
the fact that you're saying now that it's not confirmed that he's Christian, you would agree, therefore, that the first riot occurred before that information was released and when it was under the impression that he was Muslim. You would agree with that?
No.
No,
It was
no?
on Tuesday. It was on Tuesday. The Telegraph reported. We've linked you this in the chat. We've talked about it. On Tuesday, the Telegraph reported that he was the son of 2 Rwandan immigrants.
But you said that doesn't confirm for you, even for you, that he's Christian. Is that fair?
What is
But
that?
there's nothing to do whether he's Christian or not.
We've established
Wait,
this
wait,
already.
People weren't rioting over him being Christian. They were rioting over him being foreign. And they said
But
that's
he's not
why
foreign.
they
He's born in the
lost.
UK. You keep saying
Can we
foreign,
just-
but he was born in the UK.
Just so you guys know what
But the point is,
so as
he
far as him
would
being
never
Christian,
have been here if immigration didn't happen. That's
You don't
what
even know how his
people were
family
mad
got
about.
here, though. You don't know what they immigrated under. What if they immigrated under a perfectly legal thing? What if it was like an asylum
doesn't-
refugee situation?
That's
You
the
have no
point.
idea.
People don't want immigration, and that's
Wait,
why.
is
They're
asylum
saying.
Wait,
Then at
wait,
least specify that.
Would never have
Wait,
stabbed the kids.
then at least specify that. Don't say you're opposed to mass immigration. Just say you're opposed to immigration, period.
Asylum.
You don't want any immigrants. No immigrants at all. Refugee asylum, nothing. No immigrants at all.
yeah, because you're appealing to popular opinion. Popular opinion when it comes to limiting immigration. People might say they want immigration reduced. People don't say stop them all coming. As far as we know about Christianity, I think there was one or 2 tabloids. I think like TRT said that the people in the local community said that the parents were regular churchgoers and they were Christian. That's what they said. As far as we know, these parents, like, they were from a quiet community. They hadn't really done anything. I don't think they were refugees. They came in 2002, which probably just means they were regular migrants. But I don't know, what's the claim here? Like, you understand that any demographic ever is going to have some people who commit crimes.
Okay, the amount of crime being committed by specific demographics, it's a little uneven. But before we continue, I do, Steven, you're really good at troubleshooting.
You're gonna
Do you think
elaborate
you
on that,
could?
Lauren?
Yeah, I will. But could anyone? I really want to get Sean's mic audio up. Does anyone know what he needs to do? I am way too much of a boomer.
Turn his gain up, maybe?
Yeah, well, the problem is he's using the streamer mic, which is the SM7B. Do you have a cloud lifter attached to it?
Yeah.
Okay, you do. Is the gain on the on your mixer or your interface turned up?
Let me find that. Hold on. Probably that's it.
Everyone,
Wait,
stop
what
getting
is that?
mad at
Is
each other.
Wait, what are you plugged
We're
into?
trying turning it on and off again, sir.
No, my mixer is somewhere. I
Please.
just gotta find it, but it's definitely there. Hold on, let me find it. I'll turn that up. I didn't think of that.
said while this is all being debated, there's people talking about Christianity and that what well, when was the last time
Jack, we're troubleshooting.
Reasons
Sorry,
blew up an arena.
When was the last time a what?
A Christian
Let's
blew
talk
up
about the
an
Manchester
arena.
bombings.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no idea.
They don't.
Okay.
Hint, spoiler,
So
they haven't.
Louder or lower?
Yeah.
No, but
Exactly.
Lauren, a little bit before I jumped on, you said that it looks like what Stephen made a joke about stabbing being a British thing. You said it looks like it is now. What were you referring to there?
Am I getting lower or
That
higher?
stabbings and
how it looks
acid
like it's a stabbing
attacks
country now.
have
Yeah.
gone up as a result of mass migration.
I just think
yes.
it's funny that you mentioned. It's funny that you mentioned that because, like, as far as stabbings being a problem in the UK, the worst time we had stabbing, and when we were the fucking knife murder capital of Europe, was in like the mid 2000s in fucking Glasgow, like a majority white pasty fuck population. That's when we had back when people like in that community had like a life expectancy that for men it was like 54 or something, like lower than the Gaza Strip. That was actually when we had it worst with knife crime.
I mean, you can send me that data. I'd be happy to look at it, but
And I mean, there was a time known as the Troubles where there were bombs going off and terrorism happening, and so let's not pretend that this is. I agree. There's a problem with terrorism in the Islamic world, but like, what are we talking about here? Are we literally talking about shutting down all immigration? Are you in favor of laws that stop all immigration, including asylum? Yes or no? And that's to Callum and I'm sorry, I keep forgetting your name. Sour Evil Boy and Jack.
Sorry,
you're in favor of stopping all
More
immigration.
important right now for you to tell me if I'm getting higher or lower.
A little bit.
You're getting a little higher.
We can hear you now.
Higher.
A little higher.
Up. Turning this wheel. Is it too loud now?
No.
No, wait. What
It's
are you
still
turning
too
the wheel on?
quiet.
What are you plugged into?
A doohickey.
The doohickey.
I need the name of it. What are you plugged into? Is it red? What color is it? Show me it. Pick it up.
Blue. I have a doohickey. I left my red one somewhere.
Is that an H1 whatever? H4? What is that?
You're using an XLR to USB with an inline fucking converter. Where's your cloud lifter? Show me.
It's
Is
a
it-
regular cloud lifter. It doesn't have dongles on it.
It looks like, oh no, I can't. This
That's
thing.
the blue cloud lifter.
Not that I'm using it right now. But...
Am I retarded? Do cloud lifters need phantom power to work?
What's phantom power?
None of us non-streamers know what the fuck any of you are
Loner
talking
box, you
about.
should know this. You fucking.
No, they don't need phantom power. I don't think. No,
Guitar
because it would be
loser
for.
fuck.
It's a dynamic
is
mic,
just
so it
going
wouldn't
all
need
the way-
Power
all the way
anyway.
phantom power.
I have a cloud lifter. It lifts. Wait, why can't I be heard? I don't understand.
You're a
this.
little better. I don't know how, but you are a little better. Maybe
Because somewhere between your cloud lifter, there's a
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
so
hold
like
on.
the
Fuck you
USB.
guys. Cloud lifters do need power to work. It needs power. It adds gain. How would it work otherwise? It's just an XLR cable.
Power, yeah.
Am I louder than everyone? Oops.
You don't. Does the inline thing that you have built, does it have a plus 48V switch on it somewhere?
No, I don't have that. Whatever.
Okay. Your shit is
It gives
fucked.
phantom power.
Yeah, power and phantom power are not the.
What else would you be talking? Excuse me. If you're talking about power for a mic, first of all, I said phantom power, but secondly, what else would you be talking about? It's an XLR cable. They don't carry power to it. Of course, you're talking about phantom power. Otherwise, right?
Wait, hang on. Wait. Cloud lifters. You're talking about the mic. Oh, okay. The cloud lift. I don't know.
Cloud lifters. They're like they're little. They're clean. They're like
mics don't, but.
Is it a preamp? I think. Yeah. Listen,
What's your
shit is
favorite
fucked.
amplifier, guys?
AC30, obviously.
I don't know. Maybe
I never got out of the stage.
Yeah, you can turn up.
Also,
your own audio
wait.
in
As just a
Discord.
quick
Your
real
output.
fact check by an American patriot who is white. When we talk about do Christians bomb shit, wasn't there like a whole thing with Ireland for a little bit where they were kind of blowing shit up all
They're
the time?
friends now, believe it or not.
Oh well, so things can change. Oh, amazing! All right.
As
The murder capitals of Europe now.
Yeah,
are
when
like
someone who
fucking
bombs
Estonia,
stuff
Latvia,
more than you
Lithuania
do
as well, by
comes
the way,
in,
yeah.
it changes.
Hang on. Like, couple things pull up there. Firstly, like Northern Ireland just looks, from the outside, you can say, oh, it's a Catholic versus Protestant thing. It's not. It's an Irish versus British thing. It's an ethnic conflict that happens to, match onto religious lines. They weren't killing each other because they believed in, sola scriptura. No, they were killing each other because both of them believed that they had in their communities the right to live in Northern Ireland. So it's not a religious conflict. It's an ethnic conflict. It just happens to be across, sectarian divides in that way.
You don't think it's
And
religious at
secondly,
all?
You don't think like Ian Paisley was like a
secondly,
fucking
just picking up on the
reverend.
knife crime. The only reason why other people have like there's fewer knife murders here is because the hospitals are getting far better treating stab wounds, so people don't actually die.
I do want to bring up a graph here, and I can link it in the chat, but if we could get our progressive friends in the chat to tell me violent crime conviction rate in Denmark by country of origin, where do you think the top, like, 10 to 20 countries are all around? Where do you think Japan is versus Somalia?
For what?
I have no idea. Are you comparing
Violent
the
crime
rate
conviction rate. No. These are immigrants to
immigrants
Denmark.
from Japan.
Immigrants
Yeah,
from, say, Europe, Norway. Very similar to Denmark.
Is it normalizing?
I'll send this to you. You can look at it. This is
As
from
you said,
Statistics
normalized, the answer
Denmark.
is already absolutely no.
we're talking about the UK.
Well, then I'm going to just discard that.
No, I'm just, the point
This
is
is our
that
mass immigration
everybody
data. We don't
knows
believe
it.
in.
Everybody knows
normalization
it. There are
there.
certain countries, certain immigrants who commit more crime than others. And denying this is just delusional.
Yeah, but no
Okay,
one's
Lauren,
denying that, Lauren. I was just asking you to elaborate on it in the UK. Which ethnic groups in the UK are doing the most crime?
It's
Because
probably
these
very
riots seem to
similar.
suggest they're going for Muslims, right? So,
Okay.
I'd also
You
then
don't
look-
think
pulling up
Islamic
examples
immigrants are
chart
more
in terms
likely to
of-
commit crime than,
No,
I'm
this
asking
is
you,
why. Hold on.
I'm asking you to elaborate. I know the answer.
Your arguments would carry more legitimacy if you actually had more targeted. I haven't looked at immigration in Europe in a long time, but my understanding was that your group of immigrants that were the most likely to commit crime were generally people that were immigrating from northern Africa. But when you just say Muslims, like the people that came from Syria in the refugee crisis were not the same as people that come from like Morocco and Tunisia, like North Africa.
Syria's pretty high. Syria's pretty high on the crime rates as well.
When you
I
say,
can just throw you something on the arrest rates if you want. Like we can look at. So I think in the UK, the highest crime rates are from people from the Caribbean, from Windrush, like those generations. I thought that was where all the big disproportionate crime waves are coming from. The massively high arrest and conviction rates. For Pakistanis, it's a little bit higher than white, not much. I think it's 11.3 versus 9.4. Arabs in the UK have a lower arrest rate than white people. It's like less than half. So yeah, it's a little bit. That's why I'm asking you. I feel like you don't know though. That's why.
I mean, if you want to send me that data showing that Arabs commit less crime than white Brits, I'd be happy to look at that. I don't know.
Hold on, Arabs are Muslims. What are we talking about? What the fuck?
What do you mean Arabs
So
are
I have to-
Muslims?
Here's the
what?
Lonerbox said Arabs and
Of
Lauren
UK.
said Arabs.
Yeah,
But
he said Arabs.
Lonerbox is going through and is making the good point, I think, that there are different groups of immigrants who are Muslim. I mean, Pakistan is different than they're not Arab, right? And Arabs are different, maybe from one locality versus another. And people from Rwanda are not even Muslim. So, like, it seems like there's the one factor that cuts through everything is they're all brown. That seems like
stand true.
What's going on here?
Well, you know what? You're probably right. If a Norwegian person that was born in Norway and their family came from Norway that was Muslim came over to the UK, they would probably commit less crime.
Wait, Norway is not the country that had the one dude that walked to the
Unless it's
island with a
Breivik,
bow and
yeah.
arrow and fucking killed
one
20
dude.
people or some shit.
That's aside from the
one
point.
dude. Wait. So I have a question, Lauren. Would you
That's
be
one dude. That's like half the population of Norway, to be fair.
I just want to ask Lauren, unironically, would you be in favor, if it's true, if what you're saying is true, and that Muslim immigrants commit much more crime, why wouldn't you be in favor of a Muslim ban into UK?
I'm in favor of reasonable levels of immigration that are sustainable and have actual assimilation connected to them. It doesn't mean a total ban on Muslims.
Problem. Yeah, but it seems like Muslims are the big problem.
When you have enough people come into a town like Luton that I can't put up a pride poster without people spitting on me and the police having to arrest me because it's going to cause a riot. Yeah, you have too many Muslims in one area that aren't assimilating.
So let's why don't we follow Donald Trump's lead and let's ban Muslim immigration until we?
I mean,
figure
that's
out
what you're
the hell's going
saying.
on?
That's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking whether you're.
I mean, I would just put
it's
it wouldn't just be Muslims. It would be you need to stop immigration
have to
until
start
you
somewhere.
have proper housing numbers for people, until you've
Why don't we
taken care of
start
your
somewhere?
homeless, until you have cultural cohesion again. Why would we start with just Muslims? That's you saying that.
Because
That's
they
not
seem to be
me.
the biggest problem, right?
I mean, there's a model.
There is a
just said
problem.
the biggest
There is a
problem.
problem there with extremism for sure.
So why don't we start there? Why don't we start there?
I mean, if you want to, sure.
No. Would you agree with the policy, Lauren?
I just told you the policy I agree with. You're not listening. I said that I
No,
think
but like
we
if
need
someone said-
significantly less immigration to the West. I don't
Okay,
think we
but
need to
here's the
ban everyone.
question.
I don't think it needs to be specific to
I
religion.
understand, Lauren. You're president. I know it's prime minister, but I'm just joking. You're president of Canada, or let's make it UK. You're the prime minister of UK. A bill comes across your desk, and let's say that you have to sign it. I know it's different in the UK. I know it's different. Would you sign it if it said ban all Muslim immigration into UK? Would you sign it? Yes or no?
I would propose a different bill that was just based on mass
would
immigration.
you
Because,
veto
like
it?
you said, look at this Rwandan. Probably not Muslim.
But-
We don't
so
know,
is
but
the
probably
answer
not
is the
Muslim,
answer
caused
you
some
wouldn't-
problems.
Is the answer you wouldn't sign that bill if it was before you?
If that was the only bill I had available to stop the hordes of people coming in, yeah, I'd probably sign it, but I would prefer something else that wasn't specific to just Muslims. Like, you're giving me the most strange niche question ever and forcing me to answer yes to it. Like, what is the other option? You just let everybody in?
You could say
Like,
no. This
what?
bill is. You say no. I
literally, my first answer was no. I would prefer a bill that addressed wider immigration issues and still had flexibility for people who were non-radical Muslims to come in, not in mass where they're taking over whole neighborhoods.
But you could just easily say no. I don't agree with immigration restrictions based on religion. I don't agree with that. You could have said that.
Sure.
And been like, I'm not.
That's literally what I said, and you're not listening.
No, but you said that if push came to shove, and that were the only
I
immigration
said,
bill on your
if
desk, you'd
push
sign it.
came to shove, and that was my only option to stop the mass immigration, which is causing issues across the board that have nothing in some cases to do with religion, just violent crime, everything. Yeah, I would rather sign that and perhaps prevent some grooming gangs and stuff, but that would not be my preferred method of approach. No, that would not be it.
But it would be an infringement, wouldn't everyone say, on the right to practice your religion? If we're making restrictions based on religion, where does it end? I mean, really?
Well, no one here is saying that. You're making an extreme hypothetical to try to push me into a box to say, look, you want to restrict. I don't want that. I've told you, I don't want that.
In this country, and at least in America, it's not an extreme hypothetical because a leading candidate for president proposed it. And so it's something that we have to deal with because there are people in my country, a lot of people, who agree with an outright Muslim ban as a policy. And so to me, it's anything but hypothetical. We had years of litigation over
That's not happening, and it didn't happen.
Okay, now you can say the ending up, bill wasn't a Muslim ban, but it's an issue in my country. It's not what I'm proposing to you. What I'm telling you isn't something that's just a hypothetical. And in fact, people from the English Defense League, whatever this league is, right? I'm sure that they would all say yes, happily would sign it. Of course, they would. That would be the point, right? I mean,
sorry, just going to say the English Defence League, which hasn't existed for 10 years, by the way.
Whatever these people are.
Whatever these people are. There we go.
Group of people that move between towns and get marching orders from Tommy Robinson.
Just talk all this shit about the states where they don't even know what they're talking about.
Well, Jack, would you answer the question? Would you agree? Would you sign happily a ban on Muslim immigration to UK? Yes or no?
Well, I want a ban on all immigration to the UK. Right
but
now.
if it were to start with Muslims, would you start there and would you sign a Muslim ban?
No, I wouldn't sign a Muslim ban specifically.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad to hear that you're not in favor of Muslim ban. Callum, would you?
It doesn't go far enough, so no.
Okay. So that's a start.
I just want to stop all immigration.
Even asylums, right? All forms of immigration, all visas too.
Ukrainians, because they made up. That's the reason the net migration spike. Yeah.
Here's a point on asylums and refugees, for example. The problem with the mass immigration is because of how tiny our country is in terms of population, infrastructure. Like, we can't actually take, people who should be asyled here temporarily. So, for example, if we didn't have massive immigration, we probably would have had the infrastructure to temporarily take some of the Ukrainian refugees over, who would then be able to. They wouldn't live here forever, but they're able to go home after the war ended. Hong Kong, obviously, like in terms of international British obligations, we have more of that because the treaty with China to defend Hong Kong is made with us, and there's people moving Hong Kong right now who are being oppressed over that. But if like 200,000 Hong Kongers came in, like a country with no mass immigration would probably be able to handle that a lot better than a country where you have millions of people coming in basically every year.
And mass immigration is a system that currently exists in the UK. Mm-hmm. And that's represented by the asylum.
I don't know why you have to say millions. Like, net migration, there's never been a million in the UK, has it? Maybe like one.
Yeah, over the last year, it pretty much just
net migration. I thought net migration was 600,000. No.
No, it hasn't been for a couple of years now. I have put in a graph in the chat. I will relink it.
Let me see your
Sorry,
graph.
I'm a bit annoyed because I'm a bit obsessed with that topic, and it's annoying how little people seem to have picked up on it. Mass migration to this country was described that way when it was at 300,000 because it was a massive change from our pre-1997 situation.
The net migration graph you sent me is below a million, just so you know. It's what I said. It's about 600,000. It's a bit over 600,000.
I'm terribly sorry. I'm probably thinking of something else then, but I'm pretty sure it's higher than that. Maybe it's not including refugees for that graph. But
yeah,
You think there are 400,000 refugees coming to the UK in 1 year?
I think there was a separate section on that, actually, if I recall correctly.
I feel because this is like the go-to topic for you guys. I feel like you should have these numbers fairly accessible. Net migration was unusually high in 2023, partly because a third of them were Ukrainian. It was 685,000. Usually we're about 400,000. Where did millions come from?
Because you count the numbers. So if Lauren comes back, she's currently away. So if she could get that graph on screen.
Okay, which graph?
Hello.
I'll bring a graph on screen. We'll see if I can do that.
It's a bit
wait.
done.
Okay, you said asylum seekers made up the difference. How many asylum seekers came to the UK you said refugees, asylum seekers, no?
I said it may be.
It may be.
Okay, wait, which page is this on? Callum, which page is this on? This is a whole
So it's in the Discord.
Yeah, I've opened it.
Are you guys not like the go-to voices in immigration? You don't even know the fucking numbers for net migration and asylum seeking in the UK, and you're getting
I'm about
millions.
to help him bring it up. Callum, which page of this House
Why
of
does he
Commons
need fucking
document
help?
is it on? Because he wants to get it right,
You're talking.
obviously.
Shut the fuck up. So if you go to the bottom of the chat, you can then find a full stop. That should take you, the thing it's full stopping towards should take you to the image I've added. I'm not the go-to voice for this thing. I'm a travel vlogger, mate. But that graph is horrific. People want to return to the 1997 era. They don't want to live in the current era. That's the complaint.
Hey, just so you guys know, the net migration was unusually high in 2023, and it was like 600,000. Usually it's 400,000. For asylum seekers, it was 84,000 in that year. But
yeah, that
even that was unusually high.
Yeah, that's still 700,000.
Partly to do with
I'm so sorry that I mixed up gross and net. You know, when the net is when the actual point is that still over 1 million people came to the country. You know, Brits are then leaving. You know, like, hey, maybe I wonder, maybe a reason why so many Brits are leaving is because millions of people came to the country.
Wait, is that true? Do you know
could
that?
be a factor in that.
First of all, when you say, sorry, I mixed up gross and net, I mean, it's gross and net is kind of important, right? Like if 500,000 Muslims migrated to your country and like 10 million left, I'm sure you'd be happy about that. So gross and net matter, number one. Number two, wait, are all of our good, like, white ethnic British people leaving the UK? Where are they going? Where are they going to a place that's free of Muslim immigration if they're leaving the UK? Are they going? They're not going back to the European Union, I hope, because that would be pretty embarrassing if that was the case, right?
I mean, a lot of people are moving to Australia right now. You see, even Australians complain that so many Brits are moving there when they have a housing crisis. So
same, we've got a problem with Brits coming here.
Yeah, the largest
Canada as well.
immigration.
I believe Brits are still a very significant immigration population to Canada, the US, and Australia.
Yeah, we're trying to do something about that, but.
I need to kick 2 people because have someone else coming in here shortly. Is anyone have to leave soon?
You can kick me.
Who is that?
Pisco.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess.
I mean, you can kick me if I'm unhearable. I'm just like kind of.
Oh, if you have more to add, I feel like you haven't gotten to chit chat at all. Are you gonna?
This is the worst piano recital ever. Am I still like not hearable? I don't.
No, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Okay. Oh, okay, you know what? I'll just stick around. Pisco said he's gonna go, and then I'll just add Lucy. Lucy will be good because she is. She's kind of got critiques of all sides, and she's British.
I mean, she's a conservative 1 trillion% and is exclusively anti-immigration and has never said a good thing about a left-leaning person her entire life. I'm ready for it. All right.
She's against the riots, but okay. Oh, Pisco just left on his own. That's helpful.
Good. Fuck him. Peruvian immigrant, by the way, isn't he? What is he? He's something bad.
All right, let me.
Truly the worst. I'm joking.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't get your document up here, Callum. It doesn't take me directly to the graph, but I did my best. If you tell me what page,
I'll get a tweet with it for you.
Yeah, if you tweet it out, I can. Stephen, do you actually think that these riots between the BLM and the UK stuff are comparable?
I mean, they're both riots.
You think they're comparable in the UK, Lauren? Like the BLM protests in the UK compared to these riots in the first 6 days?
Nothing comparable between them. I mean, I've said that on X. I've explained my reasoning. In one case, you have people actively asking to dismantle the police, literally defund the police, and in the other, people are saying, "Please enforce our borders."
You
so
understand? Wait, hold on, wait. I want you to give me a better version of what you think BLM was protesting for. Try one more time.
against police brutality, but we had plenty of people, media, activists, BLM heads of the organization saying defund the police as their position.
When
and
they were
denying
saying
that would
defund
be
the police,
unhinged.
why? What were they saying it for? What do they want to do? What was the end
Because
goal
they
there?
believe the police are racist.
And what was the end goal?
The end goal was community policing, Chaz, I suppose.
There you go. Okay, there you go. Now you're saying it with derision because
Yeah, but
that's so unbelievable to
community-
you. But there you go. At
community
least you did it. At
policing
least you did
is
a little bit better. Okay.
unhinged.
Yeah, about as unhinged as saying we should deport every single second-generation immigrant from the UK. You know, it's a fantastic
People-
position that will never happen, right?
People are not even asking for that in mass. They're just asking.
There's someone in this
enforce
call who is saying they would
laws.
want to do that. What do you mean?
What do you think, wait, Lauren, what do you think the rioters want in the first 6
The
days?
rioters
This
want
is not
borders.
Sorry,
hang on.
sorry, I
They
just want
want
to say I didn't
borders.
say that. I don't believe Callum
They don't
said
just
that
want
either.
borders.
Who's,
Stop
wait, yeah,
saying
who in
they
this
just want
call?
borders.
Wait, who in this call said that?
I heard somebody earlier today. Didn't somebody say that they would deport if they had the ability to? Didn't Pisco ask one of the two people in here questions if they would deport all fucking Muslim immigrants or whatever? Did I misunderstand that?
Well, who said that?
I don't remember who. Pisco was talking to somebody else. I'm doing notes over here.
Well,
Well,
we
everyone-
talked about deporting criminals. We talked about getting rid of people's visas, letting them expire, and then deporting people. But you know, nobody said we should deport every second-generation immigrant here.
Hold on. No, who are Muslim? Sorry, my bad. Muslims.
If you can
I
find a
also
clip of
believe
that.
we didn't say that either.
Is it okay? Wait, Callum, are you in favor of deporting Muslims from the United Kingdom?
No, I'm in favor of getting rid of foreigners. Again, we don't talk in terms of race and such. We talk in terms of ethnic groups.
Okay, I didn't bring up a race or an ethnic group. I asked for Muslims. So you're okay keeping all the Muslims that exist in Britain if they're white?
No, the foreign ones have to go.
What is when you say foreign? How foreign? Like up to second, third, fourth generation? What does that mean?
No, if they're on a visa, you let the visa expire, and then if they overstay their visa, they've now committed a crime which they can be arrested and forcibly deported for.
Okay,
all
so then like the
second-
kid that did the wait,
immigrants.
so then the kid that just did the stabbing a few days ago, you wouldn't be for deporting somebody like that before he did the stabbing because he's a second generation immigrant.
I don't know his immigration status. Just because he's born here doesn't mean he's a British citizen. But we shouldn't be in this situation to begin with. So
Wait,
Just
why
to, just
is
to be
it?
clear, most of the migrant crime in the UK, whether it's Windrush or the grooming gangs and all that, like these are mostly second generation immigrants, or at least disproportionately. So these people, it's not about visa question. These guys are British citizens.
I know we shouldn't have gotten this situation. We should have never allowed their parents to come.
And they're here now. So do you have any plans for them, or do they just stay and have kids and those people have kids, or what?
Well, if they're citizens, you can't forcibly deport them. It's very sad. If they've got dual citizenship, you can get rid of them. And in terms of those on visas, that makes up about, I think it's 50% of our foreign population. So about 5 million people, which would completely correct the problems we're dealing with.
Wait, what? Say that last part again. Sorry, I didn't hear
It
it.
would completely correct the problems we're dealing with to get rid of the 5 million who have come in the last 20 years who are on visas.
Okay, but you would. I guess early when you're saying deport foreigners, I don't know what is a foreigner to you. What does that count as? Just somebody that doesn't have citizenship, or?
So in conversational terms, when we use the word foreigner, we mean people who are not of the English when we're talking about England, in the same way that if I'm English, for example, so I wouldn't be allowed in the Polish tribe. I'm not a Pole. Can't
When you
become
say
a
of
Pole.
the English, what are you referring to here?
So Russians, Uzbeks, Persians, Indians, I mean, just non-English people.
I don't know. Is a Russian like a person just born in Russia, or is it? I don't know what that means when you say Russian English. Do you mean people with
in
like
this-
citizenships to these countries, or do you mean?
Well, we would be dealing with people who are either here on visas or if they have dual citizenship. My position is get rid of the dual citizenship.
Okay, so when you say foreigners, you're just referring to people that have dual citizenship.
That's the way you can deal with it. Yes, it would solve all the problems, and then most people would be happy.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got Lucy here. Lucy, I'm going to quickly read a few of the super chats because I've been ignoring everyone, and then I'm going to give you a chance to introduce yourself and who you are. Okay, people I have missed. Oh my goodness, a lot of people actually. Omid Pakbin, that feel when you immigrate to the West to escape Islam only to see your home is being infected with the same ideology. Yeah, not great. Lauren is going full boomer mode from Jeremy S. Yes, I am. Angel Martin says the initial protest was largely due to the officials and press giving no answers at the beginning. This was also a day or two after a massive Patriot rally in London on the 27th. Dashing Rogue, this all started in the 90s with the satanic scriptures. I don't know. Glenn, still appreciate your work. Thank you. Spencer says, Destiny thinks I'm evil. I think he's just wrong. We are not the same. By their fruits ye shall know them. What fruits does Destiny bear? Angel Martin, it would seem this attack on our children was in response to the massive London Patriot rally. Has a non-white culture
There's no motive.
Ever developed constitutionalism, republicanism, or a rule of law? This was a question for Destiny, but he's got a few more here. Destiny, are you being paid by Act Blue? People want to know. Jacob Lowe.
Yes, they deposit $1,000 in my bank account every day. I say something good about Kamala Harris.
Okay, wonderful. This stream is a mess. Love you, Lauren, from Professor Suggan. Destiny is literally a paid actor, from Jacob Lowe again. Hellraiser. Lauren and chat, in regard to migration crime, is there any data on the rate of crime from Rwandan immigrants before mass migration? That would be good to look at for sure. Brewmaster again, we should only accept immigration from nations that share our values and maybe work visas for college students from nations we want to influence. And then Isabella, I did not, this is about my last video, which I'm just not going to read, but thank you for the super chat. All right, Lucy, thank you for joining the stream. A little bit about yourself. Obviously, we've known each other for years, but the chat may not know.
Yeah, so I work for Tommy. I found myself falling into the Rebel News kind of cycle in 2017.
Wait, I'm sorry, just real quick. So when you said you work for Tommy, who was that? Tommy Robinson?
Tommy Robinson, sorry. I worked sort of technically for the Rebel, but it was as his support staff with a couple of gay guys, George and Kaylin, who I'm sure Lauren knows. So we fell into that mainly on account of the terror attacks that were happening. I would say that's what brought me into the game. And then, working for Tommy just sort of went from one problem to the other. Like, obviously, he's got his issues and they started to come out. And then in 2018, we put on a big giant event called the Day for Freedom in Whitehall. And Tommy invited a YouTuber called Ali Dawa, who I'm sure you know. He was there with Mohammed Hijab, who I'm sure some people will recognize that name. And Tommy told me to go and tell them that they weren't invited anymore, and I had to go and tell them to leave, and they got set upon by football hooligans and drunk thugs, basically. I tried to protect them, and then Tommy blamed this on me, and then I've spent the past 6 years being harassed and stalked by his followers and being called a Judas and all this kind of stuff. And now I'm kind of back, finally got some restraining orders, and now feel a little bit less afraid of being on the internet, so I'm kind of here to just kind of push against some of his misinformation, you know, just kind of to exist. Like, I'm not necessarily right or left. I'm just sort of here just trying to correct and just trying to see how things are going. So I think he's being a bit of a warlord, you know, he's kind of warlord posting a lot.
Yeah, see, interesting. Destiny, you were saying she was going to be a hardcore conservative. Do we have some...
Oh, no, yeah, not the Tommy Robinson employee. Of course not. I was completely off. My bad.
Did you, obviously, you know,
did you listen to what she just said?
You'll know that I joined BLM first, right? You're a smart guy. You know that I come from BLM and feminist movements, right?
Yes, actually, because being smart means that you know every single random fact about every person on the planet. So I did indeed know that. Thank you for reminding the audience. Yes.
You seem to know about me before. Just saying.
People are never allowed to change their opinions. You're only one thing ever. That's a true fact.
I said that as well, I think. Yes, that was a good
thing.
I definitely just
said. No, I wanted to ask you, Lucy, did you hear the discussion that we had earlier about the role in disinformation in starting the first riot? Did you hear us talking about that?
I didn't hear the full bit, no, sorry.
So basically we were arguing, or they were arguing, about the role of disinformation in starting the first riot and whether or not people were led to believe or to blame Muslims for the stabbing in Southport, and whether Tommy Robinson's role in that. Do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, of course he did. Riot? Yeah, of course he did. It was one of the first thing he tweeted, wasn't it? He was absolutely spreading misinformation, saying that it sounded like, and then this name that apparently translated to some phrase, you know, him and Katie Hopkins, right? Something like that. I'm going to my apartment. It was like Ali Al something or other. He was spreading that, and then Katie Hopkins, and then Lawrence Fox, and yeah, I would say that it was definitely like he fueled the flames. And then also it was his guy Danny Tomo that works for him. I think it was kind of my replacement, but he was going on Telegram saying, "Oh, whole city should be up in flames" and all this kind of stuff. So there's definitely like some fingers to point that way. Yeah. I think.
Yeah, I agree. I just thought there was a bit of a disagreement on it earlier.
But do you think that this has been one of the big disagreements, Lucy, is the idea that why are people outside of mosque when this was a Rwandan, second generation immigrant who wasn't Muslim? Why? And of course, Callum, Jack, and I are saying this is a culmination of many issues, including the grooming gangs, including the violence that has occurred, the knife crime, the carjackings, whatever, as well as cultural just contentions at the moment, free speech issues. Would you agree that this wasn't just about the stabbing that occurred, but it's been a buildup over years and years of working class people being ignored and slandered?
Well, yeah, I don't think these people care anymore. I don't think they care if it was a Muslim or not. I think they're just going out in the street and they're taking their anger out on the people rather than the politicians, because if you think about it, you've had things like reform, you had the Brexit party, we had the Brexit vote, and then they wanted us to vote again. So we had to fight a second referendum. We've got all these groups that have been and gone. You've got some more hard right groups. You've got some more kind of liberalisty type groups. And the immigration figures, as far as I know, haven't really changed. So there's been a lot of, I think, false promises that have been made. And I think these are the people that just don't care anymore. And I don't think they feel like they have anything left to lose. I think that's the things that you're seeing on the street at the moment. I think it's very sad and very disgusting, but I just don't think they care anymore. And it is gross. And they are going around just punching black people, and it's horrible. But that's the stuff that we were trying to warn about for years could happen if these issues aren't addressed.
Stephen.
Everything Lucy's saying is correct.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Oh, excellent.
Any thoughts from anyone else? Want to push back on that? Disagree? This is what inevitably happens when you ignore the wishes of the people, when the people say mass immigration is a crisis, when both left and right agree that immigration numbers are too high, like they do in Canada, and nothing has changed. Do you think that social chaos is the inevitable result, and you had to do something to prevent it beforehand?
I think you're half right. I don't think it's like an inevitable result, because
there is no half right. No.
You don't know what I'm going to say, motherfucker. Right.
No, you shouldn't have given him any credit in the beginning. Everything else you're about to right, okay? But no, the issue is that you have no actual policy position or actual stance on any of this that anybody cares to actually articulate, because there might be some people that are genuinely frustrated with things in society. Immigration is an easy scapegoat. There might be some people that are genuinely frustrated with immigration because immigration has caused some problems, and there's a whole bunch of people who are just racist. But since nobody actually articulates any real type of policy, you just end up in a Brexit-like situation where people are like, oh yeah, we should Brexit, and then you spend the next years arguing, well, fuck, I don't actually know what that looks like, or I don't know what we should actually fucking do. And it's the same thing with immigration. Even the policy positions have been articulated here. I'm against mass migration. I don't know why you keep saying that. You're against all immigration. Just say that, like what was said earlier. Say I'm against all immigration. But people won't say that because.
But I'm not against all immigration. That's not my actual.
Well, even when you say mass migration, what does mass migration mean?
So look at the graph. So you notice how the graph used to be that we had tens of thousands of people coming, some leaving, and it would hover up and down. And then in 1997, the things changed because we had an enlargement of the European Union. The numbers went up to the hundreds of thousands. People considered this horrific, which is why we ended up with the Brexit referendum. And then they tried to ignore the Brexit referendum. And then eventually Dominic Cummings and Boris Johnson got into power in 2019. And on their campaign promise was get Brexit done. They were very patriotic. It was all about patriotic things and getting immigration sorted out, etc., etc. They won a landslide, not just seats, but votes. And then when they got in, according to Dominic Cummings, he proposed the policy of, hey, let's have a points-based system. We will basically exterminate low-skilled labor coming in because that's not helping anyone. And we're going to try and steal the people who go to Silicon Valley and get them to come to the
can I ask
UK
just
instead.
a real quick question? For this graph...
I need to finish before you, but okay. I will let you, sorry. So they proposed that. According to Dominic Cummings, Boris said, screw that. They put the point-based system in place, and ever since, the immigration has now massively increased from what was considered unacceptable. That's what we mean by mass immigration, that the pre-1997 levels were perfectly acceptable. People were pretty much happy with it. It wasn't a discussion point that people had in politics. But since things have changed to hundreds of thousands to up to 1 million coming in, not net, but gross, that's unacceptable. And the fact that through that entire period we voted for lower immigration every election in terms of the manifesto claiming that that's what they would do of the party who won is horrific. And if you can't vote your way out of this...
Yeah, it looks like most of your migration happened. Like the huge spike was after Brexit.
Yeah, they betrayed us. That's why people are angry.
Wow, the Conservatives messed up and allowed mass migration. This is the first time I'm hearing about this.
When you say messed up and allowed mass migration, how do they allow it? What happened?
So they left the European Union in 2019 or 2020. Officially, it finally happened. But they changed the immigration rules, so we now have a point-based system. And you get points for very basic things, such as speaking a simple level of English or having a job that pays well below the average wage. So the ability of people to come here became massively easier, even though this is exactly the opposite of what Boris Johnson was going to implement when he spoke to voters, which is why everyone hates them.
Right, and there are policies that you could implement. The nation of Denmark is actually pretty restrictive on immigration, and they don't have right-wing party uprisings. They don't have riots or anything like that. You have refugees get put in third-party countries while they're being vetted. If your kids are going to school and they're from a foreign country, they have integration programs. And this is one of the reasons why, across the political spectrum, the immigration policies, even though they're criticized by the EU, in Denmark, they're basically, it's like a non-issue. So yeah, there are restrictions that you can implement, like actual tangible policies, and they prevent these right-wing like uprisings, these riots, and all of this stuff, things like Brexit, and that's what people want implemented. Like, you pretend there's no sensible policy on immigration. It exists, it's in Europe, and the people are happy with it. And it's so popular that it's not just the right-wing policies, but parties, it's the left-wing policies that buy into it, because they don't want people coming in and undercutting their union wages or whatever issue that they have that makes them historically against immigration. So yeah, there are definitely things that you can do to improve the situation and not have all this crazy fighting in the streets.
I'd be careful with that. I'd be careful with that last claim, with the idea that appeasing anti-immigrant like sentiment is what like makes the violence go away. Because you mentioned like 1990s levels, and before that things were even lower. But again, it's not like race riots were a new thing just recently. We used to have this in the 70s with the National Front when immigration wasn't particularly high. It wasn't particularly high in the 80s when we had anti-immigration riots. Even if you look at the UK, I thought until last week, people used to brag about how the UK actually, compared to most European countries, had fairly positive attitudes towards immigration compared to the rest of Europe, right? The most anti-immigrant sentiment in Europe does not come from like France or places like London or whatever. It comes from places like Czechia or Hungary, places that have lower, like barely any immigration, or Finland. So, and that actually did demonstrate itself very well through our election, is that Reform UK, the big anti-immigrant party, they won their 5 seats, 4 of which were won in 94% white plus communities, which is way above the national average. Because this is what when you talk about people not being listened to, the thing I get is that I agree that there's problems with abandonment and post-industrialization and working class communities being ignored and all this kind of stuff. That's very real. The problem is that it's not just that. It's that plus, and I'm sure Lucy's mentioned this, is that it's that plus demagogues and people who just lie to them habitually about and exaggerate the effects of immigration that drive them to feel like the effects are so much worse than they actually are. And then that's where you get the rioting coming from. It takes both. It takes a demagogue as well as people having real concerns, which is probably why people who vote for reform in these very, very white communities, they obviously didn't learn about immigration and its effects from their life experiences. They learned about it from the media.
Wait.
Hang on. I just want to very quickly jump in and just add to end of Sean's point. It was very specifically the Labour Party, the ruling Labour Party in Denmark, who implemented all of these policies that he was talking about. It wasn't just implemented by the Conservatives there and then adapted by Labour. It was the Labour Party in Denmark who actually did all those things. And I will say, in a lot of the just coming up to your point, Learnerbox, a lot of the people who moved to, for example, Clacton, were like the white working class guys who moved out of London because they've seen the problems of mass migration. Like, that's just one other reason you see a lot of those people in these communities escaped there from London because of it.
Yeah, I just want to add. Sorry, Learnerbox.
What percentage of people from Clacton came from London? I think most people from Clacton were from Clacton.
Oh, obviously, most of them. There are certainly a chunk of them who have moved out of London.
Okay, so I'm just saying then,
a lot of people are interviewed.
If your hypothesis is that white people in the UK, the more immigration they see, the more anti-immigration they become in their communities, then why are these places with like 10, 15, 20% Muslim communities, why are they not the ones where the white people are coming out in arms and voting like majority for reform?
Well, a lot of them would vote for reform, but then obviously, if there's more votes in the demographics, then obviously reform aren't going to win there.
Well, no, it's not more votes. You said that white people who are still the majority in a lot of these places that are maybe like 15, 20% Muslim, or immigrant, which is above the national average. These places are still majority white. Why are the white people in those places not the most incensed ones and the most politically active ones in their constituencies?
Now,
you can't just say it's because there are more Muslims. That's why reform doesn't win, because they're still the minority.
Yeah, no, obviously, but that's going to have some some switch to it. Then you also have, Labour voters who are old Labour voters who would still vote Labour, who want to get the Tories out, but still be concerned about mass migration regardless. As I said, Labour promised to cut migration. So some people who perhaps were previous Labour voters moved the Tories in 2019, but then thought, well, I'm going to vote Labour again because at least Keir Starmer has promised to cut mass migration. Now,
I don't. No. Mate, pal, you're not telling me that people voted Labour because they thought at least Keir Starmer will be harsher on immigration than the Conservatives. Keir Starmer wanted to scrap Rwanda on day one, and he did.
Certainly during the election.
No, he wasn't. He said he would scrap Rwanda. That was the first thing he says about immigration is he would scrap Rwanda.
Yes, because Rwanda wasn't working. He said he would cut net migration. That was a policy.
I've pinned it in the chat, so you can go and read it. The issue
Keir
with
Starmer
Rwanda...
pledges to slash sky-high migration numbers. Read my lips. I will bring immigration numbers down, as he vowed to control our borders. Do you think that sounds like a pro-migration message?
No, I think it sounds like someone who is not going to be believed by someone who is farther right than Labour on immigration. No fucking way. The guy said he wanted to scrap Rwanda because he said it was inhumane and a waste of money, meaning he was okay to let those asylum seekers stay in the UK.
What?
His alternative to Rwanda meant those asylum seekers just stay.
Rwanda.
They criticized it because they didn't just abandon the European Court of Human Rights and throw them off anyway into those planes. Keir Starmer wanted to keep them in the country to keep claiming asylum. So Keir Starmer's message was actually, people talk about hotels, Keir Starmer's message was keep them in the hotels and keep processing them. You think a right-winger whose centre's position is anti-immigration would vote for that?
No. I'm not talking about
or even a left winger who's anti-immigration.
I'm talking about a relatively ordinary person who's maybe not that fully connected into politics and sees Keir Starmer again pledging to cut migration as every party has done since 1997.
Why is the left-wing candidate even saying that?
Well, he said he wanted to. Sorry to interject. He said that he wanted to spend money to target migration at the root. So he wanted to get to. Didn't he want to send a bunch of money to these countries where this is happening anyway and stop the human traffickers and kind of deal with it so that they're not dealing with it in the hotels, you're dealing with it at the source? That was his argument. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, he wanted to target the smugglers, but as far as asylum seekers who come here, he wants to process them,
But his entire message is reduce migration.
No one in this country can run on the platform of if things are going well with migration and we should increase it. That is not the position of anyone. Even the left-wing candidate knows he has to go out and say, yeah, this is crazy, we need to lower the numbers.
Yeah, I'm sure he said that, but the problem is I don't know what. So you say that immigration is
reform.
This is why.
Policy.
Yeah, I know, because reform wants to just deport them straight back to France, even though there's no guarantee or there's no sign France would ever take them, right? Especially, but again, with Keir Starmer, he's maybe saying he wants to lower immigration. I don't doubt that, but this is why we have a party political system, right? This is why people vote not just on single issues, but for parties. And it seems to be that even if people saw immigration as one of the issues, they were still happy to vote for a party that they probably find far less trustworthy to follow through on reducing immigration than someone like Reform. I'm sure you agree with that.
You're just babbling. People want immigration lower, end of.
Okay. Yeah, every politician
Frankly,
ever said his run on it. You could read his quotes. It says he wants to slash sky-high immigration, that 685,000 has got to come down, and controlling our borders, make sure British businesses are helped to hire Brits first.
No, but I'm just saying, and you all understand this, is someone who has immigration as their first and foremost policy is never going to vote for this, because coming down from 685,000, it's because 685,000 was unusually high, in large part because of Ukrainians coming. Yeah.
How many Ukrainians
hang on. So you don't
think it was about a third of the
thousands a year net, and more than that gross is not still high.
Wait, he vowed to control our borders and make sure British businesses are helped to hire Brits first. Why would he want to do that? Why would he want to vow to control our borders?
I don't deny he said that.
It's because it's broadly popular across the spectrum.
I'm just saying that out of
if you actually look at the immigration numbers, I'm curious why they spiked in 2020. It seems like a lot of the people coming in are working.
Because the law changed. So we went from the system we had before to the points-based system. This was advertised on the basis that Australia does it. They seem pretty good. Let's do that. Except they didn't take into account, obviously, you need to then address the points to what you want. So Dominic Cummings says that his proposal was we have massive amounts of high-skilled labor. We steal them from the United States because they're all going there. and we just exterminate people who can barely speak English, come from places in the world where they have fucked up ideas about running society. And this
wait,
was not
hold on.
acceptable.
So just focusing on the work thing. It seems like the people are coming to the country to work.
Well, hang on. Well, see, a lot of this isn't being shown by the data, in that people will come on work visas and then bring their families with them as well. So, for example, you've seen they've been bringing people to work in social care in the NHS. They can bring their families with them. Another thing that I think which has spiked in recent years, which may even only be in the past couple of years, so I'm not sure if it's in that data.
Let me finish this.
Students who's coming over and bringing their families as well. Students coming over for a course and bringing their families, which seems insane to me.
I'm not sure how insane that is, but like, is there a possibility that, especially post Brexit, that the UK needs these workers like to keep their economy running?
Absolutely not.
Then okay, so then if I were to look up, okay, so if that's the biggest cope in history, if I were to look up unemployment in the UK right now, would I see this number at like 7, 8, 9%? Are there a ton of unemployed like British citizens that can't find work?
Well, I can tell you something that like immigration has not helped the UK economy. It's only harmed it.
Really?
One of the funniest things that happened.
No, wait, let him answer that. By what unemployment? Or
I'm going
by
to
what
tell
metric?
you. I'm going to
just as real quick, I looked at it. In 2024, unemployment in the UK was 3.8%. The lowest rate since 1974. So you're below what you're probably natural rate of
unemployment. And if you break it down by ethnicity,
okay,
it gets even more fun. Anyway,
yeah.
So
and especially if you look down at people who've come to the country, and you look at those who actually are active in work, of terms of first generation immigrants, most of them are not active in work. They're not actively employed. And you can
how
also
are they getting work visas?
I mentioned this earlier in the stream. 50% of social housing in London.
How are they not getting work visas? Are they not working?
So if me as a man, I apply for a work visa, I get one. I can then bring my family, and my family don't have to work. So for example, if you look in the Bangladeshi community, it's over 50% of them are not economically active, is the phraseology we use. And that's because, well, why would you? You don't need to. You're Bangladeshi.
Just so you guys know, that by 2022, the unemployment rate for migrants, including EU, is 5%, and for non-EU is 6%. It's still not exactly like much higher than the national average. But why do you think that immigration harms the economy overall? Why do you say that?
Oh, so one of the fun things that happened during COVID is what I was going to say, is the truck drivers, for example. One of their main complaints during the Brexit referendum is their wages are suppressed by immigration from Eastern Europe. And as we expanded to Romania and Bulgaria, we would get Romanian and Bulgarian truck drivers. They would bring the wages down even lower because you get paid bugger all to be a Romanian truck driver, but you can still drive trucks in the UK. So why not move? And they did. So during the COVID pandemic, when immigration falls through the floor for 1 year because, well, people couldn't move around, truck drivers' pay went through the bloody roof. It's a very real thing you can see, that when we limit immigration, wages go up for the natives because the company doesn't really have a choice.
Yeah.
They've got to pay the people they have, whatever.
Sure, but also the cost of like all of your goods and services also go up, right?
It does, but if everyone's getting a massive pay rise...
Not everybody's getting a massive pay raise, just the truck drivers are getting a pay raise. That's how that works.
Yeah, because they had to spend so much more time fucking stranded between the borders because of the checks and balances after Brexit, yeah.
Wait, you do understand that if wages in one sector go up because the cost of doing business there is higher, and that everybody in society has to pay more for stuff that gets delivered by trucks. Not everybody in society wins there. Most people are losing. The winners are just the people driving the trucks.
Exactly. Not everyone in society wins. So who loses? Well, it's not the people who have to compete for migrant labor. It's the people right at the top that don't have to compete. They lose. Which, to be honest,
the losers when you have to pay more to deliver materials on trucks are going to be every single person that buys anything that comes off a truck. Your winners are going to be your people that are driving the trucks.
No, the people who have to compete with migrant labor no longer have to compete. They win. The ones who
they
don't
win.
And also your local community.
No, wait. It's not about don't have to compete. It's about if you buy. Hold on. This is child math. If you pay a truck driver more, you have to pay to ship the products more, meaning you have to charge the customer for the products more. Do you understand that? Okay.
Which is why, because we haven't been doing this, that's why all the people who've been rioting have been so economically fulfilled. They're all having great jobs and lives because of this mass immigration. That's
I never said any of that. Yeah, you just conflated. I'm just. Do you understand? Hold on. I'm just trying to say we understand a really basic truth. If you increase the cost of transporting goods, people are going to have to pay more for goods. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So when we say that we want to increase the wages of truck drivers, then that's a class of people that wins. The losing part of that equation is going to be every single person that buys things that comes off of trucks. You understand that, right?
Not quite. You're missing one aspect.
No, hold on. Can we understand? Do we really not get that?
You're missing one aspect, Destiny. The people who are competing for migrant labor are not just truck drivers. The vast majority of the British workforce has to compete with migrant labor. So they would be much better off, even with the increasing cost for transportation being passed on to the increased cost of goods. The people who don't have to compete with migrant labor, those at the top, they would lose out a little bit.
Okay, you understand that when you're talking right now about using protectionist policies to protect jobs because of the magical wage or whatever this like fantastic autarky take is, you know that no economist anywhere ever will ever agree with that take, right? You know that you're just wrong there, right? That when you're talking about protecting your economy and increasing the cost of goods and services to everybody, that whatever wage bump you might see because now some jobs aren't as competed against migrants, whatever, like all of society is paying more, right?
Are we going to consider that the money these migrants are making is often getting sent home as well?
Sent back home as well, to remittances. Sorry, it is insane to say that it is somehow protectionism to not be in favor of mass migration.
Well, why do you keep saying mass migration like it's a buzzword that you're like coming in your pants? Right? Stop saying mass migration. No one's talking about mass migration. I'm talking about basic economic fact that if you bring in workers, okay, to compete with somebody, right, that the wages of those people do indeed go down because you've got a greater supply of workers, sure, but the cost of all those goods and services also go down, right? And if you protect those jobs by having it so you reduce the supply of labor there, that those people will make more money. That is true, but also the cost of goods and services goes up for everybody as well. That's associated with buying things from those people. That's true. This is not like contested. Nothing I'm saying is debating here. This is like
let Sean, everyone let Sean speak. Let Sean speak, please. Donor, you've spoken a lot.
So Steven's saying that there's a concentrated benefit for the truckers and a dispersed cost paid by broader society and increased prices.
Yeah,
these guys don't care about that. They're willing to pay higher prices in order to not have migrants undercut the wages of the truckers.
As much as I appreciate you trying to carry water for racists, you're dead fucking wrong, Sean, because that would be an honest position at least. If you were to say, listen, this is an honest position, if you want to be honest. You would say, I understand that things are going to cost more. That's fine. I think that protecting our native population is worth it, and I'm willing to work an extra hour, whatever I need to do in order to ensure that I'm paying enough to support local workers. That'd be fine. But that's not what the position they want to take, because they've got to sell the lie to other sides, too, that aren't bought into the racial shit, right? And they have to say, well, actually, if you protect jobs and reduce one of the most important economic inputs to your entire workforce, actually, it helps everybody. Like, everybody pays less and everybody gets paid more.
I gotta jump in here. Sorry. Let me just jump in here, Callum. Why do you think Canada's housing prices are so high in places like Vancouver right now? What do you think's going on there? Do you think that might be connected?
Probably because there's a lot of people trying to move to not as many places.
So do you think that perhaps having to pay $2,000 more in rent might be a little more concerning to people's wallets than getting $1 off their Tim Hortons coffee?
It's also not just truck drivers who...
Like, it's way more complex. Like, there are so many other factors. Yeah. It's the infrastructure,
when you say
it's
way more complex, you understand, like, the cost of rent can also be influenced by, like, migrant workers that do construction. Like,
absolutely,
yes,
which is why we shouldn't
I understand that.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
as a general rule of thumb, when you bring in more labor, your economy grows, whether you like it or not. And there could be reasons to be opposed.
There is not a single person.
But the idea that if you bring in more labor, it's going to shrink your economy, like, it just doesn't even make sense. It's like outright, like, on its face, it's absurd.
It's going to destroy
I think maybe it's not a cultural thing, then.
That's fine. That's an honest answer, at least. Yeah.
It's more than just. Sorry, Lucy. I'll let you.
Sorry. No, it's okay. I'm just saying FGM isn't like a very British pastime. Put it that way.
You guys still cut baby boy dicks?
Not recently.
No. We don't do it in the UK. We're not weird.
That's good.
Yeah.
But it's always these gotchas.
No one
it's
does
like,
it, but you guys
Stephen, why is it always these gotchas rather than acknowledging, like, whoa, you're right, FGM, that's not something you guys want in the UK. I get that. Why is it always, you cut baby boy dicks? Like, no one's for that here.
I mean,
I don't even know. I don't even know how much FGM happens in the UK. Obviously, I'm opposed to it. But the running from the economy to FGM, is this like a prevalent problem in the United Kingdom right now? Like,
I kind of want to
I'm just saying that.
Which is that, you know, like, if immigration makes the economy better, not saying it does, if that's hypothetical, however, but you get all this negative stuff from it, like FGM, Lucy brought up, is that worth another couple points on the GDP axis? You know,
it's not about. Hold on. You can't even
materially less.
Yes,
better.
You're coming so hard in your pants about destroying brown immigrants. You can't even engage with the question honestly. Nobody is talking about a couple points on the GDP. You are making life harder for every single person in your country when you enact protectionist policies. But you can have the honest conversation. If you want to be honest about it, you can say there are good reasons why you should protect an economy. Maybe you're importing bad cultural elements that you don't want. Maybe you think that. Maybe there are reasons why you want to prevent certain groups of people from coming to your country. That's fine, but just be honest about it and don't pretend like you're going going to win in every single area, like a liar. Just be honest about the sacrifices you're making to have this thing happen.
I'm right all the time. That's true.
Destiny, this is why I find you so annoying, to be frank, because I was explaining truck drivers are not the only people that have to compete with migrant labor. The vast majority of the public have to compete with migrant labor. I explained it 3 times. You didn't engage. And then you jumped to a gotcha of, do you chop baby boy dicks off? We're England. We've never chopped baby boy dicks
the
off.
baby boy dick comment, do you acknowledge that was in response to somebody else bringing up female genital mutilation first?
The fact is you're not serious with these
you acknowledge
issues.
it was about somebody bringing up female genital mutilation first. Do you acknowledge that?
The point in my argument is that you're not serious with these issues.
Okay, well, if you want someone to engage with the truck drivers thing, I feel like there's a reason you guys like to bring up these anecdotes is because people do studies on this. Even Boris Johnson commissioned a study on immigration and wage suppression. What they found was that any impact of wage suppression caused by immigration was short-term and negligible. Because as well as that, it's not even because of all the reasons Destiny mentioned about how it also lowers the price of goods because you bring in new workers, you don't want to do the lump of labor fallacy. But then also, Lauren, I know you said that anecdote about people moving money away from the country, but the fact is migrants also pay taxes, and we still know that the amount they pay in taxes exceeds the amount that they take out. And we know we just had the biggest year by far of net migration, and real wages went up the year after. They've been going up since like the beginning of this year. So,
but once again, it doesn't matter if the
they
wages are going up, even if that's, with inflation. I don't know about that.
From
but
ONS.
when
Why
it comes
why
to,
is it
sorry,
not?
just
Why is it not?
let me finish. When it comes to things like rent, which when in my lived experience, since leftists super care about that, everyone around me cannot afford rent because of mass immigration. It doesn't matter if wages have gone up. It doesn't matter if coffee prices
that's not
have gone
true.
down.
You understand that's not true. Everybody around you can afford rent. That's why the prices are going up, right? If nobody could afford it, then the prices wouldn't be going up.
No,
the price,
no.
What, the
what is
can
going
bear.
on? What is going on is they are getting smaller and smaller places. They are living with 2 or 3 people. Never would have done that before. Or I have people that literally don't have a home and are living in people's backyards and trailers. Multiple families I know with children at the moment. So no, they can't afford
go to
rent.
different cities. They don't have to live in the 3 cities in Canada. There's more places than just Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver.
Prices are going up across the country. And then once again, it is not. Sorry, let me finish. I've let everyone speak a lot. It's not just housing. It is not just wages. It's not even just culture. It is infrastructure. You can look this up. Canadian hospitals, more overwhelmed than ever. No one can get a doctor. There are too many people and the infrastructure has not caught up. It is the roads. No one can drive in cities like Vancouver anymore. It is unlivable. So when Jack says, yeah, people are willing to give up maybe a few dollars off on their products. They're willing to pay a little more for quality of living.
A few dollars off or a little more. It's going to be every single thing you buy. It does matter because when you phrase it like,
I would rather pay more. I would rather pay more for everything and be able to go to a beach without people taking craps on it, be able to drive through my city without it taking 4 hours, be able to get a doctor, be able to get a house. Yeah, I would pay more for everything for that. Yeah, I would.
Can you point me one like anti-immigrant fucking country that's like doing really well with these policies? Like who's our model here?
Australia, they do a lot better with their immigration policies, and their healthcare system is significantly better. I know because I lived there and I lived in Canada. Very similar systems. One is not overwhelmed by migration. One is, and everyone who fails to get into Australia tends to come to Canada.
So what metric are we looking at for Australia here? That like give me a couple metrics and I'll go look it up. They're outperforming like the rest of the world so much.
I just said the healthcare system. It's way easier.
Okay, so if I look at like healthcare outcomes in like Australia, they're going to be better than Canada.
Perhaps I know because I've used the system.
Just to be clear, for healthcare, even Reform UK admitted that for immigration, that's the one place where Britain needs immigration, according to them. So even for them, they said that the healthcare system was their exception.
They're wrong.
No, they don't, because immigrants are a drain on the NHS. And it's the classic thing of bringing in workers because, you don't have enough people here. One, we should pay doctors more. Like the junior doctors striking because the government can't afford to pay them more because that's the state of the NHS to begin with. But then, you bring in like a couple nurses here, a couple doctors there. Well, one, foreign doctors have been far more likely to actually cause injuries and death to patients. If you look at the medical malpractice rates for foreign doctors, far higher. And then, as Callum mentioned earlier, it's the same with the work visas. These people, one person will come in on a work visa, and they'll bring in their wife or their husband, their parents, their children, and that's then because you've got then 10 more people in the country based on work visa. The NHS is under even more pressure. So I'm gonna say Reform are on that. Reform aren't this god of the right wing that we have to listen to them all the time, and they're totally correct.
Yeah, I understand you guys are more probably extreme than reform, and yeah, I'm prepared to listen. But all I'm having right now is I keep mentioning that, like, according to the data, that immigrants actually are bigger net tax contributors than natives are, and also that real wages have been rising this year, even though net migration was the highest it's ever been the last year. But all I'm hearing is like Callum in the corner going, "No, no,
could
no,
you
that's
send that
not."
data to
Again,
the chat?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Again,
ONS
actually,
and the other one.
Sorry, I've got this here. But you can actually look at this at like employment rate of country with birth. It's only, you know, when people are coming in here, they're coming from the USA, Australia, Canada, Israel. Those are the top 4 countries who are then net contributors to the UK. And it's Singapore, New Zealand, and France. If you want to look at economic inactivities, like the people who are coming to this country, first generation immigrants from mostly from all across the third world, they are not being economically productive citizens. So the ones who are economically productive are coming from other first world countries, and then a lot of them will stay here for a bit and then go home.
Wait. When you're saying people, immigrants are coming,
It's
working, and they're not economically productive?
No, the idea that they're net contributors is a deceptive stat. Some immigrants contribute grossly more than others, but that doesn't mean that all immigrants overall are net contributors. It's like when they say, like, the founder of this many Fortune 500 companies are foreign born. That doesn't mean that from any random country you're going to get a founder. It means that they're from India, they're I think Sephardic Jews.
Like, you can see this
and
here.
then they're one other group. Like, that's it. That represents almost all the foreign
for the economic activity rate of Bangladeshis who are not born in the UK, 50% of them who are in the UK are economically inactive. 50%.
Link me what
Those who are born in the
wait.
UK are
Link me
35%.
where you're reading this.
I just
also wait, hold on, real quick. Am I
Sources from the ONS census and this lovely chart being put together by Neil O'Brien.
Okay, that's great. But link me the thing.
Who is an MP?
Am I misunderstanding this? When I look at this, does Australia have? Is this like? I'm seeing temporary visa holders, but does Australia have way more immigration than Britain, or am I not understanding this?
Australia?
Yeah, they have really high immigration. They're really upset about it as well.
Wait, why didn't you mention something when Lauren cited Australia as outperforming Canada in their healthcare system then? Because they have less immigrants.
We have some of the highest rates. We have some of the highest rates of. So the types of immigrants to Australia are very different. The English tests are much harder to get into Australia than they are to get into Canada. In fact, people who fail the English tests to get into Australia tend to go to Canada as their second option. So you have to.
And I'm just curious, who do you guys think the highest? Who do you guys think the highest consumers of healthcare are in a country?
Probably the elderly.
That's. Yeah,
no, but I tell you
in the UK, what your median ages or your mean ages or your number of elderly people, what communities are at highest in? Like, are we implying earlier? It's not like you're implying that like immigrants are consuming more healthcare than your native population.
I'm not implying.
Yeah, because they're bringing in the elderly grandparents on work.
That's actually true. That is happening.
Okay, can you show me that anywhere? Like,
yeah, I've just sent you a link to a thread and a link to a report from the Center for Policy Studies, which written by former Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick, former Minister Neil O'Brien, and their research director Kyle Williams. If you look in the thread that I've linked, there is a number of very concerning statistics on immigration, and these were all taken from the Office of National Statistics, which is the official government one, and the census. So you can also see, for example, that GDP per capita and net migration, GDP per capita has gone down as net migration has gone up.
Also, when you look at the chart that you sent over, the overwhelming majority of them are temporary visa holders. The permanent visa holders is actually down. So those are the people that actually stay.
Yeah, but I don't know for the UK stuff. I don't know for those net flows. I don't know if those were including visa holders or not as well. I'm not sure. I don't know how they measure.
Okay.
I'm just saying from your
I can
Australian
say one
source,
negative
both
thing.
of them are going to go back because there's very few permanent ones in there, and that's actually decreased.
Okay, Lucy.
Did you know that rickets are back? We've got rickets and loads of Victorian diseases now, and mainly in East London, and it's apparently due to vitamin D deficiency from people that are wearing clothes that aren't letting them get enough vitamin D. Apparently, there was a mass outbreak in Whitechapel Hospital, and people weren't able to treat patients, and it's just a massive recurring problem. And
well, isn't the point of wearing the clothes?
Like, there's one example.
Wait, what is the? Can you draw the? Can you link all this up for me? What are we talking about?
You can't make the link yourself?
Like, I'm just saying, like, okay, so, right. My friend went to Whitechapel Hospital with a horrible thing going on, and they said because of the women, Whitechapel is a very Muslim area of East London. It's got the mosque. I think Lauren went there. and you were like filming an
They
interview
called
there.
the police on me, yeah.
I lived there, but yeah, apparently rickets. There was a rickets outbreak and like loads of Victorian diseases. You can have a look online, but like because of women covered up and they weren't getting enough vitamin D and stuff like that. So there's like one issue that like we could probably do without, but we have it now. I know it's not like it doesn't like not try to tar all immigrants with the same brush or anything, but I'm just saying that's one issue.
No, I don't. Listen, I was in London very recently, and I saw more people in hijabs and niqabs than in any Muslim neighborhood in the United States of America. Totally taken over that. And if you want to help get Muslim women D, then I guess, you know what, Londoners, you got to sign up for that and get them that.
I'd really like them to have the freedom to not wear that if they choose to. That's all I can really say about that. I just think it's a bit draconian that we've been put in this position. But there's been plenty of people. When I went,
I'm not a big Muslim expert here. Do kids wear burqas? I thought there was only like adult or older women.
Yeah,
Hold on, you just said
Wait.
you said nothing. Definitionally, okay. Is it like the majority?
What's a
is
kid?
it expected? What?
What is a kid?
I don't know. I'm trying to find information about the rickets stuff, and I'm seeing that in almost every case it's saying here, I'm reading this, almost all of these cases of people having rickets are young children. This sounds like a food problem more than a burqa problem. I don't think young children wear burqas, but I could be wrong, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
They do. I live in an area where I see it every day. I would hazard a guess that the doctor said it to my friend. I don't think the media would want to publish that. You know,
So
like
this
the
is why I
doctor
asked-
at the hospital said it. I don't think the media. I think they would find that inflammatory to publish that. Obviously.
So this is why I asked, what is a kid? Because in Islamic interpretations, a kid is 9 years old or lower, not 18. This is why they have to cover up, because they're sexual objects at that point.
So they usually don't wear headscarves until they're like 14 or 15, but okay.
In some
There are
places,
children,
yes.
there are children as young as that
It's
outside
usually
my
the
house
trend, yeah.
wearing that. More power to them, but yeah, I don't know. I'm sure that maybe there's a link there, maybe not. I don't know. But there's going to be problems, is all I'm saying, and some of them invisible and some of them underreported. You know, and it's the people on the street, I think, that we're seeing rioting that probably know a little bit more about this than maybe we do. You know, they are from areas where apparently it's, maybe I'm wrong, but apparently they're from areas that are very multicultural. Maybe that's why they're rioting. I don't know.
Yeah, but they're also getting a bunch of fucking bullshit rammed down their throats from Tommy Robinson. Like he's literally lying about every other fucking event that's happening right now. And that's
I want to see the burqa women get rickets. I'm trying to find. I want to see this. Now I'm curious. I'm curious about this.
She said it's not in the press.
I'm Guys, I'm gonna do 10 more minutes with, just because I think Callum, Lonerbox, and Jack, you guys have had the most talking. We haven't heard much from Lucy and Sean, and I'm sure they have some debate points with Destiny, and then I'll probably end with just chatting with Lucy since she was here for the least amount of time. But I will start with a few super chats. Sorry, gotta include the chat in this. Actually, there's a few questions for people as well. Nigeria has more British values than Germany, says Kancha. Max McDonald says, for everyone, why do you think nation states were formed in the first place and held together so long? It seems most of human history was nation states and not what we have now. Sorry, I got to get through these, so a few of them I'll stop. But Kyle Vernon says, can you ask shitlib Destiny the difference between nationality and ethnicity? Does he understand that English is an ethnicity? Do you understand that, Stephen?
I don't think you guys, I have no idea. Listen, however you guys define it is fine, but I hear everybody use these words differently, so that's the only reason I ask.
Funkman, why can't you guys stop being politically correct and just say you want a Muslim ban? They all need to go. Brewmaster, I support a ban on all immigration from all societies that don't share our values, and not racist because I know we would be weak to ethnically targeted bioweapon if we were an ethno-state. Kenzie Kraken, Lucy, was Tommy's speaking tour in Canada arranged by Rebel for the purpose of raising Tommy's profile and the Save Tommy donations? Is he an addict? Lucy? Oh, do we have Lucy here still?
Sorry, my internet went funny. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I put burqa rickets in chat, by the way. What was it? Something about Tommy's...
They asked if his speaking tour was arranged by Rebel for the purpose of raising his profile and the Save Tommy donations.
I don't think it was to do with raising, like, for donations. I think everything he does, I mean, it's his job. Everything he does is to raise his profile. But yes, I think he's an addict. I think I'm not happy about it. I hope he gets clean. And it just seems like a lot of bad mistakes he makes in a not sober state. That's what I would say about that. But no, I think that I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, obviously, Beth Nodwell, I don't know if you saw that viral clip of her talking about her big night out with Tommy and how awful, like, he was behaving and da-da-da-da. But it's a hard one. It's a hard one, to be honest. I've just seen a lot of dodginess there that I don't know if it's just greed and power that's got to his head. I don't know.
Also, just as a quick thing, this is a 2012 article, but okay.
Gelfling. If you want to understand the UK's current situation, you need to understand the failure of multiculturalism and social integration. Squat every day. We built the greatest empire the world has ever seen whilst exporting people. Kyle Vernon, lower wages doesn't mean lower priced goods. Prices haven't gone down one bit. Big corporations eat the profits from lower wages and GDP growth. Elijah Borges, question, is it not understandable to concentrate some derision towards Islam post-stabbings given the unalive the infidel influence it yields? I think the argument here is that this guy wasn't necessarily following that doctrine, so that's the debate going on. Jeremy, hey Lauren, out of curiosity, because you actually lived in Australia, do you think that Australia's healthcare is better than the US? Yeah, I do. They had a pretty good healthcare system, to be honest. Although there's been times where I've gone across the border to the US for healthcare because the timeline would have been ages to wait in Canada. The system's way too backed up. It's very broken here. Okay. Super chats are done. Like I said, 10 more minutes with everyone here, and then Callum, Lonerbox, Jack, I will give you guys a chance to say goodbye. Are there any thoughts you want to bring up that you feel have been, is anyone here you like, there's a big issue that has not been talked about yet that I really need to discuss?
I mean, it would have been awesome to talk more about the like UK riots rather than like weird hypotheticals and factoids or whatever, but that seemed like the direction I was going
at the moment,
in.
No, actually,
Birmingham that's going on.
Sorry, it's what going on, Lucy?
I saw a pub being invaded.
Plymouth and Birmingham. So Birmingham, I think you've got Muslims in the street going around looking for EDL people or whoever, and in Plymouth you had right wing versus left wing, and then from what I saw, it was still going on like 5 minutes ago.
If you could send me any videos of that, I'll bring them up on screen and we can talk about that. Because I actually would like to bring this conversation to the initial debate that we were having on Twitter, Stephen, which was the comparison between the BLM and the UK riots. And I mean, everyone here that is more against the mass immigration policy has been asked to condemn the violence. They've been asked to say people shouldn't be doing this. They've been, you've had the leader of the UK come out and say he's going to be just totally cracking down on anyone supporting this, even online. Do you, at least, Lonerbox and Destiny, do you see the bias coming from the leader of the UK? We played a video earlier on the stream where there was his reaction to the BLM riots where many people died, but he was saying these were legitimate grievances people had. He was saying, quoting MLK, giving his support to BLM rioters versus these riots going on in the UK. He's come out and said they're all essentially bigots that will go to jail and will regret their decision to riot. Why do you agree that there's a bit of a two-tier justice system, bit of hypocrisy going on there?
I think if you just watched those two clips and assumed he was only talking about the BLM riots and didn't know anything about Keir Starmer's past, you would think it's a double standard. In the 2011 London riots, which mostly featured left-wingers and a disproportionate level of minorities, Keir Starmer was the director of public prosecutions. He kept the courts open 24 hours a day. He allowed magistrates to pass longer and tougher sentences to set an example. Exactly what he's doing now. The whole idea was get them sentenced as quickly as possible so that everyone else knows, oh, fuck, that person I rioted with last night, they just went down. I'm not going again. Yeah, this guy, and on BLM in the UK, when that happened, even though the rioting in BLM in the UK was like people defacing a few statues and throwing one in the river for the most part, the first 6 days of this have exceeded basically on any of the violence of BLM in the UK. Keir Starmer, they didn't like him because he said that defund the police was a nonsense demand. And he also challenged the people who threw Edward Colston's statue in the river, even though they were later acquitted by a jury of their peers. So yeah, Keir Starmer has always been, he's a prosecutor. He's always been a fair centrist when it comes to like law and justice and all that shit. So yeah, I don't know. That clip is kind of a little bit misleading on its own.
Okay, there actually is a bit of rioting going on right now, so I'm gonna bring up the video and just play it in the background while you guys chat. Steven, did you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know what statements he said about BLM or what statements he said about the UK riots, so I can't speak to any of that. I have no idea what he said.
Which one's your favorite?
Of what?
I'm joking. Sorry.
Oh, for the riot. I mean, I thought most of the
Riots,
BLM
yeah.
riot shit was retarded, but I think it's just funny that everybody likes to support their riots because their riots are always based and awesome, and the other people's riots are fake and gay. So I just think it's interesting to me.
Black Lives Matter or White Lives Matter? Who wins? We'll
I'm
find
not
out.
sure. Considering most people that post White Lives Matters are probably 35 years old, living in their parents' basement, probably the BLM people because they've got the warrior genes, right? So I probably have to throw my lot in with them.
I just want to say, watching those scenes of Muslims and anti-immigrant people throwing bottles at each other from a police fucking barrier between them just gave a really a good old firm reminiscence. I think it's maybe a really good example of integration that Muslims have discovered football violence in the UK.
They're also giving each other Nazi salutes, which is quite nice.
I've just had a
Maybe it'll
message
be a
from
shared
someone.
interest.
I just had a message from someone who has a partner that works in a hospital, and they said apparently rickets is like a really well-known hush-hush thing within the Bangladeshi and Pakistani community. Apparently, it's all just they just know it, but they can't really say it. So there you go.
Oh,
Maybe
well, fuck, if we got a
maybe-
DM from somebody, yeah.
Well,
Wait,
one of my
rickets, is that,
friends
can
is
you
a-
infect other
one of my
people with
friends
rickets?
is a
Was that
medical student in Whitechapel, and she said that's bullshit. So fuck. Sorry.
I just got 3 DMs from different doctors saying, yeah, actually, Burka supercharged the
I
vitamin D
actually
in
do
your
have
body
a
by
friend in
concentrating all of
Whitechapel
it.
Medical School. I'm going to ask her. Hang on.
I'll have to wear a burqa for a year and do a test.
I'm glad everyone's getting along so well.
Yeah, sorry for being short, Destiny.
I just kind of want to add, just speaking about the BLM riots. I saw the same thing in 2020 when there were BLM riots here. Of course, to be honest, why? Because the police, there's barely any police violence that goes in the UK. We don't even carry guns. But it was the same level of two-tier policing that I've seen compared to the violence, the riots we saw in Leeds and Hare Hills just a couple of weeks ago, where the police just certainly weren't present. And then opposed to the riots we've seen this week, where the riot police came up. It was the same in 2020. The police were kneeling for BLM protesters in London, when the next week people came out on the Save Our Statues protest because they're being defaced in Westminster Square. The riot police were out there already with bats, and they were just whacking people over the head. I saw noses covered in blood. On pretty much again a much more peaceful protest than the BLM was just 1 week before. So this two-tier policing, two-tier care, very fitting name for the new PM, has been going on for a while, especially when it comes to
What was the extent for the
protests or
biggest,
violence in the UK.
for the biggest of the BLM protests in the UK? What was the largest one? What was like the most damage caused or the most people killed?
Well, I mean, we didn't really have riots
fuck all.
on
We had
at
fuck
all.
all.
They were protests, but I did
Wait,
see.
then what if they were just
BLM
protests? What would you be arresting people
I
for?
saw BLM people just absolutely beat the living daylights of people who they suspected were EDL. I saw one guy get his face absolutely bashed in front of him by Waterloo Station in June 2020. He was just completely innocent.
That's fine, but you're saying that there were no riots or just protests. What would the police be there for?
No, but because the police are always in London at protests, the police are pretty much always there to control it, as Lucy would well know.
No,
yeah,
I've
but if
got
there
it
was
here.
no violence, these weren't riots. What I don't understand. What.
Tell you what the problem was. I'll tell you what the problem was. It says that the biggest one was around the 6th of June. There was quite a few by the looks of it. If you look at this, like a whole Wikipedia page. But I remember the issue was with it. They were big. I got caught in one in the car. It was weird. But it was during COVID. That was the thing that really annoyed everyone because it happened during COVID. So they marched to the US Embassy, I think. And they were like, oh, lockdown rules apply for thee, but not for me. And
Wait,
if you look
so,
at like...
okay, wait.
That's
So I'm looking
true
at
as
this.
well,
I'm looking at So I'm looking at this Wikipedia thing. It seems like people were arrested though. So doesn't that mean the cops were there?
Yeah, there was... Yeah.
No, it said the police were there compared to what I saw on the roundup, but the policing was far heavier at the sort of anti-BLM counter protest that was the week afterwards.
Well, were there more people arrested in those things? Because I see 14 police officers were injured during the clashes and 14 protesters were arrested. Are you saying there were counter protests where like hundreds of people were arrested or 50 people were arrested, or which big counter protest?
It was the attitude of the police, but you can see that
Okay,
again,
so-
as I said, with the riots in Hare Hills.
Gotcha.
Literally
So just to be
a couple
clear,
weeks
we
ago,
went from there were
ran
no
away.
police at the BLM things to now there were police. Now the police arrested more people. So we went from there were
hang on,
no
I
police
said the
there, and
police
now there were a
were
lot of police.
BLM
Now it was just the attitude of the police. Okay.
The police were kneeling at the BLM protests in London. They weren't doing that.
They were kneeling when they arrested
immediately
14
putting the
people?
clashes out. No.
It says there were clashes between the police and the protesters. Were they kneeling at the clashes? Did they fight on their knees or what?
No, some of them, but obviously, as I said, it was a difference in policing.
Yeah, there's a
It was
difference in policing
immediately
because
versus
the riots
reacting
happening today
to
were much
violence
more.
than BLM. But
No.
obviously, both ways. Like the riots that we're seeing right now are in no way comparable to either side of the protests in 2020. But what the riots right now are comparable to was the riots in Leeds and Hare Hills just a couple of weeks ago, where the police weren't even present one bit. The police turned up and then they ran away. When right now, at all of these riots, the police have been very present, as they should be, to control law and order.
I think in terms of violence,
what are these riots about?
Comparison,
it was a Romani person, father, had tried to have their child removed for there was alleged child abuse.
Oh, no, I'm asking how do you spell it? I just want to look them up. I would never trust your summary of this event.
Sorry, Leeds. So it's Leeds, and then it was in Hare Hills, specifically in Leeds. Hare as in the animals.
Leeds. I don't know what
27 were arrested in Hare Hill. That's about the same number as people.
Nope, I found it. Don't worry.
Well,
27 arrested in Hare Hill. That's about the same as most of the riots here.
I can help you spell Leeds.
I got it.
Yeah, there were 27 arrests in Hare Hill. That's about the same as each town that's been hit here, right? Again, if you want a good analogy, 2011 riots. I know the reason you guys don't want to go to that one is because in 2011 riots, which were about comparable to these ones in terms of concentration of violence, London was actually more. But when that happened, Keir Starmer, the prosecutor, rammed his fucking brick-shaped knob through all those protesters like a fucking like a cop, yeah, like someone who is law and order. Yeah.
Was that before he was? Was that when what was his job before, like a judge or something?
He was director of he was director of prosecutions when he did that in 2011. And
wait, how many people have been arrested in the current riots right now?
400 or 500.
Okay, so I looked at the Leeds thing, so I don't know how big the Leeds riot was, but apparently 27 people were arrested in connection with the Leeds thing.
Well,
so
it was only one night. It was only one night and in one city.
Yeah, but most of these
so there were people that were arrested
10,
there.
20 people arrested as well. Yeah. Some of them are like less than 10 arrested.
I'm sorry, guys. I've got the Plymouth video playing for people watching, and this guy that just got Plymouth.
Look, Lauren, we've all so many places, and you need to know their names specifically, even though they're not pronounced how they're spelled at all.
I don't pronounce places in Canada right. I pronounce it anyway. Some old dude, he got hit by a police shield, and I gotta ask the chat. Like, he absolutely faked that fall. There's no way. Look at this. What? Please. Okay, he's either drunk or he's faking that fall. Chat, I need a second opinion.
Chat, is this real?
Chat, is this real? Look at this guy. Okay, wait. Watch this.
Let's see.
Watch. Okay. Police shields. You guys, if you watch my stream in real time, is he just drunk or did he completely like soccer fake that fall? And then he has a bunch of people surround him and try to pick him up.
I'm just waiting for the late stream to kick in. So
yeah, wait for the late stream to kick in. I need a second opinion.
Because we used to have a woman that was like one of these kind of activist people here called Based Amy.
Based Amy?
Yeah. She used to, does anyone remember Based Amy, English chaps? Do you remember her? She popped the Trump balloon. Do you remember that?
Oh, rings a bit of a bell.
She was really good at falling over. She was really good. She would always fall over. Like she would.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that was. Well, you got hit in the face once, and then
people are saying
over.
absolute gammon, drunk.
A little bit dramatic.
Insurance claim.
Insurance claim.
But hey, like head injuries are no joke. That's why I got myself checked out after I got beaten up on Southport.
Yeah, wait. I want to ask you about that. Fine. They just started beating you up, and when you said like I'm on side, they just didn't care.
Oh yeah, no, they absolutely didn't care at all. They were just like journalist, and like slap him. So they did. And now I've got a new tooth in my trouble.
Did it feel like that moment where the guys are yelling, "I'm on your side," and the BLM people throw the brick through the window? Did it feel like that?
Yeah, I suppose it kind of did a little bit, But hey, it's like, I understand why they would feel complete animosity towards journalists, because so much of the mainstream media does lie. I mean, they lied about people getting bussed in. It was a mix of, people from Southport itself and from the surrounding area, Liverpool, Wigan. It was all people from the Northwest. It wasn't getting bussed in en masse. Not everybody was there as violent. Only a few, because the crowd was so large, only a few people were violent. Some people were doing it for political reasons. Some people were doing it for fun. There was all this nuance that gets lost by a lot of the mainstream media when they do just look for clickbait headlines. And like for example, I saw some of the locals who were then saying to the rioters, like, why are you doing this? Why are you burning things down? Like, this is our home. And and all of this stuff just got completely lost in it. So
yeah.
Just so you know, like that summary you gave was the same as like every mainstream article I've read on these riots. But yeah.
Yeah, well, it certainly wasn't by Tuesday. Now they can push it under the rug.
It's the cops who are telling the media that they're busting. But yeah.
I'm gonna start winding this stream down a little bit. So, Jack, Callum, Lonerbox, I'm gonna get you guys to just kind of tell people where they can find you, where they can say hello, and follow your work. I'll start with Callum, since you were one of the first people here. Where can people follow you and find what you're doing right now?
Yeah, so I run a YouTube channel called Britannica. I'm sorry about my screen, it froze because the phone died. But if you'd like travel vlogs, especially in weird and interesting places, go over to Britannica and you'll find those. Probably the most interesting ones are the Afghanistan trip in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan and the Zimbabwe one, which I just did, seeing the ruins of Rhodesia. And if you'd like to become a multi-millionaire or billionaire, only in Zimbabwe dollars, if you subscribe on Subscribestar, I will send you several million, if not billion, Zimbabwean dollars in the post.
Britannica. I'm just going to see if I can bring it up here on the stream so people can see. All right, sorry, this is going to be janky, but will show you the channel, everyone. And I believe you said, are you able to spoil your next location that you're going to? This is the channel, everybody.
Yes, so. So I got invited by Professor Edward Dutton to go to Finland and see the Finns. Because he's been living there. He's got a Finnish wife, he's got Finnish kids, all that. Or half Finnish. And one of the funny things is the Swedes and the Finns in Finland couldn't be more different. Because the Swedes are Europeans and the Finns are not Europeans. They come from the steppe, the same place as the Mongols. So they just have all these weird quirks, like their language is massively different. And also they just can't handle alcohol because they don't have that 2,000-year history of drinking beer. So I'm going to go see how weird the Finns are, I suppose.
I've been there. It's a strange place. They really like their saunas. Love their saunas.
Did you do the get in the sauna and then dip in the ice thing?
No. I have a very strange Finland story. I'll share it one day on stream, but not today. Jack, I think you know it.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
That one is deep in the vault until... Yeah. Anyways, Callum, thank you so much. Everyone go check out Britannica. The travel vlogs look lovely. I'm going to watch some of these. And next, Jack Hadfield, my very dear friend for many years. Where can people find you?
You can find me at Jack Hadders on X. All of my other social medias are on my website, which is jackhadfield.co.uk. Just diverts my link tree, but it's nice and easy to have a fancy domain. I write primarily and report for The Publica. So they are at The Publica now on X, and they are thepublica.com. So it's public with an A, thepublica.com. So that's who I work for. And yeah, most of my posting goes on my X page. So yeah, Jack Hadders on X, and that's where you can find me.
Yeah, I've just put it up on the screen. Jack Hadders, he does good work, and he's going to be doing more reports on these riots for sure. So go follow him.
With my new tooth.
With your new tooth, yes. Do you still have the fundraiser up for that?
Yeah, I think I might be. Let me see if I can.
I need to chip in a bit
Where's
for your tooth.
Yeah. You've gone.
Yeah, it was this tooth here. It was chipped off diagonally in the attack. So pretty painful. I still have some pretty mad mouth ulcers right now that I'm making sure to rinse with salt water and get sorted out as much. But I think I got off pretty lightly, to be honest.
Oh dear.
All right, and then
attacked by Barry Stanton.
Yeah,
Barry Stanton. Yes.
Fucking journalist, gotta go.
Literally. Hey, I've got a jab in my Twitter bio for a reason. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And Lonerbox, who are you? What do you do? Where can people find you?
Yeah, hey, I'm Lonerbox. I'm a YouTuber. You can find me on YouTube. My channel's called Lonerbox. I love Law and Order, and I hate watching thumb-faced, coked-up loser fucks trying to incite riots from my country in a 5-star hotel in Cyprus like some white Hajamin al-Husseini wannabe. But hey, anyway, it's nice meeting you guys. I'm glad we can have these discussions, even if we disagree on many such things. Take care.
All right. If you would like to follow this shit lib, you can find his X account there, Lonerbox. All right. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye. And how do I don't know how to kick you. You're going to have to leave on your own.
I'll just leave.
We'll leave
Get out
politely.
the door.
Bye.
There we go.
Bye.
Like you don't. You
wait,
know where the
why
door
did
is.
Sean leave? I told Sean to stay.
Lonerbox.
Sean.
Box Loner, is that him? Box Loner. So what's happening?
Wait.
Or Boomer.
Wait, I added
Boomer
him.
Lauren.
Sir, return. Hello. This is not what I intended. Okay, give him 1 minute. Everyone go harass him on X.
So Destiny, have you ever been to our lovely island over here? You ever been to the UK?
I've been to a couple of the Bongo lands, but never Ireland before.
What did you think? Did you have a nice time? Did you have a crumpet and some tea?
You know, it was okay.
Yeah.
Despite the bridge.
Fix my audio.
You fixed
It's
it?
fixed.
Okay, you're really loud now
Yeah.
because I've got you like blasted on here. Okay.
I figured it out.
How?
Whatever you figure it out like 20% less, okay?
No, she's got to adjust it.
I've adjusted it, but yeah, turn your gain down a bit because I think you also turned that up when Steven was telling you how to fix your audio, and it's still. I've turned it down on my end. Wait.
All right, I turned it down
that's
as
better.
I'm talking.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
doing the thing.
my recording software records at a very low input, and apparently that changes it on all platforms, and I can't fix any. So I fixed my recording software.
Perfect. Wonderful. So, all right, I want to start with I've got a interesting. Actually, I probably should have read this email before Callum and Jack left. Okay, whatever. Steven, what level of immigration would you say is too much? What level of immigration and like culture disappearing from the UK would you say people can start to riot at? Is it none? Is it like
It's a nonsense question. If you want to design an immigration policy, then you have to start with the things that are important to you. Then you have to figure out which of these things are worth protecting and what they're worth sacrificing things for. Then you have to figure out how to measure these things. And then you have to figure out how to measure like an immigrant's impact on these things and then how to test for it. You don't have to have exact numbers for all of this, but you should have something in mind for all of this. If you've never thought about any of these questions, you're probably just racist. That's what I would say.
So when Sean, go ahead, Lucy.
Years ago. They should have thought about that years ago over here, because we're small. We're a small little island. We're a small island. So I don't know who crunched the numbers, but it's clearly unmanageable, and someone should have thought about that. No? Yes?
I don't live in the UK. I don't protest
What about all
immigration,
of
so I
the
don't know. Maybe it's
policies? What about all of the policies that Sean presented, saying this is what they do in Denmark? You know, they have these cultural. Do you believe cultural integration and assimilation is racist when people demand that?
It can be. It also couldn't be. It depends on what people mean when they say cultural and racial assimilation. It depends on what you mean by that.
No, I mean, I don't think they're assimilating them racially, but culturally, yeah, they educate their kids like Denmark's or whatever Denmarkian, I don't know what they call it, citizenship. If you're a refugee, you don't get just to hang around in the country. They put you in a third party country. One of the ones that they use ironically is Rwanda as a third party country. Like they have a bunch of policies to limit people coming to their country and to screen them. Would you be against that?
You've said nothing that's even worth responding to there. You haven't given me any. You said they screen people coming into their country. Well, obviously, I'm in favor of that. And then some vague allusion to culture. Like, give me something like quantifiable, or give me something you can speak about, like with some specificity. Yeah.
So if you're foreign born, they'll put you in classes until like as young as age 5 to educate you in how Denmark society works.
What is that?
So
Denmark society? They teach you how to drive, or they teach you like how to read
the values of the society.
What are the values? You're not saying anything. You're not saying anything. Do you understand? Do you acknowledge you're not saying anything? Do you understand that? You're not saying anything.
They call them cultural education classes. Like,
okay,
they're trying to teach them how to integrate into the culture that is there, rather than just try to force their home culture or go multicultural in their nation.
I can't. There's nothing to respond to. I don't know. I don't even know if you know what that
means.
What is Danish culture? What does that mean? No, you're speaking in vague nothingness. You're not saying anything of value. What does it mean to say that you're integrating somebody into a culture? What does it mean to say that you don't bring
do you
like
not
the
think
cultural
Denmark
values
has a
of your place with
culture?
you?
Do you not think Denmark has a
I'm asking you. You're making the
culture?
I'm just asking you what
I
that
think
means.
Denmark has a culture.
What
And I
is
think
Dan-
that
what is
culture
Danish
is a
culture? What does that mean?
culmination of, social behaviors, as simple as how you shake your hand. Certain
Okay, so is that something that they should
historical
teach then? You have to shake a hand a certain way, or?
Well, I can't even get a handshake from someone like Ali Dawa because I'm a woman. But it's the language. It's also shared history. Like there are you look
shared
at
history is not something like you know the history or like you have the ethnic history. What
okay,
is
so
shared
I
history
use
mean?
so I use an example of Croatians and Serbs often when I talk about this because people will be like, "Oh, this is just a race thing," and I'm like, Croatians and Serbs look pretty similar.
Why do we
but
have to?
because
We don't have to talk about Croatians and Serbs. We
but
can just talk about Danish
because
people. What does it
they
mean to have
have
shared
a
history?
shared history, their families have a history. They've got wars that have gone on. Like this is
Okay,
something
it's
that
just
is deep in
racism.
their.
We
What
can
do you
just
mean
be
this is
racist.
just racism?
I think racism is based.
They're
okay?
like
I'm
very
35.
genetically
I spend a lot
similar.
of time on the internet. Let's just hate brown people. I think that's fucking
These
awesome,
both
okay?
of these groups are white that I'm talking about. What is racist?
Okay, we can hate
about-
white people too. Okay, I'm BLM. We hate white people as well. I'm progressive.
What
we hate all
what
the-
is racist? Explain to me like I'm 5. What is racist about me saying that Serbians and Croatians have shared histories that are different?
The actual answer for I'll do this one time for anybody that's listening, okay? If you constantly allude to trying to protect a culture or protect a society from the dangers of immigrants, but you can never name a particular or specific thing, then everybody that's looking at you is going to think, well, if they don't really know what they're trying to protect, they don't have any way to protect it, they have no way to measure to protect
Is
it. and they can't
language
speak
not
to
a
anything
specific thing?
with specificity. Congratulations, language is one thing, but that's the first time you brought it up. So I'm glad I finally
did I
pushed you on
not
one
did I not
concrete thing.
say it's the way you shake your hand? It's language. It's shared history. You just ignored that bit and started saying.
I'm sorry,
that shared
are we
history was
talking about
true.
sign language now? Is that what shaking your hand is?
No,
Shaking your
those
hand
were
is not
three
language.
different. These were 3 different examples. The first
Okay,
one
I
was
didn't
just
hear you
social
say language
behaviors.
earlier. But
I
what
did.
my explanation was that okay, I didn't hear that. Okay, my the explanation is that if you can't name particular specific things that you're trying to protect about a particular culture, but you're just scared of, and then you always use the phrase mass migration, it kind of sounds like you just don't want like.
So if
certain
I
immigrants coming to your country,
The way that the host country would treat women would be an example as compared to what the migrants would do, like in their normal country or their original country. Like that's not something that's worth protecting, or that
like
you
how?
could try
Like
to
give me,
protect.
let's use the U.S. as an example. Like what
Dance,
would
they
be?
did the no-no square dance, didn't they? They had to do the no-no square dance. Do you remember that?
No, but
They
I
had
have
to-
another. I have
Well, in
another
the United
question related
States,
to
in the United States, in
Denmark
the United
and
States,
immigration.
how do we treat women? Like, what would be a value for how we treat women in the U.S. You think like everybody that comes to this country should be on the same page about?
That women full legal right.
That what?
Have full
That
legal
women have
rights.
full legal rights.
We get to drive
as
cars.
compared to men.
Okay, if I were to look at which ethnic group in the United States is the most in favor of removing the right to vote from women, what do you think that ethnic group would be?
Terminally online 15.
White people. Okay, so should I design my immigration policy then
Maybe
around?
white people though. I don't know. That seems to play really well for a different demographic.
Which who? Muslims? You can just say. I don't know why you guys are
Fits
putting
audience, perhaps.
Black males.
If I were to go to a repeal the 19th or
red.
whatever rally, you think I'm going to see it's going to be black people or Hispanic people or Muslim people or?
Have you seen the Fresh and Fit live events? Also, if
Yeah,
you think
like-
of the terminally online, they tend to be, or repeal the 19th people, they tend to be highly Hispanic as well. There's, just saying.
But I have another question about Denmarkian immigration policy. So one of the things that they do for asylum seekers is they'll confiscate portions of their property to pay for the services that they're going to receive. Would you be in favor of that?
Probably not. That sounds horrible.
But they're like desperate and need to their country for like safety or whatever excuse they're using.
Hold on. First of all, can you go into Discord and either turn on push to talk or lower the volume sensitivity because your mic is cutting off sometimes, but I think it's because it's not picking it up enough.
Lower the sensitivity? I don't know if you want me to mess with these settings.
When on Discord for the voice activation, your mic keeps getting cut off, and I think it's because your voice is dropping below a certain threshold.
Oh, here's a good one. We've actually had a serial pooping problem in Canada lately with new immigrants pooping on the beaches.
That's great. That's awesome. Okay.
So that's actually a cultural thing people super care about.
That's great. And okay.
Hey, what about Shabina?
Hold on, no, wait, one thing at a time instead of gish galloping all the retarded fucking racist shit you guys talk about in your Telegram groups. Please, holy shit, one thing at a time.
Is it
Okay.
racist to say
Sean,
that India has a sanitation in
When
public?
you talk about asylum seeking, in your mind, what should a refugee or asylum policy be for? Like in the ideal like construction of it, what should that be for?
You should go to the next country that is closest to you. You don't get to pick your first choice.
What is the process of that? Why does asylum seeking exist? Like, what's the point of that?
If you're supposed to be fleeing oppression or persecution of some kind, or your place is too dangerous for yourself, whether it be for political reasons, national security, natural
Cool.
disasters.
Yes, yeah, okay, yeah, Bradley. Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, yeah, I agree. Yes. So if we are to understand that people that are seeking asylum are people that are fleeing some fucked situation in a home country, I don't know why I would expect my country, if you're doing that, this is basically like a charitable work. You're taking in an asylum seeker, not because they're a good worker, not because they'd like even benefit your country, but because you feel like you have some world obligation to help people from countries that are, you know, suffering some kind of horrific event. So in that case, would I want to take things from people that are coming to my country as somebody who is like seeking asylum? Probably not. That doesn't feel like a very good thing to do. It feels like taking a guy in off the street who's homeless and being like, hey, listen, I'm going to help you and feed you and stuff, but like, those are some nice shoes. I don't know where you got them, but you're going to have to give them to me. I'm going to help you. Like, that just doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like you feel like I would do that.
When you have the issue of people trying to defraud the immigration system by fraudulently claiming asylum, this is a good way to sort on whether or not people are actually in desperate straits and need to get into your country, or they're just economic migrants using another system.
Okay, but what you just said
That's
makes
why
it sound like.
it.
Wait, hold on. So you said that this would, first of all, if people are trying to defraud the immigration system, everyone in here, well, I know you guys do, but I would agree as well. That's bad. You shouldn't try to defraud the immigration system. Okay, defraud is built into the word. You shouldn't ever be lying. Okay, if we're trying to prevent people from coming in, and we're putting some like economic filter on it, that has nothing to do with being a refugee. A wealthy person in a country could still be targeted by, we could imagine a communist or fascist takeover in a country where they start to kill all of a certain ethnic or religious group. It doesn't matter if you're wealthy, middle class, or poor, you might still have to flee from that country, right? So why would I want to take things from the wealthy or middle class people fleeing?
Because there's a cost associated with caring for these people. Like, money doesn't come out of nowhere. So yeah, you have to offset the cost in some way.
Okay, but then in that case, you're not really doing anything in terms of like
it doubles as a secondary screening mechanism for these people, because if these people are just choosing to be economic migrants but under a fraudulent thing, they'll go to another nation that doesn't have that restriction, which is why they have it in Denmark.
Okay, wait. First of all, I don't know how this would. So you're talking about taking things from people as a secondary screening mechanism? One, I don't understand that. And two, I understand that there's a
secondary screening mechanism.
Two, I understand that there'd be a cost associated with it, but we don't do refugees or asylum seeking. That international, that concept, that's not for bolstering your economy. This is like a charitable contribution to the world. When you take in refugees, you're doing a good thing or a nice thing. You're not trying to offset the cost. That's the point of that.
Yeah,
right?
I'm aware of that.
Okay, yeah. So
at
then,
the same time, you have limited resources. There's plenty of people around the world that are in dire straits, and you have to have some way of screening them out, because you end up in a horrible situation in the United States where if you're an actual legitimate asylum seeker, you have all these different various people that are just economic migrants that pass through 6 countries in order to get here that are clogging up the system. So if you're actually in need of help, you're totally screwed over. You're totally blanketed by all these other economic migrants. So yeah, having some screening system implemented, I think, makes sense. Another policy that makes sense.
Wait, hold on, wait. When you say screening issue for economic migrants,
or having a deterrent for this kind of fraud, like, you know what, if you're coming in with a bunch of valuable property, then you got to turn some of that over to pay the cost of you being maintained.
Wait, but wouldn't the people coming over, wouldn't the people who are economic migrants coming over to work come with nothing? Aren't you just screening out all the people that would be genuine refugees? Like, you're just taking like, or a lot of them that could be, like, if you're just taking poor people that want to work, those are economic migrants. They're not going to have anything for you to take on this secondary.
I mean,
like,
people tend to have certain things that they would take, like, you know,
Like
again,
what?
like these people that are they take jewelry or a bunch of different things from these migrants.
So, okay, so if people are migrating here, okay, if you get 2 asylum seekers that are married, you're taking their wedding rings, you're taking their grandma's jewelry, like what? Or are you saying if they come like decked out with like $50,000 worth of bling?
I don't think it goes specifically to their wedding rings, and I wouldn't be in favor of that. But yeah, if you have this property and you're going to depend on the taxpayer and you're asking for entry into their country to live off their system, then you should contribute whatever you can. Like, you want these people to have buy-in to the system.
Okay, but then that's fine. But then in that case, I feel like we're talking kind of asylum seeking, but this doesn't feel more like a country helping with refugees. It looks like a country trying to look for a particular type of worker.
It's not looking for a specific kind of worker. It's you're trying to deter people who are just economic migrants from coming into your country. This is a mechanism that they have developed in Denmark in order to do so.
Okay.
Like, if somebody really needs to get into Denmark, it should be no problem for them to turn over whatever. But what ultimately ends up happening is a lot of these people refuse to do so because they're going to look for another country with much softer immigration laws. and take advantage
Okay,
of
wait.
their system.
Sure. Let me understand what you're saying. So you're saying that in Denmark, if you go to Denmark, they run a net wealth analysis on you, and if you're worth over
I
a
didn't say
certain
net
amount.
wealth analysis. I said
Well,
that
how do they
specifically
take- how do
like the confiscation of certain property.
Okay. Do you understand that when you speak, you say nothing? Like you said the confiscation of specific property. I'm trying to figure out what property.
An example that I give was jewelry. If they're coming over with
And then I
certain
asked
jewelry.
you about like wedding rings or like
Yeah, and I
family
said I wouldn't be
heirlooms.
in favor of
You
a
said
wed-
no.
of
So
a
I'm asking
wedding
you like,
ring.
what do they? So that's all they do is they just look for jewelry, like earrings or what?
Other valuable property that they might have.
Like what? Like, can you link me this Danish? What do I have to look for to find this Danish policy? For what is this for? Asylum seeking or?
All right, I'll pull it up for you.
'Cause
My
most
other
of them that come here don't even have a passport. They chuck it in the sea. Some of them.
yeah,
So
I would
That's
also
very
not let
common.
anyone who destroys their documents.
I literally interviewed people in person in Morocco who were telling me they did that and are doing that in Spain as well. In France, they were told by every trafficker to throw their papers in the sea because then they can't be deported.
Yeah. So I don't think they have loads of jewelry, is what I'm saying. I don't think they're rocking up like Mr. T on the boats. Do you know what I mean? I think the iPhone would be the most expensive thing they have, and they won't want to take that.
Yep. So they seize valuables valued more than 10,000 kroner. Again, that's why I gave jewelry as an example, which is 1,000 euros. I'll link an article when they passed the policy back in 2016 from the BBC, everybody's favorite state-run news agency.
Whoa. Oh yeah.
Okay. You have me. Okay. So there's a 2016 article. I see this. So it says wedding rings will be exempt. Raise the amount refugees will be allowed to keep from 3,000 kroner to 10,000 following objections. Okay. I have this. Okay. So you've shown me this. I don't know if there's something more current, but I'm trying to find this. So this is saying here that this policy hasn't been used a single time. 3 years after Denmark's infamous jewelry law hits world headlines, not a single piece has been confiscated. Is this something they actually do or use?
I'm saying, would you be in favor of this policy?
Well, I already said principally no. I don't know why I would want to rob people that are trying to seek asylum.
I think it works as a good. I think it works as a good deterrent.
Why do you think it works as a good deterrent?
Because if you have assets that you're trying to bring in and you're just an economic migrant, you would go to a different European country.
What do you
if
think
this
an
was the
economic
policy.
migrant is? When you say economic migrant, what does that mean to you?
That you're just coming there to work and you're defrauding either the refugee or asylum system.
Okay, if you're an economic migrant, aren't the vast majority of economic migrants poor? Isn't that why they're moving to work?
I mean, that
Economic
doesn't mean they have
migrant
nothing.
is just they
No,
want to
but
make
generally
more
they
money.
don't come. They're not
a
coming
lot
with
of
like
times.
thousands of dollars worth
Actually,
of stuff.
okay, wait. Okay, since I've been on the ground and I've actually gone into these camps and spoken to these people, met a lot of them, literally been in the bushes hiding from the
I actually
gendarme.
just had 100 economic migrants message me, Lauren, and they said that the people that talked to you were lying. So I
Oh,
don't know who
okay.
to believe
Well,
now. Like, yeah,
that's
Alright,
great.
My bad. Yeah.
Anyways, the
I mean,
point
you
is,
assume like poor is like not a dollar to your name. Like a bunch of these
I'm going to
economic
kill you.
migrants
I'm going to
pay
kill
to be
both of you.
smuggled.
No, I
in
would,
a video
I would
game.
assume that economic migrants are people that generally aren't carrying around thousands of dollars of cash with them. That's what I would
I'm
assume.
going to fight you guys in real life. Will not let me finish my story.
All right, sorry,
You
go
have to
ahead.
have money to get on these boats. It's like 5,000 euros in some cases to get on these boats over from Morocco to go to Spain. It's thousands of dollars to get on these. It's people who actually have money that are able to take these trips, not people who are dirt poor. So when we talk about economic migrants, like one guy I spoke to who was making his way from Turkey into Camp Moria in Greece, which has now been burned down, was telling me he was a barber in Turkey for 5 years, had a pretty good time, but then he was told by a trafficker who, by the way, go out and find people and recruit them. Hey, you could have a better life in X country or Y country. I've got the
Am I making
contacts
this
to
up?
get
I
you.
thought I watched, and I could be wrong. You can tell me. You want to maybe. There was some blonde chick that did a documentary on illegal immigrating into the United States from Mexico, and I thought, wasn't she interviewing people that said things like people sell everything in order to be able to afford the trips up here to the United States? Do you remember this?
Some people do.
What was it called?
For sure. Yep.
Okay, so do you think the average person is like a decently wealthy middle-class person? Why would they want to illegally immigrate to another country if they've got like enough money to float like a few
Because they are
$1,000
being
for it?
promised. Like I spoke to people in Morocco who were telling me, and by the way, the Mexican immigration and the European immigration is different. It's a different situation. There are similarities, but they are different. I had people showing me videos saying, I'm going to become a famous soccer player in the UK. They're a little delusional about what their lives are going to be like when they get to Europe. I think it is way more common than people want to admit that people think they're going to be wealthy.
Way more common. If there were 10 of them, that would be more common than I would
think.
I'm talking like 20% of people that are footballers?
I'm talking the majority of these people believe they are going to be wealthier and live significantly better lives than the lives they get when they come to Europe. The vast majority. Maybe not everyone thinks they're going to be a professional footballer, but all of them think they're going to get a lot more money than they eventually do. No one thinks they're going to be living under bridges in Paris like what usually ends up. No one. Not one person living under a bridge in Paris told me this is what I expected. But that's what happens to them. And then they end up committing crime because
why don't they just go home then?
Because they can't, because they threw their passports out. You can watch my movie on it. Yeah. They've thrown their passports out. They literally can't even get deported if they wanted to.
They can't get another copy of their it's over. There's no embassies anymore. They burn them all down. There's no way to get back into. They're paperless, stateless people now.
They can't go back. They don't have the money to go back. They've already illegally immigrated. There's a lot of complexity that goes in there.
Wait, I thought you said that these people were like decently wealthy. Now they don't have any money, or they just happen to have only.
They are wealthier than the dirt poor people that can't afford to make these trips for sure, but they're not. We're not talking about super wealthy people that are coming over. We're talking about people that have small businesses. We're talking about people that have a home but sold it so they could take the trip thinking they're going to have a better life. We're not talking about
you think people that have small businesses represent a sizable portion of people coming who are throwing away their passport?
Yes, I do. I do believe that.
I don't think that's true.
Do you see a lot of women and children? It's not. It's men who are like, I'm going to give up my life and I'm going to see if I can make a new life in Europe.
Yeah, it's men who are 18 to 22, not small business owners, okay, with like
they have
net
jobs,
worth and assets.
Houses. They have money. They have money to pay the 5,000 euros for these trips.
But isn't that usually because they're like selling everything they have?
Sure, in some cases. Not in all of them. There are people who have a lot of money that are able to get these trips much higher end than others.
You keep saying, I don't think, if the people you're talking about sound like a 1%. Like my guess would be, can we look at it?
I'm saying when you say these are like,
I mean 80% of like people that are migrating illegally by boat or whatever.
These are not the dirt poor. These are not the poorest in their community. The poorest cannot afford to take these trips.
I'm not saying, I didn't say the poorest. Maybe they're the second tier poorest, but they're sure as fuck not middle class or wealthy.
I mean, they might be middle class in their country.
In their countries. Yes.
Okay, can we hook me up with some numbers on this? I didn't see anything about the Danish like massively enforcing this jewelry policy. So what are we looking at when we're trying to say that like?
I was asking if you're in favor of this policy.
I said no because when I think of refugees or asylum stuff, that's generally like that's like a charity that you do to the world. It's not a thing that you're doing for economic or fiscal reasons. So that's why I wouldn't assume that you would like charge people. And I could even think of like a number of reasons why you wouldn't want to do that. Like I wouldn't want to have somebody who's an asylum seeker come to my country and now I'm like fucking their life over even more, which means they're less likely to be able to contribute here or work or do anything else because now I've made them even poorer. Like that just seems like why would you ever want to do that? It just seems so weird.
Well, a lot of them aren't actually asylum seekers. They're abusing the system.
Why would you ask me? What would my ideal regulation look like for somebody abusing the system? My ideal regulation would be they don't abuse the system.
But you set up a system with as many safeguards to prevent abuse of the system as possible.
But that doesn't sound like it would safeguard it. If somebody's wealthy enough to be carrying that much money, they would just leave the money in the bank at home. Or if you guys are talking about remittances, they would just leave the money with family at home and they would just travel with nothing. How are you going to be able to subpoena a person's like Rwandan bank account if they're trying to legally immigrate into your country?
Well, first of all, Denmark has it. Rwanda might not be the best example because they do have a relationship with them since they use them as a third-party country for screening refugees. But
that was a really good dodge. It didn't answer my question at all. But I'm just saying, if somebody illegally immigrates to a country and they would know anyway, because you guys are saying they tossed their papers. So how would they even know?
Well, yeah, I think you shouldn't admit somebody if they destroy their passport before they come into your country.
Like, that is a great point.
Like that's a sensible policy that I would definitely enforce in the United States. Like there's
no way 1 trillion%. In the United States, do we take people with no passports? Are you accepted into the...
People destroy their passports at the border and they turn themselves in for asylums.
I'm asking, do we accept people in the United States with no paperwork and no passports?
If they claim asylum, we do. Yeah, we process them.
When you say we process them, is part of the processing meaning if you can't verify the person, then they get tossed?
There's plenty of people. No, they get paroled into the country.
You're not answering any question. Hold on. You do this intentionally when you argue? No, wait. You every single question I ask, you give a weasel answer. I ask you very specific questions on policy, and it's like, well, there have been people who do this. Well, they do this. Well, some people do
border. Yes, we will admit people at the border who leave their documents behind when they claim asylum specifically.
as a matter of policy, not admit them for processing. I'm asking as a matter of policy in the United States of America, will we allow people to live here after being processed with no paperwork and no way to verify who they are? That's a policy in the United States.
We give them paperwork like when they get here, but yes, if you destroy your passport, there's a reason why they do that, because it makes them harder to deport. Like, yes.
We give them identities, we give them...
Well, we take information that they give us as their identity.
With no verification or anything, they just give a name and then we admit
we attempt to verify, but with as many people, it is very difficult to do so. But yeah,
and if we're unable to verify, we allow them to stay in the country?
Well, first of all, enforcement, like I'm sure eventually people can theoretically get deported, but yeah, like they stay in the country.
So the answer is no, you're just lying, you're wrong. We don't let people stay in the United States who come here with no paperwork if we can't verify an identity. I don't know why you're dying on this hill. Just say, no, we don't do that. There might be ways people can cheat, lie, or defraud the system, but as a matter of policy, I would be surprised to find out that the United States of America, it's as simple as setting a fire to your passport and then walking up claiming asylum, and now you got a free ticket to the United States. That would be crazy if that was the actual policy of the United States of America.
You still have to go through the regular asylum process, but yeah, you can get admitted. That's why we find all these destroyed passports before we get to the border or on the other side of the border.
Yes, you can come and go through the process.
You can processing, like, yes, you can come into the country. You can
but if they can't verify your identity and you don't have a passport, you're going to get tossed.
Yep, these people will present a different name. This is usually how criminal types get their way into the country. And yes, you can get through the system like that. If we find that you're defrauding the system under law, yes, you will be deported. But guess what? If you enter the country illegally at the border, under the law, it says you should be deported anyway. So there's like on paper what it says what it says should happen, but then there's what actually happens. And a bunch of these people end up in this country. So yes.
Wait. Okay, so firstly, you just said that they have to lie and give fake identities.
Factual.
Yeah. So number one, you said they had to lie and give fake identities, which satisfies my argument then. They don't let people in without identities that aren't verified and without a passport. That's why they have to fake them. So you're wrong there, number one. Number two, you're saying that, wait, the law is to deport illegals and we don't do that. What do you mean? What are you speaking about there?
Yeah, like you're supposed to deport people when they enter at the border, and we let a bunch of these people in.
What do you mean you're supposed to deport them at the border, but we let them in?
Yeah,
what are you
it takes, and these cases take years. They cost thousands in tax dollars. More than that, these people get housed. They get money. It's, I spoke to people when I was doing my film where they were saying they'll just go because they know they won't be deported for years and they'll get to live there.
Who are we supposed to deport? Yes, and thank God Donald Trump saved them by blocking the legislation in the Congress.
Okay, so you agree we need better legislation.
Why are you that's my position. Your position is a ban on mass migration, which is nonsense, okay? Yeah, I do think that there should be better control of the border. I'm asking, Sean, what is it when you say that we are supposed to deport people legally, but we don't? What are you talking about there? What are you referring to there?
Do you know how Obama got called the deporter in chief? It's because of these rapid deportations of people who showed up at the border. This is policy under law for people who are admitted. You can get them out even quicker without putting them through the through the lengthy legal system. So that is what we used to get done. That's why Obama got all those deportations under his belt. Most of them were basically immediate ejections. So yes, this is what you can do under law. This is what you're supposed to do under law. But instead, we let these people go through the asylum system because they're fraudulently claiming asylum. And we know they're fraudulently claiming asylum because they passed through 6 countries in order to get here.
If we are letting people in that are claiming asylum, but we don't want to be, or we do want to be, why would the Democrats try to pass legislation in the House to change this? Why was it blocked by Republicans?
Because Biden denied this issue even existed for 3+ years.
That had nothing to do with what I just said. How did that even? Okay,
that's why they wanted to pass it. I'll explain it. Then it became really politically inconvenient for them, so they wanted to pass something into law to have a W on their side. So yeah, the reason they wanted to pass legislation was political expedience.
All right, you two, this was a stream on the UK riots, so I'm going to girl boss, gaslight, and gatekeep and kick the men in 2 minutes here. You both have one more statement, and then you can say...
Sure, yeah. Democrats tried to pass... Biden tried a number of things to slow down the asylum process at the border. The idea that we allow people in who are illegal, and we know they're illegal, is just... It's not true. It's just... And that you can tell by the way there's like a weasel answer to every single question I ask. You don't let people in with no paperwork. And when the answer is, well, if they're fraudulent and they fake it, well, then obviously, of course. We do allow people to come to ports of entry and claim asylum, which I think is a huge fucking problem right now. But when Democrats tried to pass legislation in Congress that was authored by originally a Republican in the Senate, Langford, Trump shot it down. Literally, Trump on his own told Republicans, don't vote for this. I need to keep the border open for election issues, which is insane. So the idea that somehow Democrats still get blamed for this when it is Republicans that shot down legislation under the orders of a guy who's not even in office right now, okay, Donald Trump, it's ridiculous that Democrats still get the blame for that. Now that's on Republicans. They get the blame for that until the election season, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice talking point, but Joe Biden under the campaign said he wanted these people to surge to the border. That's who we are. That's exactly what happened for 3+ years into his administration until it became politically expedient for him to say, oh, crap, I guess I got to pretend to do something related to the border. So if this was the non-existent issue for 3+ years, then he should have just let things go as they were going. But instead, he has to blame Trump because they didn't want to pass some cheap win that wouldn't resolve the issue, that doesn't penalize people for destroying their documents, that doesn't reinstitute Remain in Mexico, and wouldn't actually solve the root of the problem, which is a bunch of economic migrants passing through a bunch of different countries on their way to the United States to abuse our asylum system. So no, you don't pass a law that's not really going to address the heart of the issue in order to give the guy who allowed the issue to spin out of control a cheap political win.
All right. Very good, guys. Generic YouTuber also super chatted. There is a huge difference between what policy is on paper and what is practiced by courts and customs agents due to orders from heads of bureaucracy. That is true. All right. I appreciate you both coming on here. This was a bit chaotic. It's my first stream in a long time, so I just appreciate, as Sean said, coming to my piano recital. Stephen, I'm sure people know where to find you, but if you had any, last words, YouTube in a video game, you would like to say where people can follow you, go right ahead, and then I'll let Sean go.
YouTube.com/Destiny. Yeah. Also, Biden is on track to deport more people than Trump did. So, yeah, thanks a lot. And he can't use Title 42 to do it. So,
Inshallah. All right, go ahead, Sean.
You can find me on youtube.com/actualjusticewarrior and take a look at the net immigration numbers. That was a big topic earlier on. So deport more raw number out of the millions more people that have come into the country under Biden because he asked them to. So YouTube
illegal or illegal immigration? Why are we conflating the two?
Asylum fraud is not legal.
You said You said net immigration numbers.
Yeah, it's hella inflated by these people that come into the country under the asylum system.
Leave my call. Leave. Men are so catty, aren't they, Lucy? Just so catty. It's unbelievable.
Did you see my meme I posted on Twitter? I was told we were talking about the riot. The guy at the computer.
I do not. I'll look at it.
It's okay. I mean, yeah, it just...
No one could stay on topic. Oh, a very good meme.
I thought we were talking about Britain. I mean, so...
Well, it's so funny because the argument from Lonerbox and Steven was essentially that why did this issue all pop off as a result of a Rwandan second-generation immigrant? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And then they take this and bring it into every possible crisis to do with immigration. They take this topic and it becomes about American immigration. It becomes about the economy. It becomes this. Well, obviously it's all connected. Obviously there are a million issues that are pressurizing this, and you guys want to bring them up too.
Yeah, it's called the world.
It's called the world.
News every day in the world. There's loads of things that happen. Yes. They're not all the same. Over here, we just obviously have a different problem. I think part of the problem is we're fucking, pardon my language, we're tiny. Like, America is physically huge. We're tiny. I don't know if that, maybe I'm just being stupid here, but we've taken a lot for the size of our country, I would say. But also, if anyone's interested in the riots, I'll tell you what's going on in the riots. At the moment, the Garda are being called in Belfast because a supermarket that was torched yesterday or a couple of days ago, someone tried to set it on fire again. So that's good. And we've also had Muslim graves being desecrated. That's been happening. We've been having people are shouting the P word with their children skipping down the street saying P words out, people from Pakistan out. We've got Britain First being graffitied everywhere. And of course, was it last night or the night before? I think it was the night before. No. When were they trying to set fire to the second hotel, Holiday Inn? I think it was last night.
So this is why I wanted to have you on, because I think you've got a really interesting perspective on this all, because you are not someone who will deny the issues of immigration. You are not someone who's going to come out and be like, all of their contentions are racist and garbage and BS, but you have experienced being on the wrong end of attacks from people who consider themselves, patriot groups. So you're also quite disgusted with the violence going on. And do you feel like torn between two worlds? Like you have no place in this current media cycle or even social conversation in the UK? Or do you feel more people are actually very in line with your perspective?
I don't know if, I mean, I have quite a few people started following me and saying that I was on the Times earlier, I was on Times Radio, but they mainly just wanted to ask me if I was disgusted or, what's the word, if I felt guilty about working with Tommy. And I was kind of saying, well, yeah, like obviously, because there was things like, he definitely spread a lot of fake news as well. But like, at the same time, I would say that the work that we were doing was actually an attempt to stop things like this happening. That's what I think. I at the time, it was very much, people were sending messages and it was getting very extreme and it was like going the way of like what we're seeing now. And we thought that in order to counter that, okay, we go to these places, we interview the people, we talk about these issues where the media's like, we pick up the ball from where the media's left off and try and kind of just make sense of things without it turning into violence. But I just think this country's just a little bit all over the place. For a start, they thought that EDL still exists. That was, I mean, talk about misinformation. That most of the country think that EDL still exists. So that's amazing.
That's in the UK too, or is that just the kind of Americans? Or I guess Lonerbox is British, isn't he? And he still thought wow. Okay, sorry.
The UK, most people here, we've had all over the news, it's like people talking about, should we prescribe the EDL as a terror organization? Which just everyone was like, what are you talking about? They disbanded like 2013, 2014. It kind of makes me think, so when I was doing all that work, and obviously we were working together around Rebel and Tommy and everything, did people think I'd joined the EDL? Because I had a Muslim once come up to me and say, hey, you can punch me if you want. And I was like, what? And I guess that's the thing that I can't square, is that I just thought that we were trying to be like this kind of, this middle ground of people that were like kind of liberal and like kind of this and kind of that. And remember we used to go out to gay bars and like laugh about like just, how stupid our jobs were or whatever. But now I just feel like what's happened was, ever since 2018, everything just seems to have gone to pot in the UK. Like you've got all these splinter fringe movements, you've got patriotic alternative on the rise, then they always have loads of split offs and like arguments. And they're like the ones that Tommy hates. They're like the proper Nazis that he hates. So again, people can't make this distinction. People don't actually know what's going on.
They don't know the details. I see it all the time. It's like
they're calling Tommy a fascist. He couldn't spell fascist. Do you know what I mean? He couldn't find it in a dictionary. Sorry, that was rude. But he's not a fascist. Not by definition. Not in the policy that he wants. He doesn't even want policy. He just wants bad thing to stop. That's how his mind
that's what
works.
A lot of people are. They want bad thing to stop, but they, like you were saying, when we initially started all of this, we got into this media world at the same time. It was like, all right, there's a group here. We are young. We don't necessarily know exactly what's going on, but what we know is their story is not being told. And we grew up in these communities that had these problems. We know they're real. We know the media are lying because it's like very obvious to our face, our day-to-day experience, that it's not being portrayed properly. And just normal people from 10, 20 years ago that wanted actual issues to be addressed. And there was, what was the outlet? Sorry, actually, someone just asked, Lauren, which UK Prime Minister decided to ban you? Basically for warning them what is happening now. Was it Theresa May? It was Theresa May. It was under Theresa May anyways. Max McDonald, thank you for the $5.
But it was to do with hope, not hate. I think that, do you remember they had a picture of us at that Luton game that we went to, and it was like they were crossing us off one by one?
Yeah, they got me banned. Yeah. They legit called in and got me banned, and then everyone thought I was working for them, which is a really cool thing about the far right, is they are like the most likely to fall for psyops. Absolutely. Like the first people that will
sounds
fall
very
for
intelligent.
left-wing psyops is the right, like the most conspiratorial sides of the right, which is really
The
helpful.
thing as well, there's this whole period of time, and I kind of wish that when I went on the Times, that again, it was just kind of like a very nice woman saying, well, do you feel bad? Do you feel responsible? And I was like, this is like a kind of not really the question to ask, because I'm kind of thinking there was these large swathes of activists, if you remember, obviously, that were like trying to raise awareness of the issues of undocumented migration or whatever you want to call it, asylum seekers, but just things going wrong, things being too much, things not working. There were people trying to raise awareness of it, and they all got banned and censored eventually. And then Hope Not Hate put out a big article that said deplatforming works. Let's get on with it. Keep deplatforming them. And here we are, a few years later. Didn't work, did it? Didn't work. And now I actually sort of half agree with Tommy. He tweeted something the other day about the riots, saying that this was a rudderless ship. I don't think that's entirely true, but I think a little bit like what you're seeing, you're not seeing really leaders at the front of these protests. You're just seeing like a mass, like just I don't know, like horde of people. There's no one like sitting there saying, "Hey, do this next." Like there are some people winding it up, but Tommy's not saying go here and do this per se. He's hinting at it. He's saying, look at this is where people are going. But I actually think, looking back, I just think there has been at least 6 years of normal people trying to raise awareness of these issues, and they all got censored, or maybe like me, maybe they got booted out of the movement and treated badly by their own movement or whatever, and then just got, their voices got lost. And now we just got loads of warmongers.
Well, the people who wanted to talk got pushed out for sure. Yeah.
And also there were so many people actually, that's the other thing that I kind of miss about working in the fields, like actually going out there. Like you went to the migrant camps, we were going to these small towns and cities across the UK, and we were speaking to people. And how many people that I've met that were not white, that were second and third generation immigrants, who were really pissed off too. And what about them? That's what kind of like our whole message. What about these people? What about, like they're allowed to, even before I was involved with politics, my GP said the same thing. She said, I voted Brexit. I want them out, too many immigrants. And she was Chinese.
Yeah.
What about her?
I got an email today. Oh, actually, I'm going to bring up this email in a second. It's very in line with what you're saying. But you said your interview today was with the Times and them asking you to be basically on your knees, apologetic, how dare I, which is very ironic because if you read my Wikipedia page, she has rejected the far-right label and said she is not a racist, preferring to be described as conservative. In 2019, when making such denials to a journalist from the Times of London, Southern ended their conversation by predicting a race war. And I will never forget that interview because they actually took the audio from that and cut it up to change sentences that I said, like cut words out of sentences. It was wild. I've never seen such like BS editing in my life, but you look back at that conversation and what I was trying to say is I don't want any of these things to happen. I don't want this immigration to cause chaos. I don't want anyone to be in pain or anyone to face racism. I don't want any of that. But if things keep going the way they are, objectively, you are going to have a race war, whether you like it or not. And this whole, the way it's worded in my Wikipedia, she has rejected far right. But listen, when she made denials of this, she said there was going to be a race war. It's trying to say, well, clearly she's a racist. No, predicting something that is going to happen does not make you a racist. And the fact that the Times, Wikipedia, all these people slandered everyone who tried to warn about this happening in the future, they are the ones, not you, Lucy, not me, who should be ashamed of themselves. Who should be asking, what could I have done that may have caused this? Did I even predict for a second that the complaints of these people may have had some merit to it? No, they didn't. They didn't at all. And as you were just saying with people that you would speak to, your doctor, or whoever it be that be of different ethnicities, I got an email today from a really lovely gentleman, Anupam. He's Indian. And he said, I was a British citizen born in the UK. My parents were born in India and came over in the 70s. I've been a supporter of yours for years. I completely understand a lot of issues you have discussed relating to uncontrolled immigration, changing demographics, problem cultures. Seeing the state of the UK right now, I'm an avid believer in curbing immigration levels and having a serious, nuanced discussion about the problems immigrant groups cause in the country. Here's my dilemma. I have been as angered as anyone else in the country over the stabbings committed by the descendant of immigrants who clearly have no respect for our country. However, I have seen a growing movement of people holding the belief that if you are born to immigrant parents, you are inherently not British and have no right to claim you are. even Sargon of Akkad. I can only identify with being British. I have more in common with my white neighbors than anyone from India or any other country. My loyalties are to the UK and my values align as such. If I was dropped in India tomorrow, I would feel like a foreigner. I'm really struggling with how I feel about this. For years, I've defended the right position of immigrants needing to align with Western values, yet apparently even this isn't enough anymore. Look at how letting things get to this has ruined it for people like this man. In a world where we didn't have mass immigration, in a world where the complaints about this were not ignored from the working class, where we didn't let so many radicals in, this man could have happily lived in Britain with a culture he respected and loved without feeling now pushed out. And once again, it's all just a natural conclusion. That people, they don't know anymore. They don't care anymore. They don't want to hear the nuance. They just want the bad thing to stop, like you said. And now people like this, it's actually the immigrants who wanted to assimilate, are going to suffer a ton. It's really, really sad to me.
Like, did you see the clip of that black guy just getting chased around and like punched, like set upon by, like,
yeah,
whatever you want to call
and
them,
it's like,
rioters? And it's like, and you're like, if that was my friend, I think I would like, I don't know what I'd do. Like, obviously, but you just think, like, really? Like, and is this what Tom, like, do people like Tommy really want this? I don't know. I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
But there's obviously the Wignats. There's obviously the more, like, hard right. I don't know if you've seen Barry Stanton's Twitter feed. I don't know how he's still online.
Well,
but,
isn't
like,
it just a meme?
you know,
I thought his was a meme.
he is just, it's like, how
But
much...
yeah, how much of it
how
is
much
like,
of it-
yeah.
It's like getting to, like, I don't know, but it's just funny as well because they're trying to blame Musk. They're trying to blame. Apparently, Lawrence Fox was seen like leaving the country this morning because he might be getting in trouble as well for incitement.
See, even that is crazy though. Like that fact that it's been made illegal, like that kind of two-tier justice system that everyone's talking about. That you have people putting up stickers against mass immigration, and then you have like proper pedos and individuals that are grooming young girls that are not being deported, that are getting lesser prison sentences than the people putting up stickers saying, you know, I don't even care what it says. It was like, end mass immigration or keep Britain white. I don't care what it said. The fact that you have people being put in jail over stickers, but not for sexual assault, this is what causes people to just run in the streets and act crazy. And I'm not saying that that is not a, like, yeah, go beat up random people, but like you have literally created an unhinged population that don't feel anything is fair anymore. And so they don't feel they should be fair anymore. It's just how humans work, whether we like it or not.
We just have so many problems over problems over problems. Like, yeah, immigration's a bit of it, like over, like too much. But then also, yeah, like the prisons are full. Prisons are full. So now we have to clear out the prisons. Who are we clearing out? Don't know. Got to chuck a bunch of like gammons in. That's what they're thinking. And then, you know, you've just got like poverty everywhere. You've just got everything's changing. Everything's very globalized and blah, blah, blah. But then, yeah, as someone that was in the system, having a crime committed against me for like 4 years and like having the police basically brush me off to the point where I actually started to believe that it was political. Like I actually started to believe that the police were like purposefully not dealing with this stalking case that I was dealing with because of my history or something like that. But there is that little part of me that now still bears a grudge that when I see the police get attacked, there is that part of me that thinks, yeah, you like, and maybe a lot of people think that too. Maybe these areas, maybe they're just like, you know, F the police. But even if you're to look at this as like a British nationalist, then those police are still, it's the English fighting the English if you're looking at it that way. Like not all of them, but it's just like, that's the sad thing. Like none of these people should be fighting. The people that are born here, first generation, second generation, like whatever, everyone has just been put in this, you know, people calling it a failed experiment, but it brings me no joy to see basically people chasing down white people or brown people just to beat them up because of their color. Like that's just like caveman shit, you know. Like,
well, we're gonna
and then police getting knocked in the head, and like there are women on the front line, women policemen, who are probably going home to sons and daughters with big black eye. That's horrible. Don't like seeing that either. So yeah, it's a real mess. I don't really know what Keir Starmer's going to do. Maybe just lock up all the white people. That'd be good.
There we go. We'll lock up all the white people. Now everyone can just...
White.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things you just think, you're looking at it and you're like, this is horrible. It's like 28 days later. But it was so preventable. I really think a lot of this was preventable. That's the thing that sucks about it. Like, no one likes to see racist attacks. Like, no one likes that. And even whatever that, even regardless of what they're graffitiing and stuff, they're still attacking businesses and just vandalizing it. Like, they're graffitiing racist stuff, but they're also just like vandalizing properties, like causing problems. They set a library on fire.
But then,
like, great.
You know, they're gonna, like, as I've also seen videos appearing of the Muslim gangs coming out as well and doing the same thing, but that's not getting reported on. So, like, I think people get to a break, and I'm not, yeah, I agree with everything you're saying, but I think people get to a breaking point where, I said this on Twitter the other day, eventually white people are gonna realize they get to loot without consequences too. Like, eventually they're gonna realize it. And
they've been looting Lush, they've been looting Greg's, and some of them are gonna go to prison for 5 years for a sausage roll. I mean...
Yeah.
Are we happy about that? Would a nationalist be happy about
No, and
that?
that's the thing too. Like, if you are there and you have friends going out and looting places, I mean, it's likely they'll get away with it, but if they don't, like, that ruins people's lives. And we've seen it before in the political movement where people will push people, you got to do something, you got to go out there. And they'll be the ones that aren't going out. They'll be the ones that are tweeting, and then the people on the ground end up in jail for years, and people forget about them, and their life is ruined.
Well, because it's not just a riot, is it? It's like, yes, you can go, and yes, you can wear a mask, and yes, you can go and like throw some stuff, but there are people all around that place with cameras. There are police with cameras. There are probably anti-fascist people, like networks with cameras. Your phone is, you know, evidence of where you've been, anything you post on social media. A lot of these people are probably getting a bit fast and loose with what they're posting on Facebook. So that's now doors are getting knocked on right now. They're going to be made an example of. And, you know, that's when we take it back to Tommy, that image of him lying on a sun lounger. Like, did you see this? Like, with his phone?
In what's it called? The Daily Mail?
Teletexting, just like... cutting the race war, and you just think, like, it's just
like you said, laws of foxes leaving the country. You're gonna have a lot of people going to their vacation homes for a bit while a lot of their supporters end up in jail.
And also, like, this is the thing, like, even before the riots started, like, my argument on Twitter, like, I did this big thread about it, about how his film that he put out wasn't quite the truth. You know, he has this habit of putting out kind of half-truths and kind of getting himself stuck, painted into a corner, and then kind of making a documentary to get his way out of it. And, like, yeah, I was kind of trying to explain that this film was deemed libelous by a court and by the High Courts of Justice, or whatever, I think, in London. I read the transcript as much as I could, you know, and, like, I was watching people break it down and stuff, and it seemed pretty simple. He said a Syrian refugee was a bully and he was attacking native white girls or something. He wasn't able to prove it. And he lost the case, so it got deemed libelous. So his way of retaliating is like, okay, well, I'm going to show this film to, like, now it's been seen by at least 20 million people. And, like, it's just so annoying because I just think that the truth kind of goes out the window. I think that him and his followers are thinking, yeah, but it's a Syrian, so, you know, he's brown and the other kid was white, so, you know, like, that's how it seems like it just comes across to me. It's just like the actual truth of it, and the law doesn't matter. And it's like, why do we need some guy making a fucking documentary about a school playground incident that's very one-sided, like very fakey in the way that he's done it and everything? Like, why do we need that film to be the thing that might have contributed to race riots? Like, that's the thing that I don't get. It's like, if you want to do a big documentary about the truth about mass immigration or something like that in the UK, or like some deep conspiracy government thing that you've discovered, that you've absolutely fact-checked, it's all true, you're going to tell this big secret to the Brits, they're all going to wake up and, you know, rule Britannia, and the British lion is going to roar. Okay, like, maybe, but it's like, that's what they think is happening, but it's not happening. It's like, Tommy made a film, shouldn't have made it, not really necessarily true, it's wound everyone up on a really hot like,
well, the problem is no one reads the court cases. Like, I actually read the documents a bit there, and I watched the, like, breakdown of people who had read the documents, and yeah, it's a bit yikesy.
Kind of like, unnecessarily, like, complicated, and, like, kind of like not really what. And then I just think people give him the benefit of the doubt of, like, yeah, but he's right on most stuff, and it's like, like, kind of. I mean, like, the Free Tommy movement in 2018, that was to do with, he nearly collapsed a grooming trial. And he was, like, taken away in a police van, a hero of Britain, because he nearly let groomers go free. Like, and that's the kind of stuff that I've been sitting in the background just knowing this stuff and being really, like, just amazed just watching
Lucy,
it all play out.
whether it be Tommy or a lot of people in this political movement, the amount of times I'm like holding my phone and like throwing it across the room, watching people donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to things that are objectively lies, but no one reads the court case, no one looks into it, and they're like, I am getting oppressed because I'm not a communist. And I'm like, guys, why are you donating so much money? Just if you're gonna, I beg of you, if anyone is watching this stream, if you are going to donate money to any cause and it has to do with illegal anything, read the court cases first. Save your money, read the court cases first. If it's legit, go for it.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It makes your movement look dumb. It makes your movement look dumb.
Yes.
Because you've got proper journalists that will go in and publish all of this stuff and be like, you know, there was a Channel 4 video that was like, who is Tommy Robinson and why is he in prison? And they laid it out pretty simply. And that's what mum and dad back in Cambridge are going to watch. They're going to watch like, okay, here's this story. He's saying this. Actually, it's a little bit this and da-da-da-da-da. And then they see the footage of all of his followers singing his name, wearing his face on a T-shirt, you know, and they just think, God, these people. And it's so annoying because those very followers have the same concerns that we need to talk about. But they can't because everyone thinks they're a doofus, like supporting some cult leader.
Yeah.
And it's like, it just gets lost in the weeds and it just kind of annoys me because like they do deserve, like their voice is heard.
Yeah.
And it just becomes like, oh, they're just stupid Tommy supporters.
This is why I'm not mad at anyone who, like, of course I have the moments where I throw my phone across the room and I'm like, Grandma, do not give your $10. Stop it. But I also understand, like, people put their faith in media figures. They put their faith in dissident media figures because they know the mainstream are lying, because they're living in reality and they see that reality is different than what the media say. And then because the non-mainstream figures will put out stories that are kind of in line with their reality, they're like, okay, I have a real job. I have a real family I have to take care of. I don't have time to look into this stuff. I am putting my faith and trust in you to help this country, and I'm giving my $10 to you to hope that you're going to fix something because I can't give my time to it. So it really is a trust thing. They can't trust the mainstream, so they go to the dissident. But there's, like, unfortunately, everyone's got motivations now in media. You got to look into issues yourself. You really do. At least if you're going to get worked up about them to the point where you're going to riot or you're going to put money towards it, you have to you have to take the time to do a little bit of deep dive rather than end up in jail or end up, you know, wasting your money for sure.
That's the thing. I mean, again, like it just becomes like clown world. There's just a lot of people out there that have just devolved into just silly nonsense. And I think I just feel sad. I feel like there's a lot of like wasted opportunities. I feel like there's a lot of people whose activism we sorely missed, probably because they've got tired of the nonsense and left, or just gone to start a family, or like
most of the people I know in politics did that from
sick of it. Like a lot of women sick of being called whores every day.
Yeah, they haven't survived much in the Twitter sphere.
Yeah, and like I just see this kind of like, okay, so this is what we used to joke that we made this movement that was like kind of diverse, and you had all these different characters, and it was more like alt-light, you know, it was whatever. But we called it like a Chanel shop, you know, we made it all nice. We had Tommy look, you know, all the camera work that George was doing, and it was all very nice, and it was like a Chanel boutique. And we said that afterwards he took it and he turned it into one of those tourist shops that you see by Marble Arch, just with like England beanie hats and like scarves and stuff.
Yeah.
And we were just like, well, we were like trying to like basically be like the Tommy whisperers of trying to explain to like normal people why you have to listen to the working class, because they do have something to say. And this guy's been saying it. Maybe he's got a point, blah, blah, blah. He's their kind of pseudo representative for some of them. And we need you to listen to them. And we were getting somewhere. And that's what really annoys me. But, you know, will they listen now? Probably not. That's the thing now. That whole name and that whole movement and everything is going to be associated with desecrating Muslim graves, going around lynching black people, basically, and saying people should go home and stuff that, you know, have been born here. And it's just grotty. It's just grotty. I don't know.
It's not going anywhere better. That's for sure. It's not
going downhill. But hey, I mean, Britain's known for going downhill. It's what we like to do. We like to have a moan.
It's kind of fun being in the death of an empire, you know, to watch it all go down. Sorry, quick super chat.
Some good music. some good music come out of it.
Nick Mon says, I would have had a great thread on this story if X ever gave me my account back. Thank you for the $10, Nick, and always good luck to getting that X account back. Always.
Well, we've done a chat about that, which I'm going to be putting up like this week, I guess, if the rioting stops.
If the rioting
talking about
that. So
only.
I'm supposed to be on a little mini vacation this month, just taking time off from doing videos. And it's like, I saw this with Sean, who was on here as well. He had his wedding and then Trump got shot in the ear. And then I'm like, okay, time to go. And then riots break out over the UK. It's a lot of happenings. Everyone keeps saying nothing's happening. There's a lot happening right now. I'm getting dark 2016 vibes, like 2016, except we're in the upside down from Stranger Things.
I actually thought, because I was like writing my notes earlier and I was like, do you think that the Trump shooting, and then we had a bunch of people like in this country as well, there was a lot of people arguing on Twitter because people were like, oh, they should have, wish they didn't miss, they should have got him, like, blah, blah, blah. We're sad that Trump didn't get killed. And that just immediately sent me back in time. Like, just immediately, I just remember being back at my fashion office and hearing them say that on the inauguration day, and I was thinking, wow, we are in different worlds, because we had a desk with like a partition. I'm on one side, they're on the other side. They're praying he gets shot, I'm praying he doesn't get shot, and it's like two different worlds. And it kind of made me remember like how many people, like, on the one hand are just like peace and love, but then on the other hand are like, wish this guy got shot in the head. And it just kind of, I do wonder if there was like, because America and the UK have this synchronicity, like Brexit and Trump happened, and I wonder if it just reminded people of that time. I don't know. But the battle lines definitely get drawn, I think, when you say that someone should be shot. I do think that that's a very hard line of like, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe it doesn't help. I don't know, put it that way. Because we do, a lot of people here like Trump, a lot of people that you'll see rioting probably like Trump, a lot of people in these movements like Trump, whatever. And I just wonder how much of that kind of brought memories back. I don't know, maybe not, maybe just me, but...
No, it definitely did. It's like everything is so intense, but it's even more intense. That's what it's gone from, like, we think that the right wing should be shut down and censored, to we think they should be shot. And it's like the same vibes, the same very competitive like split, except it's a lot more intense. And then even seeing like post-Trump shooting, like people libs of TikTok tried to find this random Home Depot worker's job to get them fired because it was some granny that said, Trump should get shot. And I'm like, I don't like any of it. Like, all of this was behavior I found cringe in 2016. I hate it all. I hate doxing. I hate the extremism. I get that. But like, people will be like, Lauren, the time for talk is over. We're not going to be a country anymore. And I get that. I do. Like, I've been banned from countries for trying to warn about this. I've really put a lot of my heart and soul into trying to talk about these crises, but I assure you, LARPing a revolution on X.com and like death threats and doxing random minimum wage workers is going to do even less than just having conversations. Like, it's just going to make us all go into ooga booga brain real fast.
It's giving purge.
It is giving purge, that's for sure.
I mean, 5 minutes ago, the right wing hated each other, girls and boys. It was girls and boys versus each other. Everyone was moaning about the gender wars, and suddenly 5 minutes later, there's all these, other issues. And you kind of think, this is what happened in 2016, 17. A lot of people got lumped together because it felt like we all had to be facing the bad thing, which at the time was like Antifa. Over here, it was terrorist after terrorist attack. We had, what did we have? We had like Manchester, Westminster, London Bridge, I think. I don't know if I don't think that order's right, but we had that. We had Nice. We had, what did we have? That Pulse nightclub. We had people getting attacked for their hats, for wearing a MAGA hat, and all this was going viral, and just everything was like, right, that's the bad thing. We're all against the bad thing. Now the right wing have had a little chance to like ferment, and now we're kind of like, we're on gender lines now, but I just don't know. But I can't look at race riots and people being like setting fire to like hotels with migrants in and be like, yeah,
that's what we stand for. This is gonna fix it.
This will fix it. This will fix it.
Yeah, we nailed it. This is gonna do it.
Yeah, this is like plan all along. Like,
I get how it got to this point. In fact, I've known it was gonna get to this point for years, but it was always like, didn't want it to get here. was not a fan of getting here. Kind of
I
thought we
know,
could
it's
have like
like,
used a bit
oh,
of that predictive
horrific,
thinking
but,
to prevent this, but no. And actually, I just wish same with the BLM stuff. I look at it and I'm like, okay, can I say this? Can I say this out loud? Let me think about this. This is bad. Don't do it. But why, dear BLM and dear UK rioters, are you burning down random shops instead of government buildings? Don't do it. But why? Why are the targets not the people making the policies you hate? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Do you know what I
They're
mean?
surrounded by police because, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if you can't go for the people in power, and we're not going to go into like Westminster and drag out Keir Starmer by his ankles, that's not going to happen, is it? Like, you can't. What are you going to do? We've already had. Didn't James Goddard get arrested for shouting at Anna Soubry, like some MP? He was like calling her like whatever, chasing her around like the Parliament Square. And then, you know, like people have tried all sorts of things, just like shouting at MPs, and like it doesn't really work. So I think that's the next thing, is that people start shouting at that what they see as the problem, which is for these rioters, it's people of colour, which is horrible. It's horrible. Like, but I also don't want them like doing mob things against like MP. What do we do? What do we do? I don't know.
Yeah. I guess we could just watch the ride, enjoy the ride.
Watch the ride. I mean, apparently, so what day are we now? It's Monday, bank holiday Monday, nice day for a bloody riot. And then apparently on Wednesday is going to be more. Friday apparently as well. And just, you know, it's just going to be crackdown after crackdown. Someone actually put together, like, I know he wasn't Prime Minister then, but Keir Starmer's speech after BLM riots and like compared it next to his speech now. And it is quite like, yeah, it's very, like, I get it because BLM weren't chasing down white people like that, so I get it.
And they did actually. There were a few incidents. They were pulling people out of their cars
in the UK.
Them. Oh, not in the UK. That was in America.
I feel like it was more like they were just doing marches and speeches. But
okay,
it's just that thing of people call him two-tier Keir, and the thing is that's just missing is that at the moment the big catchphrase on all of our radio shows is legitimate concerns. How much of this is legitimate concerns and how much of it is rioters and what's racist and what's not? And everyone just seems to have different versions of what's going on. And I just think that characters like Mr. Robinson have just kind of just like cemented themselves. He's just a name that keeps coming up. Douglas Murray can't talk about these things because they call him Tommy Robinson. Waitrose Tommy Robinson, that's what they call him, which is like a posh shop over here. Nigel Farage can't talk about it because they call him Tommy Robinson in a suit. So you've got Waitrose Tommy Robinson, you've got Tommy in a suit. So every person that talks about immigration has to be some version of Tommy today. Great. Thanks, mate. Like, it just... We need new, like, villains or something. Like, I don't know, we just need someone like
we need new blood in the game. Some competent villains.
New blood in the game.
Yeah.
I'm not, you know, Sargon tried, didn't he? He tried to run for UKIP and...
Same everywhere. Everywhere needs new blood. Everywhere needs younger people, actually. I know it's... I love you, boomers, sometimes, but we need new people.
When I was going into all of this, like right back at the beginning, my first thought was like, I want to be able to talk about immigration with someone that's not white. I want to be able to have a conversation with them where we could talk about things rationally and not devolve into like tit for tat.
Yeah.
And I always thought like that was quite a good goal. Like, we need to talk about these things. We need to find the language to talk about these things. But again, like, there is a massive push from government and media. Like, no, you're not. No, you're not. And it's like, and you're racist. And it gets to the point, I think, where people just think, it's kind of like when you get accused of cheating all the time by like an abusive partner, someone's just going to, like, if you keep getting treated like a criminal.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happened. I think by calling people that aren't really far right, I think now we don't know what far right is. And now we have apparently far right, you know, people going around
throw
like
their hands up and they say, okay. I remember I even did that. Like, I leaned into, I remember I'd go out and like the media would just be like, you are a white nationalist, fascist, this, that. And I'm like, all right, where are my high black boots? Where are my black boot heels and like SS coat? Let's have fun. I will take a photo shoot right now looking like I'm about to shoot flares at a migrant boat. Let's lean into it. Because why?
We've done some dumb stuff. I mean, it's that thing of like being wound up and like your first response to be like, you know, like that. It's childish, but then we were in our 20s, you know?
Yeah. Sorry. Kim Max McDonald said, super chatted, $10. Thank you. British media outlets like BBC or The Guardian seem to hate British people and love Islam more than Al Jazeera or any Islamic outlet. How do most Brits view their media?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, people over here seem to think that all of these riots are caused by the Daily Mail. I can assure you, I don't think that's true. Of all the time that I've spent speaking to people across the country when we worked for Rebel and stuff, they never talked about the Daily Mail. They talked about stuff they saw on their street, you know, and like people they met and stories that they'd heard. So we have a very complicated, it just seems to be something that I think that kind of liberal people just seem to brush off and just think that all working class people read the Daily Mail. I don't know if that's 1,000,000% what's happening here. Or like they call the Telegraph, they call it the Tory graph. And then people think that the Guardian is really left-wing, and it is. However, I posted this thing today of the Guardian talking about the demographic stuff going on. So what's going on? I just don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Trying to work it out. But yeah, in terms of, I don't know. In terms of our media over here, we have GB News, which I'm not, you know, massively like on board with everything they say, but at least they're talking about this issue a bit better. And LBC, I would say, is very good. That's what I listen to. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. How much of this is media and how much of it is just people getting pissed off and going outside and nearly getting mugged and coming home and calling the police and the police don't do anything, you know. Like, how much of it is like just things happening in their lives? That's what I want to know.
Yo, for me,
You know,
like, this is what people don't get. They'll like try to gaslight me on these issues, and I'm like, no. Like 90% of my political opinions come from just stuff like, even my international politics. It comes from stuff I've seen firsthand by traveling to these areas, or by growing up with this, or by living it. That is where you don't understand politics until you understand everything is personal. These arguments that you see political commentators get in, half of them it's because they're like, there's something going on behind the scenes with business or relationships or whatever. It is all so personal. I just saw a tweet from Radfem Hitler. You either love him or you hate him. But the tweet was like, once you understand that everything, let me find it.
Sorry, I keep fiddling with my hair, by the way. It's really sweaty here.
Okay.
It's very hot.
Oh,
very hot. Very hot for the riots.
Very hot.
I think that might be part that they
no.
actually tried to blame it on the weather. I don't know how much of it is the weather, but you know, they were like, oh, and it's very hot. So tensions are high.
Tensions are high. It is hot. Oh man, where did this go? I had a really interesting tweet. They must have deleted it, but it was something along the lines of, once you understand that politics and commentary isn't about what you're actually saying, but about how you make people feel about themselves when you say it, then you understand politics. So like when the media are talking about migration, how do they make the British people feel when they talk about it? Not even the facts of the issue. How are you making people feel? Like, how are you saying it? That matters. It matters.
Kind of like, you know, the little language trick that they used to do with like, well, there's the anti-fascist, and then, you know, they're protesting. Well, who are they protesting? They must be protesting the fascists, you know, because they're anti-fascist. And they're protesting, and it's like, not always though, is it? It's not always. Yeah. It's not always a fascist that they're protesting. It could just be like Barry that's pissed off at, I don't know, that his street's gone to pot or whatever. But yeah, I mean, you're right. And that's the other thing as well. Going back to our work, I think we really helped to sell this idea that we were all pushing back against some kind of globalized, evil, you know, dictatorship, kind of one world, new world order government thing. And, you know, I actually kind of believed it at the time, because it felt like that, because we did have NGOs chasing us around trying to put us in jail. So that did happen. And now looking back, you just think, yeah, like all of these different stories and threads are going on. Some of it's kind of a little bit muddled, and some of it's not quite right. But then I saw something today which was like Joe Mulhall from Hope Not Hate had been interviewed for some article, and he said something about how these people think that they have legitimate concerns, but actually they don't. And I was like, well, what kind of message does that send? Like, okay, so you're worried about this. No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you're not actually. Nothing you're saying is legitimate. Your little sister didn't get stabbed. You know, your job isn't.
Yeah.
It's just madness. Lucy, I know it's getting late there, and I do have to run soon myself. So I just wanted to give you space to give last thoughts and.
Gonna jump on the bus and go to where's the next one? No.
She's putting her mask on and jumping in.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna see if this Times thing is up. I'll see if I can like repost that later. I'm just keeping an eye on things and just kind of like posting. I'm trying to post both. I'm trying to post things from both sides, because I'm really sorry. I know it's fun for people like Barry Stanton that's sharing fashy memes and everything, and we all like, you know, it's all very edgy, but like I think I keep having to remind. I feel like I just want to like be there to say, hey, Muslim graves desecrated, good or bad? You know, like black guy being punched for being black, good or bad? Like we need to. This needs to open up. Like, and I'm kind of glad that I'm just kind of this independent now. So I'm on X. My name is Lucy Marion Brown on X. Put my granny's name back in there.
Nice.
And I'm just posting. I'm just asking questions, trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, and just show you what's happening.
That's
Merry old England.
LucyMarion Brown. And
Marion like Maid Marian from Robin Hood, and then
Yes.
Brown like the people that are getting punched right now. So you can find me on there. I don't really know what I'm going to do. I'm kind of trying to write about this time that we had working together, but it's kind of like tough. You know, it's a tough time that we worked on. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just here saying what I see. It's my new game. Say what you see.
Love that. And absolutely love you too, Lucy. You've, I know more than I think a lot of people in this sphere, how much effort you've put into genuinely trying to push for good and political change, and how much you have suffered for it as well. And I will never not respect you for that, no matter where you go in your political journey and wherever that ventures to. I respect your journey.
I don't know if I like politics that much, I'll be honest with you, but you know, I've got some skills.
You absolutely
got some skills into good use. But yeah, it was lovely chatting. It was nice to, you know, finally chat about England.
Yes. Once we got rid of all the men. I saw some guy tweet on Twitter. He's like, your stream got significantly better once you kicked all the men. This is the Radfem stream now.
Well.
I'm joking.
It's going well, yeah.
I am joking. All right. Love you, Lucy.
Bye.
Bye. All right. It is just me. I had people complaining, Lauren, why aren't you including the chat? There's a lot going on. There were a lot of people talking. A lot going on, okay? I was trying to keep up with it. I will say hello, answer a few questions in the chat now. I haven't streamed in a while. This is, I'm going to try to make it all more aesthetic if I do end up streaming more. We shall see. I need more time off this summer, though. But if there's another happening, maybe I'll hop on stream, and then we'll see. We'll see. Come winter, I'll have a proper system going to make things, because that using Discord, it all looks ugly, and I'm just like sat here trying to get all of the screens and audio looking good the entire time. I got to figure that out. Anyways, good woman, Lucy. Good chat. Thank you, Bogdan, Saris. Bye, says William. Let me see. Has Lucy ever been contacted by John Sweeney after Panadrama? I'm sorry, I did not read that until now. Well, for the most part, it is only the migrants that are fighting, so not too much has to be done to calm tensions. I saw GE was arguing about whether I believe someone has the freedom of speech to make a death threat. I did not say that. I think people have the freedom of speech to say, I wish someone didn't miss, whether it be about left or right-wing candidates. I think you have the free speech to say you wish something bad happened, to say, I am going to make something bad happen. Like, I am going to kill someone. No, I don't. I think you don't have the free speech to say that. Monolithic Ethos says Goombas have taken over the Mushroom Kingdom with I am Princess Peach. Yes, that is true. I went as Princess Peach for Halloween. All right, we don't seem to have too many. There's a lot of just banter in here. Thoughts on Destiny thinking you're a racist? I don't think he actually thinks I'm a racist. I think he was just yelling that during the debate. Like, surely they know the difference between having issues with mass immigration because it's completely changing your culture and economy, and it's causing racial tensions because of the degree of change that is happening so quickly. Like, I am positive they understand that. I just think there's a bit of like, you are the summation of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And if you are constantly spending time with people who are of more progressive ideology, if you're constantly spending time with people who are dealing with migration issues in their hometown, like, you are going to really create cycles of thought that are going to keep you in that kind of bias. And I think that progressive, like, streamer world bias, where they are not having to be the brunt of mass immigration victims, It's very easy to just throw out words like racist without really thinking about it. I wish I had Mr. Beast money. Imagine a world where Mr. Beast did experiments like I rented 5 rooms in Luton and made mainstream media journalists live there for a year. And whoever stayed there the longest without getting like stabbed or feeling they needed to flee gets $1 million. We need a Mr. Beast that does that kind of stuff. I bought 5 tickets back to Africa for BLM activists. Whoever stays in Africa for X amount of time or longer, like, gets the $1 million. Mr. Beast could do some very fun experiments, but I think a lot of people need that. Lauren, you said that the UK women are having a hard time getting vitamin D. Okay, I am not reading naughty chats, all right? Even if they're super chats, but thank you for the $5, Jeremy. She is having a Matt Christensen moment. What is that? I don't know what that... I know Matt, obviously, but I don't know what a Matt Christensen moment is. Is that like a boomer, I'm bad at tech moment? I don't know. Elijah says, this pertains to what Destiny said earlier. How is it apples to apples comparing the West to elsewhere on the topic of women and culture based on the largely online gender discord we are dealing? Obviously, it's insane. And I wish I brought this up more because it's like what randos say on the internet, as annoying as it can be, and don't get me wrong, like I've sat here and I've criticized it, not to my own benefit many a times, but what randos are saying on the internet versus what are the actual laws and policies of your country, like unhinged to even compare those remotely. I can go out and not wear a burqa here. There are countries I can go to where I will be stoned for doing the things I do here. There's no comparison. There is so obviously no comparison. But thank you for the $5 or $10, Elijah. Appreciate that. Charlie, I've been confused for years. Were you originally a boy based on an old video? I did a video where I legally changed my gender in Ontario to male. That was like, oh my gosh, it must have been 10 years ago now. But no, I started out as a woman, believe it or not, despite what the transvestigators will tell you. King Salmonfish says, peace and good luck with me always being right about predictions when you cool kids are always wrong and your rent physically overpowers you. I'm not sure I totally understand that. How can she yap this much? I am a yap queen, a proper yapper. I couldn't live stream. I'm socially, my social battery is drained though. I am leaving in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So if you have any last comments, any last comments in a video game, any last words? Is this about immigration or Islam? It's all of it. The fact, I don't know why everyone has so much of an issue accepting that, like, there can be multiple problems involved in one conversation. Like, you realize Islam and immigration can both cause problems. They aren't necessarily intrinsically linked. You can have Muslims that exist in your country that didn't immigrate. You can also have immigrants, like, that are not Muslim that are problems. Like, why is this so hard for people to process? I am truly baffled. Like, I swear, we spent like hours trying to explain this to Loaderbox and Pisco and Steven. Like, you can have multiple issues at once that aren't even linked to each other sometimes. I know that's crazy, but people can be mad about multiple things at once. It is possible, although those things tend to be linked to each other, Islam and immigration. But immigration causes issues outside of Islam as well. Whoa, look at that. Crazy. I know. Lauren is very feminine. How can your mind lie to think she is masculine? I posture myself very masculine. I try to. Boom. Been in politics so long. I'm pretty sure I, like, woman attacked the screen when Sean was interrupting me. Though, you can tell. There are tells if you pay attention. If you pay really close attention, there are slight giveaways that I might be a woman. I know it's hard. My brain still hurts from the stupidity. Most problems are a juxtaposition of issues. Thank you, Mustafa. Most people only care what affects them or their friends and family, and this is why the media will never address working class issues. Ever. They don't care. It's all man-spreading and whatnot. Faith Goldie, question mark, Lauren. I haven't spoken to her in years. Hope she's doing well. Elijah, $5. Thank you. Do you think perhaps gender reassignment surgery is a violation of the Hippocratic Oath? Even with adults, it destroys perfectly healthy body parts. Yeah, I do. I mean, to me, that kind of surgery, I don't know why. I've gone through a lot of the, a lot of the studies around it. Ooh, I'm getting tired. And there's really nothing definitive that says it is preventing suicides. There's nothing definitive that's showing, wow, this is really saving lives. So to destroy a perfectly healthy body, I do think that is in contention with what doctors say they are supposed to be doing. But then, of course, you have to take I think that there are so many forms of dysmorphia. Look at women who get like massive breast surgeries. Look at people who get lots of appearance things. There are people who try to look like lizards and get like implants put in their head. I still think that stuff should be legal per se, but it's the gaslighting and pretending that this is healthcare is where the problem comes in. I don't think it is healthcare. It is a cosmetic thing. I want to appear this way, so I'm getting a surgery to appear this way. It's not saving your life. It's not making you healthier in any which way, right? Okay, well, I'm going to wrap this up and get back to summer. I want to go for a swim. Very important to me. I appreciate you all watching, tuning in, and be sure to hit subscribe if you're not subscribed, because I will be posting on this channel more again. I know I neglected this channel for like a year. Oops. But yeah, here and Tenet Media is where you can find me. I appreciate you all. Oh, wait. Stephanie, are you pissed that more people didn't listen years ago, which might have prevented this? Obviously, that's what this whole thing was about. That's why I'm so mad. That's why I came and live streamed when I haven't live streamed in years. I'm actually quite upset, but all I can do is laugh. All I can do is chat a little about it here and there. And scream into the wall, scream into the pillow, because wow, I don't think they ever are going to listen, and I don't think I'm ever getting my little trophy of vindicated. No. They'll just keep calling me a racist. So you just got to live with it. You get to yap about it. Why does Lauren yap so much? I yap to keep myself sane. Okay? I at least earned a little bit of yapping about how I was right. That's what I get. That's the little medal I get. Anyways. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. One last little super chat came in. Speaking of transgenderism, do you feel vindicated about the Chris Tyson situation? I mean, I think everyone does. I think everyone feels vindicated about that situation. All right. Bye, everyone.